Chapter 1, Rokuhara Ren. Early summer. The sun shines longer than usual, heralding the long-awaited arrival of early summer. A flawless blue sky stretches over the city, occasionally adorned with white clouds drifting slowly like lost boats on a sea of wind. The air begins to warm, and the scent of freshly cut grass mingles with the fragrance of blooming flowers along the footpath. Nakano Itsuki High School, Class 2B, second year. Standing at the podium is a woman in her mid-20s, her long, light red hair resembling cherry blossoms, her emerald green eyes sparkling beautifully, and her figure in a suit with black stockings is undeniably alluring. Unfortunately, she exudes a cold aura, and her sharp gaze keeps her single despite her beauty. Her name is Mikhailovna, one of the 5 most popular female teachers at Nakano Itsuki High School. Nakano-sensei is taking maternity leave. So, I will be taking over the history lessons. Mifuyu's words dropped like an atomic bomb, causing a commotion in the previously quiet classroom. What? Nakano-sensei is pregnant? Damn, which scumbag did it? As a leader of the FFF, I never received any intel that Nakano-sensei was in a romantic relationship with a man. Damn. I'm so jealous. Who would have thought Nakano-sensei, the dedicated teacher, would have a scandal? Geez, could the man who got Nakano-sensei pregnant be a male student at Nakano Itsuki High? Nonsense. There's no way Nakano-sensei would do such a thing. Don't slander her. Don't let me find out who did it. Otherwise, I'll ask for advice on how to win the heart of an adult woman. The male students in the class lamented the fact that their favorite teacher, Nakano Itsuki, was pregnant out of wedlock. Though not uncommon in modern times, it was still a scandal. On the other hand, the female students had even wilder imaginations than the male students. Oh my, who would have thought Nakano-sensei, who always dazzled in front of her students, would be pregnant out of wedlock? Since Nakano-sensei is pregnant, it means she'll be getting married soon. I wonder if she'll continue her career or become a housewife. We can't judge others just by their appearance. Nakano-sensei, who seemed so virtuous, is actually a loose woman. Miura-san, don't badmouth Nakano-sensei. No one is without faults, and Nakano-sensei is no exception. Besides, getting pregnant out of wedlock is quite common these days. Your words are too harsh, Miura-san. Nakano-sensei has always been kind to you, how can you speak ill of her behind her back? Although Nakano Itsuki was very popular among the students, it didn't mean everyone liked her. Especially a girl named Miura Yumiko, who was jealous of Nakano's natural beauty. Meanwhile, in the back row near the window facing outside, also known as the protagonist's seat, a young man sat with a faint smile. He was a handsome young man with brown eyes and short, light brown hair with bangs covering his forehead and the space between his eyes. Wow, their reaction is more intense than I expected. If they knew that the one who got Itsuki pregnant was her student, I'm afraid the school would be in an uproar. A romantic relationship between a teacher and a student is highly taboo in Japan. If discovered, social death is a certainty for the teacher involved. That's why teachers usually reject any advances from students. To avoid the worst-case scenario, the young man named Rokuhara Ren suppressed his desire to boast about his achievement of impregnating the homeroom teacher of Class 2B, Nakano Itsuki. Although I'm a scumbag, I'm not an irresponsible trash. This world isn't as peaceful as it seems on the surface, I need to find magical items to protect my women from dangers that could arise at any moment. Ren thought to himself. In fact, he was a transmigrant from another world. 5 years ago, he arrived in this world and obtained a new identity. The original owner of this identity was a native of this world and an orphan after his parents died of heart attacks due to overwork. This wasn't a rare case. On the contrary, every year many workers exploited by black companies die from overwork. Ren's parents were just one of many among them. Perhaps anticipating this situation, his parents had purchased an expensive life insurance policy. As a result, Ren was able to fund his education without even needing a part-time job. Money used to be just numbers to me. Now, I can feel what people from the lower class experience. Life is full of surprises. Thinking of the wealth that wouldn't run out even after 7 generations, Ren smiled bitterly. In his previous life, Ren's background was extreme compared to his current life. Unlike the original owner of the body he now possessed, he wasn't from a middle-class family. Instead, he was born into one of the 9 dragons families and grew up as a spoiled young master. In Indonesia, the term 9 dragons often refers to a group of tycoons or large conglomerates with significant influence over the country's economy and politics. This term isn't an official name but a popular one referring to a handful of businessmen who control various strategic economic sectors, such as banking, real estate, industry, and media. In public, the president is the highest authority in Indonesia. But behind the scenes, the 9 dragons are the true rulers of Indonesia. They are immune to the law and can do whatever they want. Selling sand to Singapore, fencing off the sea as private property, seizing land from the people, controlling public opinion and news media, opening online gambling businesses, treating the police as nothing more than lackeys, and so on. In short, there's nothing the 9 dragons can't do in Indonesia. The people might think Indonesia is a democratic country, but in fact, democracy has long been replaced by an oligarchy of the 9 dragons. Back to the main topic. Theoretically, being born into such a family should have made Ren a spoiled, incompetent playboy, spending his time having fun and relying on his family background to oppress others. In essence, he would be the typical antagonist in most urban novels. However, he was different from his siblings, who had dark and deviant personalities. Ren was born with a photographic memory. He always scored the highest in exams, meaning he was academically competent and intelligent enough that he didn't need to study. Holding the principle, true wisdom isn't just recognizing the dangers of corruption but also knowing when to walk away and when to fight it. Ren didn't completely fall into depravity like the rest of his family. At most, he enjoyed one-night stands with famous celebrities. Compared to his womanizing ways, which didn't harm anyone, his siblings' actions, which often ruined others' lives as easily as crushing ants, were like comparing the sky to the earth. Ren had witnessed dirty events that should only happen in TV dramas or novels, occurring in his own life. Gradually, he became numb and accustomed to it. Aside from his womanizing hobby, Ren was obsessed with seeking various thrills. Rock climbing, parkour, bungee jumping, surfing, extreme off-roading, extreme water skiing, extreme rollerblading, skydiving, hang gliding, and so on. He sought more and more stimulation. His death was also caused by seeking thrills. During one skydiving session, his parachute didn't open, causing him to fall to the ground without a parachute and die on the spot. When he woke up, Ren found himself in the body of a middle school student. What was even more astonishing was that this wasn't an ordinary world but a combination of everyday anime. Rokuhara-kun, are you listening? Don't daydream, or you'll get scolded by Kirisu-sensei later. A gentle woman's voice snapped Ren out of his daze. Chapter 2, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou. Ren turned to his right to see the girl who had called him. The girl had a complexion brighter than that of most Japanese people. Her shoulder-length wavy hair, with its soft light brown color, complemented her warm almond-shaped brown eyes, exuding a gentle and inviting aura. Besides her beautiful face, her figure was more voluptuous and feminine, especially noticeable in her prominent curves. Her large breasts and full hips gave her an alluring body shape. Although her face still had a youthful, baby-like quality that gave off an innocent impression, her overall appearance was clearly more maternal and affectionate, qualities that earned her the nickname Madonna among her friends. Her name was Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, a Japanese-Russian mixed-race girl. Rokuhara-kun, you must be thinking of something perverted, right? Are you an esper, Masha? Mo, you should focus on the lesson, or you'll fail the exam. That's impossible. You know that, Masha. Huffed. Photographic memory is really cheating. It's an innate talent, there's nothing I can do about it. Since the classroom was still noisy due to Mafuyu's announcement, no one paid attention to the conversation between Ren and Masha. In Russia, there are various special nicknames for people, depending on the relationship, level of formality, and social context. Russians often use more affectionate names for their partners or children. Maria was a woman, so it wasn't strange for Ren to use the special nickname, Masha, for her. Let's meet at the usual place during break. I have a surprise for Rokuhara-kun. A surprise? Interesting. Not many things can surprise me, so I'm looking forward to it, Masha. Masha's mysterious smile piqued Ren's curiosity about the surprise awaiting him. Hypnosis is amazing. Too bad it doesn't work on others. Once Mafuyu managed to calm the commotion, Ren stopped talking with Masha. You're no longer elementary school students, mind your manners. Scolded by Mafuyu, the students lowered their heads, not daring to meet her icy Siberian gaze. There's one more announcement. Pausing for a moment, Mafuyu could already predict what would happen next if she told them. Just thinking about it gave her a headache, but she had to do it. Besides Nakano-sensei, Tachibana-sensei is also taking maternity leave. Hiratsuka-sensei will temporarily take over her classes. In an instant, the classroom, which had just quieted down, became noisier than before, like a monkey cage. Just like Nakano Itsuki, Tachibana Hina was one of the 5 young and beautiful female teachers at Ohananomizu High School. Sigh. Why are Nakano-sensei and Tachibana-sensei taking maternity leave at the same time, and both are pregnant out of wedlock? Could it be? Knowing it would take time for the students to calm down, Mafuyu felt something was off. Since there were only 5 young female teachers, their interactions were quite close. As far as she knew, Itsuki and Hina didn't have boyfriends. Now that both were pregnant out of wedlock almost simultaneously, conspiracy theories began forming in her mind. No, that's impossible. Nakano-sensei and Tachibana-sensei don't share the same lover. Mafuyu dismissed the absurd idea. Meanwhile, Ren was slightly surprised by the news, but it made sense. That scumbag is trying to match my achievement after I showed off to him. Of course, it wasn't him who got Tachibana Hina pregnant. After all, Ren suffered from mild misophobia. He wouldn't sleep with a used woman. But as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and Ren knew another scumbag student like himself. That man was named Fuji Natsuo, a second-year student from Class 2C. One day, while Ren was wandering around the school looking for a suitable place to secretly play with his teacher, Nakano Itsuki, he accidentally caught another teacher, Tachibana Hina, in the act with a student. If it were someone else, he would have quietly recorded the scene with his phone, then threatened Hina to do the same with him. If not, he would spread the video online, getting Hina and the male student expelled while bearing the shame. Clearly, Ren, who suffered from misophobia, didn't resort to blackmail. Instead, he got acquainted with Natsuo, and the two became good friends after Natsuo found out he also had a secret relationship with a female teacher. Not long ago, Ren boasted about Itsuki's pregnancy to Natsuo, which annoyed the latter. Perhaps inspired by Ren, Natsuo decided to do the same. That was the cause and effect of both female teachers being pregnant despite being single. Quiet. Class is starting. Finally, the classroom fell silent after Mafuyu slammed a book on the podium. Then, let's begin. Open to page 37. Mafuyu began teaching seriously. However, many students couldn't focus on the lesson. Undoubtedly, the pregnancies of Itsuki and Hina were hot topics of discussion at Ohananomizu High School. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Lunchtime. Yo, Ren, want to grab lunch at the cafeteria? The male student in front of Ren turned around and invited him to lunch. Sorry, Q's. I brought my own lunch. Declining Q's Masachika's invitation, Ren took out a lunchbox from his desk drawer. You've been no fun lately, Ren. We haven't hung out much recently. Are you sure it's not your girlfriend preparing your lunch? Q's narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the feminine pink lunchbox in Ren's hands. I told you, I don't have a girlfriend, Ren firmly denied. Who are you trying to fool? Fine, I'll ask Keitarō. Rolling his eyes at Ren, Masachika left the classroom. Glancing at Masha's empty seat, Ren also headed to their meeting spot. After a while, there were no students around as he arrived at the old and used teaching building. There were many horror stories about the building. That's why almost no students came here. Ren used this place as a love nest whenever he felt aroused. He would bring his girls here to have fun without getting caught. Finally, you're here, Ren-kun. Seeing that the person who opened the door was Ren, Masha patted her chest and sighed in relief. To keep their relationship hidden, Masha usually used surnames when talking to Ren. But when they were alone, she would call him by his first name. So, what's the surprise? Sitting next to Masha, Ren asked with a smile. Guess. I give up. Ren-kun didn't even try. Anyway, lunch break isn't long. Here's your surprise. Masha handed Ren a plain envelope. This isn't a love letter, is it? Of course not, we're past the confession phase. You know that very well, Ren-kun. With a blush on her cheeks, Masha lightly pounded Ren's chest. Ha ha ha. Ren chuckled at her cute behavior. Opening the envelope, he saw only one item. At a glance, he immediately knew what it was. After all, 8 months ago, Itsuki had given him something similar. A pregnancy test. Don't tell me. Ren quickly guessed what was going on. And sure enough, there were 2 lines on the test. As you can see, Ren-kun, I'm pregnant. Masha's expression softened as she gently rubbed her still flat stomach, which now carried the fruit of their love. You'll take responsibility, right? She asked anxiously. Chapter 3, Not in Slice of Life World. What if I told you to abort the baby? Masha was stunned. This wasn't the reaction she had expected from Ren upon learning about her pregnancy. Aye. Clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, tears nearly spilled from the corners of her eyes. Her chest felt tight, and she bit her lower lip. Nodding weakly, Masha spoke while looking at him with uncontrollable tears. If that's what Ren-kun wants, I'll do it. After school, let's go to the clinic too. Stop, Masha. I'm sorry, my joke went too far. Ren placed his index finger on her lips, stopping her from continuing. A joke. With wide eyes, Masha looked at his apologetic smile, realizing she had been tricked. Then, she reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Ren's waist. Hiss. Sucking in a cold breath, Ren endured the pain. Ren-kun is stupid. Don't joke about my pregnancy. I can get angry too. Puffing her cheeks like a hamster's mouth stuffed with food, even in her anger, Masha remained adorable. Ouch, forgive me. I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, Masha. I won't do it again. Do you promise? Yes, I promise. I forgive Ren-kun. Seeing Ren genuinely remorseful, Masha stopped pinching him. Damn, that hurt so much. Good people are scary when they're angry. Ren grumbled inwardly while rubbing his waist. Let's have lunch, Ren-kun. I'm curious what Itsuki-sensei prepared for you today. No longer discussing the topic of her pregnancy, Masha pulled Ren to sit on the chair, and the two began eating. The hypnosis effect hasn't worn off, instead, the suggestion I gave her has embedded itself into her cognitive consciousness. Observing no odd behavior from Masha, Ren enjoyed his lunch, cooked by Itsuki, the youngest of the Nakano quintuplets, who had grown up and now worked as a teacher at Ohananomizu High School, and was also his woman. Raised in a family like the Nine Dragons, Ren never considered himself a good person, even though his personality wasn't as bad as his siblings. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he was someone who would do whatever it took to satisfy his desires. It had been over a month since the new semester started. As usual, students were placed in new classrooms with people from other classes. Realizing that this world was a blend of everyday anime, Ren targeted heroines who usually only appeared in animations. Upon discovering that his deskmate was one of the heroines from the anime Rokuhara, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, he wanted to make her his. But he knew ordinary methods wouldn't win Masha's heart. With his photographic memory, Ren remembered every detail of the anime he had watched. So, he knew Masha already had another man in her heart, Q's Masachika, whom she had met as a child while living in Japan. Ren wasn't one to give up easily, the challenge only fueled his desire for thrill. Then, he recalled that in one episode of Rokuhara, there was a scene featuring the Kujou sisters, Masha and Alya, who had a weak resistance to hypnosis. Even a beginner following a hypnosis guidebook could hypnotize the two girls. Naturally, Ren used hypnosis on Masha. He learned hypnosis from the internet, pretended to have something to discuss with Masha, lured her to a secluded place, and easily hypnotized her. He redirected Masha's feelings for Masachika to himself. Not only that, Ren also implanted the suggestion that Masha deeply loved him and was willing to do anything for him. Of course, Ren knew his methods were despicable, but he didn't care. He was someone who cared more about results than the process. On the day Masha was hypnotized, that very evening, she gave her heart, body, and purity to Ren. After having sex almost daily for a month, neither of them used protection like condoms or birth control pills, so it was no surprise that Masha got pregnant. It seems I'll have to take a leave like Itsuki-sensei and Hina-sensei. Ren-kun, don't forget me while I'm away from school, okay? Of course. There's no way I could forget a woman as beautiful as you, Masha. Ren-kun is so smooth with his sweet talk. No wonder Itsuki-sensei fell for you and was willing to break the taboo of a teacher-student relationship. I'm so jealous, I want to live with you too. Masha lightly kicked Ren's foot under the table as a form of protest. Well, your family wouldn't agree to you living under the same roof as a man. Ren shrugged. Since he was an orphan, couldn't cook, and wasn't good at housekeeping, he had asked Itsuki to live with him in his parents' inherited house. At first, Itsuki refused, fearing others would find out. However, after visiting Ren's house and seeing his unhealthy lifestyle, she changed her mind. Itsuki not only took care of the household but also attended to Ren's sexual needs. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. 2 p.m. Ren packed his books into his bag and walked past Masha toward the exit. Just like his secret relationship with Itsuki, the fact that he and Masha were romantically involved was also kept hidden from the public. Usually, the two only interacted as classmates to avoid drawing attention. Luckily, I turned down the student council invitation. That's such a troublesome job. Turning around, Ren saw Masha and her younger sister, Alya, heading to the student council room. The two sisters were members of the student council. Let's go. Hopefully, I'll find some good treasures. After leaving the archery club, Ren joined the homecoming club. His goal was the flea market. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. As is known, the reason for the phenomenon of transmigration or reincarnation is that 99% of the protagonists have cheats. Ren was no exception. On his first day in this world, he gained a supernatural ability. Disappointingly, this supernatural ability didn't grant him Saitama's OP strength or allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan god with Ultra Instinct. The main manifestation of this ability was that when he focused his gaze on an object for a certain period, the object would emit a light and display a simple text description. Cowbone grass can be used as medicine. Seems quite effective for bone injuries, might be useful when injured. In front of a stall selling herbal medicine, Ren held a thick blade of grass. Reading its description, he put the grass back on the stall and left. It's so hard to find magical treasures. So far, I've only obtained less than 10. Ren grumbled in frustration. A year ago, he hadn't noticed anything strange about this world. Aside from the mix of some everyday anime characters, everything seemed peaceful enough. There were no man-eating demons, no zombie apocalypse, and no superheroes across the ocean safeguarding world peace. That mindset changed when Ren recognized some of his classmates in his first year of high school. Yotsuba Miko, an ordinary girl who suddenly gained the ability to see spirits and had to keep pretending not to see them. Otherwise, something bad would happen to her. Gentōga Keitarō, a young man with a spiritual constitution, possessing an abundance of life force even surpassing the legendary Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, in his prime. He was a magnet for spirits due to his spiritual constitution and was often harassed by them, causing him to avoid public interactions and lock himself in his room to prevent the entangled spirits from harming anyone. Ayase Momo, a girl with incredibly strong psychic powers that had yet to awaken, capable of even destroying alien UFOs with her psychic energy. The presence of these three made Ren realize this world wasn't just an ordinary everyday life. There were aliens, spirits, ghosts, yokai, and other supernatural beings roaming around. Therefore, he visited many flea markets and antique shops to search for treasures with the help of his supernatural ability. So far, he had only found 10 treasures with the power to ward off supernatural beings. Chapter 4, Jackpot. A flea market is a place where items from various eras mix, both genuine and fake. If one doesn't have a sharp eye or adequate historical knowledge, they're likely to end up buying cheap knockoffs at sky-high prices. However, for Ren, the flea market isn't just a place to hunt for antiques. It's a treasure trove filled with mystical relics from ancient times. At the largest flea market in Tokyo, he slowly moved from one stall to another, spending 5 to 10 minutes at each. His sharp eyes weren't just the result of practice or experience but also due to a supernatural talent he named insight gaze. This ability allowed Ren to see the true essence of any object he focused on. If he stared at an object long enough, it would emit a faint glow, and a simple description would appear in his mind. Thanks to this ability, over the past year, Ren had collected 10 magical artifacts. After realizing there was a mysterious side to this world, he began focusing on finding magical artifacts for self-protection. After all, his supernatural ability, insight gaze, didn't grant him combat power. He was still an ordinary person who could easily be killed by evil spirits. Today, he intended to add to his collection. Walking through the bustling crowd, he stopped at a small stall filled with various old trinkets. The stall owner was an old man with a friendly smile and a cunning glint in his eye, enthusiastically welcoming customers. "Feel free to look around, young man. Everything here is genuine, no fakes," he said confidently. However, Ren never trusted such vendors. He had too many experiences where genuine antiques turned out to be cheap replicas or outright nonsense. With a calm expression, he began inspecting the items at the stall, picking them up one by one while secretly activating insight gaze. Old bronze statue, made by a group of craftsmen in a small warehouse. Suitable as a decoration for a cafe with an ancient theme. Ancient Roman medal, a modern replica. Rusty samurai sword, just an ordinary sword exposed to humid air. What a shame. Nothing of value here. Ren sighed, almost ready to leave, but something caught his attention. Among the pile of neglected items, a rusty arrow lay carelessly. Its color was dull, with a blunt tip that seemed to have lost its sharpness. There was nothing special about it, at least to the untrained eye. However, there was a reason it caught his attention. In his first year of high school, Ren had joined the archery club. Though he didn't stay long, he still retained an interest in the art of archery. Curiosity drove him to pick up the arrow and activate insight gaze. He didn't expect much. After all, so far, everything at this stall had been junk. But when the description text appeared in his mind, his breath hitched. Brahmastra, one of the most powerful weapons in Hindu mythology, known as a divine weapon created by the god Brahma, bestowed upon the king of the end, Rama, in his mission to eradicate Campione on Earth when their numbers grew too large. The Brahmastra lost its connection with the mandala formation due to the Ananki divine authority used by a Campione, whom Rama fought tens of thousands of years ago. Having been neglected for so long without magical energy, the Brahmastra can only be used once before automatically returning to mandala formation. Ren's eyes widened. He reread the text, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Brahmastra. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined finding a divine weapon of the gods at a flea market. His heart raced. If the text was accurate, this wasn't just any ordinary artifact. This was a weapon of mass destruction, said in Hindu mythology to be capable of destroying the world if unleashed without control. Even crazier, this weapon had been used to fight Campione. Wait, Campione. Ren's excitement faded, replaced by a cold chill running down his spine. A year ago, his life had been peaceful. He lived his days as an ordinary high school student, enjoying life like any other young person. The world felt simple, just a blend of slice-of-life anime. However, all that changed after he met certain individuals. That was when he realized, this world wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yokai, ghosts, evil spirits, and even aliens. Although Ren had never seen any of them, he was certain they existed. This could be seen from Yotsuba Miko's reactions, who looked exhausted as if she had been staying up all night since becoming a second-year student, even though she had been fine the previous year. The cause was that Miko had developed spiritual vision, allowing her to see ghosts and evil spirits. There was also Gentōga Keitarō, who often got injured. Ren speculated it was due to ghosts. Good grief, this world is far more dangerous than I thought. It seems I haven't been harassed by supernatural beings purely out of luck. And now there are Campione. Life as an ordinary person is so tough. Ren grumbled inwardly. What is a Campione, god slayer? Campione are the supreme rulers. Because they slaughter gods from heaven and steal their supreme authority, making them like gods. Campione are kings. They hold the divine authorities they stole from gods, and no one on earth can control them, no matter who they are. Campione are demon kings. Because no human living on earth can possess power that might rival theirs. Those who kill gods and steal their divine authorities are all extraordinary existences. Just one of them is a powerhouse capable of deciding the life and death of the world. Thanks to his photographic memory, Ren recalled details about Campione he had studied in his previous life. He realized one thing, living as an ordinary person was incredibly risky. If the world was filled with beings like that, he could die without even realizing it. He could get caught in a battle between supernatural beings, swept away by powers beyond human comprehension, or worse, become their target. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. However, instead of feeling fear, Ren felt his heart racing. That sensation, it was like when he used to do extreme sports. Back then, he had jumped off a cliff into the sea just to feel the adrenaline. He had even dared to ride the craziest amusement park rides until his friends vomited while he just laughed. He realized something. He was obsessed with thrills. When he learned that this world wasn't as simple as he thought, there was a bit of fear, but deep inside, there was something stronger, excitement. If this world was indeed inhabited by supernatural beings, why should he hide? He had insight gaze, an ability that could find extraordinary items. And now he held the Brahmastra, a weapon that had been used to kill heretic gods. Perhaps this was his golden opportunity. If heretic gods truly existed, what if he used it to kill them? Stealing divine authorities, becoming something more than an ordinary human, wouldn't that be far more exciting than living as an ordinary person who could die at any moment from supernatural battles? Oi, kid. Ren snapped out of his thoughts. The stall owner looked at him with an impatient expression. Are you buying or not? If not, move along. I don't have time for people who just stare at stuff. Ren blinked, then smirked slightly. How much? The stall owner glanced at the rusty arrow and shrugged. Junk like that. Just take it for 5,000 yen. Ren almost laughed. Junk. Without hesitation, he pulled out the money and handed it over. After the transaction was complete, he slipped the Brahmastra into his bag. Today, he had truly hit the jackpot. A divine arrow for just 5,000 yen. As he walked home, he remembered a famous quote. The value of something depends on where it is. Just like how a diamond is just a rock in the desert but priceless in a jewelry store, this arrow might be scrap metal to others, but in the right hands, it was a divine weapon. And now, he just needed to prove that he was the right hands. Before heading home, let's buy some meat buns for Itsuki and a portable arrow quiver. Who knows when a heretic god might appear? I need to be prepared. Before going home, Ren stopped by a meat bun shop, then went to an archery store. After that, he returned home in high spirits. Chapter 5, Yusuji Yotsuba. Although Rokuhara Ren was an orphan, he never faced financial difficulties. In fact, his income was higher than that of most salarymen who worked from morning till night. How did he do it? Flea markets. With insight gaze, Ren had an advantage that others didn't, the ability to know the true value of an object just by staring at it long enough. At flea markets, many vendors didn't know the true worth of the items they were selling. Most of them acquired their goods from cheap auctions, abandoned houses, or unwanted inheritances. To them, these items were just old trinkets with no real value. But for true collectors and appraisers, every item had a history and a price. A classic painting that looked like meaningless scribbles. It could be the work of a forgotten master. An antique teacup sold for cheap. It might be Ming Dynasty porcelain worth hundreds of millions of yen. And Ren. He was the bridge between ignorance and wealth. Every week, he visited flea markets and searched for valuable items overlooked by vendors. Once he found them, he bought them at a low price and then resold them to wealthy collectors willing to pay a fortune for their hobbies. That was Ren's source of income without relying too much on his parents' life insurance money. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. I'm home. As Ren entered the apartment, a woman with pink hair and bright blue eyes greeted him with a cheerful smile. Her hair was tied back with a red bandana, giving her a sporty and energetic vibe. Though she wore casual clothes, a plain white hoodie with the number 428 on the chest, her alluring figure was still clearly visible. She wasn't just any woman. Nakano Yotsuba, now Yusuji Yotsuba, was someone full of energy and always smiling. Even though she was married, her cheerful personality hadn't changed one bit. Welcome back, Rokuhara-san, she said, waving her hand. Yotsuba-san, thank you for taking care of Itsuki during her pregnancy. Since Itsuki became pregnant 8 months ago, Yotsuba had often come over to help with housework. Ren wasn't surprised to see her in his apartment. No problem. I'm happy to help my own sister. By the way, have you had dinner, Rokuhara-san? Not yet. Great. I've cooked something for you. Seeing him shake his head, Yotsuba went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After taking off his shoes, Ren stepped inside and saw Itsuki sitting comfortably in the living room, watching TV. Her long pink hair cascaded beautifully, with her signature ahogue sticking up on her head as if it had a life of its own. She wore red-framed glasses, which made her look more mature and intellectual, though her face remained soft and adorable. Her outfit for the day was a loose pale green sweater, yet it couldn't hide her enticing curves. The most noticeable part was her swollen belly, clear evidence that she was pregnant. A maternal aura radiated from her, giving off a gentle and warm impression, unlike Yotsuba's more cheerful and energetic vibe. As soon as she saw Ren, Itsuki smiled warmly, then in a soft but loving voice, she greeted him. Welcome home, hubby. Those words made Ren smile slightly. Though they weren't officially married yet, Itsuki was already carrying his child, and they both knew how deeply they felt for each other. Without hesitation, Ren stepped closer and lightly kissed Itsuki's lips. "I brought your favorite food," he said, pulling out a plastic bag. Itsuki's eyes sparkled as soon as she saw the meat buns in his hand. "Meat buns!" she exclaimed excitedly, then began eating heartily. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Ren stroked Itsuki's belly, which carried his child. He might be a scumbag who had impregnated his teacher at school, but that didn't mean he was irresponsible. From the kitchen, Yotsuba quietly observed their interaction. Her eyes dimmed slightly, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Though she had been married to Futaro for 2 years, they still hadn't been blessed with a child. Meanwhile, Itsuki, who wasn't even officially married, was already pregnant. Unconsciously, Yotsuba rubbed her still flat stomach. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing those negative thoughts. Now wasn't the time to feel jealous or dwell on unnecessary things. Taking a deep breath, Yotsuba refocused on her task and called out to Ren cheerfully. "Rokuhara-san, dinner's ready." "Okay." After kissing Itsuki's forehead, Ren changed out of his school uniform into casual clothes before having dinner. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The night in Tokyo was filled with neon lights and the sounds of vehicles still passing by. However, behind the city's hustle and bustle, invisible dangers always lurked. Supernatural beings could attack at any time. Ren didn't have supernatural powers to fight them directly, but he always carried magical artifacts he had obtained from flea markets thanks to Insight Gaze. After dinner, Ren escorted Yotsuba home. Her home was a luxurious apartment, but it felt so empty and cold. It wasn't because of the atmosphere, but because her husband, Futaro, was almost never home. As a salaryman in Japan, Futaro was trapped in an inhumane work cycle. Even after office hours ended, he couldn't go home immediately. He had to accompany his boss and colleagues for drinks until they were drunk, then return to work the next morning as if nothing had happened. Stress and fatigue piled up, but he had no choice. This phenomenon even had a name, karoshi, death from overwork. Yotsuba smiled weakly as she opened the door to her apartment. "Thank you for walking me home, Rokuhara-san. Don't hesitate to call me if anything happens," Ren said lightly. Yotsuba hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. After making sure Yotsuba entered safely, Ren turned and began walking home. The night grew later, and the air felt colder. As he walked, Ren remained vigilant. Every time he passed a narrow alley or an area that was too dark. Fortunately, nothing happened tonight. When he finally arrived at his apartment, Ren let out a sigh of relief. He had returned safely. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren sat relaxed on the sofa, enjoying the movie playing on the TV. Beside him, Itsuki leaned comfortably, her hand occasionally stroking her swollen belly. The dim light from the TV screen made the atmosphere feel warmer and more intimate. However, in the midst of the silence, Ren suddenly spoke up. "Itsuki, I need to tell you something." Itsuki glanced at him, slightly annoyed because she was enjoying the movie. "What?" "Masha is also pregnant." "Masha? Oh, that Russian girl. Are you sure she's pregnant? She showed me her pregnancy test during lunch. I've confirmed it's true." "I see." Normally, a woman would be angry upon learning that her husband had impregnated another woman. However, Itsuki remained calm. It wasn't that she didn't care, but monogamy had been abolished 2 years ago. The demographic crisis plaguing Japan had worsened every year. Birth rates continued to plummet, while the number of immigrant workers from abroad increased. The government, worried that Japan would lose its national identity, finally took drastic measures, allowing polygamy as a solution to boost birth rates. Of course, this policy sparked massive protests from many women in Japan. Demonstrations occurred in various cities, led by feminist activists who vehemently opposed this rule. However, with the majority of power holders being men, their voices of dissent couldn't change the government's decision. Polygamy was officially legalized and widely implemented. For some women, this new rule was a heavy blow. But for others, especially those raised in cultures that suppressed their choices in marriage, this could be an opportunity. Itsuki herself wasn't part of the group that opposed or supported it. She chose to accept reality and adapt to it. "So, you really couldn't control yourself, huh? It's not my fault I'm so attractive. You narcissist. You're the naughty student who successfully seduced your homeroom teacher and got her pregnant. Now you've even managed to impregnate a student council girl. Do you think this is something to be proud of?" Itsuki puffed her cheeks and pinched Ren's waist. The corner of Ren's eye twitched. This was the second time his waist had been pinched in just 2 days. "So, you'll take responsibility for Maria-san too, right?" Itsuki asked bitterly. "Of course. I won't run away from my responsibilities." Ren nodded. "I don't know if this should make me feel relieved or even more anxious. Thinking that I'll have to share a husband with another woman is still. It's hard to explain." Itsuki didn't feel angry, nor jealous. Perhaps because the polygamy rule had been ingrained in her mind for a long time, or maybe because she knew Ren was like this from the start. After all, no normal male student would impregnate his teacher. I'll still love you, hubby. But don't make the problem any bigger. At least, 2 for now. Don't let me hear about another woman getting pregnant because of you. Itsuki said lovingly. No one knows the future. Ren simply smiled mischievously. Itsuki glared at him sharply, but then just shook her head and leaned back on the sofa. My pregnancy has entered the safe period. If we do it carefully, I'll be fine. She whispered softly, her face blushing shyly. Ren wasn't a clueless man. He understood the implication behind those words. For a moment, he stared at Itsuki, making sure she truly wanted it. Without much ado, Ren turned off the TV and shifted his attention to Itsuki. With gentle yet firm movements, he lifted her in a princess carry, making Itsuki let out a small surprised sound. Hi-ya. Hubby. I can still walk on my own, you know. I know. But this is more romantic, right? Ren replied casually. Humph. Itsuki let out a small snort but didn't try to break free. Instead, she rested her head on Ren's chest, enjoying the warmth of the man who had become the father of her child. Ren's steps were steady as he carried her to the bedroom, passing through the dimly lit hallway of the house. Inside the room, the soft glow of the bedside lamp created a warm and intimate atmosphere. He gently laid Itsuki down on the bed, then looked at her with deep affection. I love you, Itsuki-sensei. I love you too, naughty student. You've kept your sensei full for 9 months with just your sausage and 2 eggs, you deserve a reward, Itsuki smiled softly. Ren returned her smile before leaning down, kissing her lips with deep emotion. The gentle kiss soon turned deeper, more passionate. Itsuki's fingers crept up to his neck, pulling him closer. The soft light of the bedside lamp colored the room with a warm glow. Their breaths mingled, creating their own rhythm amidst the rustling of fabric slowly coming undone. Gentle touches turned into bolder explorations, as if they were relearning every curve and warmth of each other's bodies. The bed beneath them creaked softly as they lost themselves in an endless wave of emotions. Ren's fingers traced Itsuki's skin carefully, while Itsuki leaned her head back, letting herself be carried away by the current they created together. Time seemed to slow, leaving only the two of them in a profound intimacy. In the silence of the night, the sound of heavy breaths and soft whispers filled the room. No words were needed, as every touch spoke more than 1,000 declarations of love. Outside, the moon shone brightly, as if bearing witness to the long night they spent together, letting themselves be immersed in a closeness so deep and meaningful. Chapter 6, A Lively Night. While Ren and Itsuki were enjoying their primitive pleasures, Yotsuba had just finished replying to messages from Ichika, Nino, and Miku, who were asking about Itsuki's condition. Seeing that it was already 11:30 p.m. and her husband, Futaro, still hadn't returned home, Yotsuba couldn't help but feel worried. So, she called her husband. Futaro's tired voice came through the speaker. Hello. His voice sounded slightly hoarse, like someone who had been exercising all day. Futaro, are you still at the office? Yeah, there's still work to finish. I probably won't be home until 3 a.m. You should go to sleep first. Yotsuba fell silent for a moment. It was the answer she had expected, but it still weighed heavily on her heart. All right, don't push yourself too hard, she said softly. The call ended, leaving silence in the room. Yotsuba placed her phone on the bedside table and stared blankly at the ceiling. Right now, her sexual desire was at its peak, and she didn't know how to relieve it since her husband wasn't home. She bit her lip, feeling restless. The large bed felt cold, as if reminding her that she was sleeping alone. Maybe sleeping will calm me down. After that, Yotsuba pulled up her blanket and lay down on the large bed meant for two. However, the size of the bed felt overwhelmingly big with just her in it. Why haven't I gotten pregnant yet? She whispered softly, her voice barely audible in the quiet room. She remembered how Itsuki affectionately called Ren her husband even though they weren't officially married. In contrast, she and Futaro, who had been married for 2 years, didn't even have an affectionate nickname for each other. Their relationship felt more like a couple who had just started dating rather than a married couple. Yotsuba bit her lip. Maybe it was just her imagination, but lately, she felt a distance growing between them. Futaro was always busy with work, and when he finally came home, he was too tired to have long conversations. Then, there was one thing that kept bothering her. Why haven't I gotten pregnant after 2 years of marriage? Itsuki, who's only been with Rokuhara-san for less than a year, is already pregnant. Is it just a matter of time? Or is there something wrong with me? Yotsuba let out a deep sigh. Could there be something wrong with my body, or with Futaro? The idea of consulting a doctor crossed her mind. If there was a problem, they could find a solution immediately. But should we consult father? The father of the quintuplets, Nakano Maruwa, was a renowned doctor. However, Yotsuba quickly vetoed that idea. Asking Futaro to check their fertility might hurt his feelings. She knew her husband's personality, a stubborn man who took pride in being the head of the family. If she brought up this topic without preparation, Futaro might feel like his manhood was being questioned. Yotsuba buried her face in the pillow, trying to dispel her increasingly chaotic thoughts. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Yet, that uneasy feeling remained in her heart. An hour passed unnoticed. Yotsuba had tried various sleeping positions, rolling left and right, staring at the ceiling, and then closing her eyes tightly. But no matter how hard she tried, her mind remained restless. It wasn't just because Futaro still hadn't come home, but also because of an indescribable emptiness she felt. Sorry, Futaro, I can't hold it in anymore. Biting her lip, Yotsuba got out of bed and walked to the kitchen. When she opened the fridge, she took out a long eggplant and brought it to the bedroom. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the grand, classically styled Kujou family residence, the night felt eerily quiet. The dim light from the crystal chandelier cast a faint glow on the marble floor, while the old wall clock ticked softly, marking the passage of time. In one of the rooms on the second floor, a girl sat at her desk, immersed in her work. She had a strikingly beautiful face, her pale porcelain skin almost seemed translucent under the light. Her sharp, sapphire blue eyes, full of calmness, hinted at extraordinary intelligence, paired with a cold expression that seemed to keep the world at a distance. Her long silver hair flowed softly, neatly tied into a half ponytail, adding to her elegant aura. She was Ayase Mikhailovna Kujou, or Alya, as her family and close ones called her. As the younger sister of Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, she was known as a graceful and talented figure, yet also cold in the eyes of many. After spending several hours flipping through the pages of a thick textbook in front of her, Alya finally closed it with a soft sigh. Fatigue began to creep into her body, and she realized it was already late. Although diligent in her studies, she also understood the importance of maintaining her health. Getting enough sleep would help her focus better at school tomorrow. I didn't realize it was this late. Masha is probably already asleep. Alya guessed. However, before resting, there was one thing she needed to do first. Getting up from her chair, Alya stretched for a moment before walking out of her room, her footsteps almost soundless. Elegantly, she made her way to the dimly lit hallway, intending to use the bathroom before bed. As she neared the bathroom, her ears caught a strange sound, a faint choking noise, followed by the unmistakable sound of vomiting coming from behind the door. Her brow furrowed. The sound was coming from inside the bathroom. Masha. Without thinking, Alya stepped closer. But before she could knock, the door opened on its own, and there, in front of the toilet, was her older sister, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, or Masha, as she was more commonly called, crouching with a pale face. Her hands gripped the edge of the toilet, while her body still trembled slightly from the lingering nausea. Worried, Alya immediately approached her. Masha. Are you sick? Should I call an ambulance? She asked anxiously, ready to turn and grab her phone. Masha shook her head slowly, though her expression still looked exhausted. In a soft voice, she reassured her younger sister. I'm fine, Alya-chan. It's just a little discomfort. No need to worry. Alya wasn't entirely convinced. Her eyes scrutinized her sister's face but found no clear signs of illness. Still, she crouched beside Masha and gently patted her back, trying to provide comfort. Drink some water first. She took a glass from the sink and handed it to Masha. Her sister accepted it with a faint smile and sipped the water slowly. After a while, Masha seemed a little better. Alya helped guide her out of the bathroom and escorted her back to her room. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? Alya asked once more as they arrived at Masha's room. I'm sure. It's just fatigue. Don't worry, Alya-chan. It's already late, you should get some sleep. Masha answered softly. There was no way she could say the reason she was vomiting was because she was in the early stages of pregnancy, right? What kind of expression would Alya make? Masha kind of wanted to see it but dismissed the thought. Although not entirely convinced, Alya didn't want to press further. She knew her sister wasn't the type to make others worry unnecessarily. All right, if anything happens, call me, okay? Of course. With that, Alya bid her sister good night and left the room. However, her mind was still filled with questions. Lately, Masha had been vomiting frequently. She also craved sour foods more often, something she had never liked before. This isn't like the usual Masha. Alya frowned. But even in her wildest imagination, she never would have guessed that her virtuous, image-conscious older sister would be pregnant, while still a high school student. Chapter 7, Annoying Feminists. The summer heat was already scorching even in the morning. The sun shone mercilessly, its rays piercing through the windows and curtains, making the air inside the room feel even more stifling. In the still dark room, only the sound of calm breathing could be heard. Clothes were scattered on the floor, bearing witness to what had happened the night before. A faint, distinct scent still lingered in the air, mixed with the lingering aroma of bodies clinging to the sheets. On the bed, Itsuki was sound asleep, her face peaceful though still showing traces of exhaustion. Her usually neat light pink hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her temples from sweat. It's morning already, huh? Ren slowly opened his eyes. He didn't get up immediately, just stared at the ceiling for a moment before shifting his gaze to the woman sleeping beside him. Her face looked softer in sleep, different from her usual serious and firm demeanor. Not wanting to wake her, Ren carefully got out of bed. He pulled the blanket over Itsuki's body, then gathered his scattered clothes before leaving the room. His steps took him to the bathroom. After washing his face and taking a cold shower to refresh his still slightly tired body, he put on his school uniform. Ohananomizu High School had a standard uniform for male students, consisting of a dark blue blazer and matching trousers. The blazer had 3 pockets, 2 on the sides and 1 on the left chest, and most students also wore a white shirt or blouse underneath. As he walked to the kitchen, his eyes caught sight of covered plates on the dining table. It was the leftover food Yotsuba had made last night. Without much thought, he grabbed it and started reheating it in the microwave. The sound of the TV playing in the background caught his attention. While waiting for his food to heat up, he sat on the sofa and watched the news. On the screen, a reporter stood in front of the wreckage of a collapsed building. This morning, a gas explosion occurred in the Shinjuku district. Authorities have secured the area and confirmed no fatalities, although several people sustained minor injuries from shattered glass and falling debris. Investigations are still ongoing to determine the exact cause of the incident. Ren narrowed his eyes. He leaned back on the sofa, watching the news with a skeptical expression. Another gas explosion, huh? Happening way too often lately. He muttered in disgust. Most likely just an excuse to cover up something related to supernatural beings. If only I could find a heretic god and kill it. If he could obtain a divine authority, Ren wouldn't have to live in fear of dying without knowing the cause, all because of supernatural entities. With such power, he could dominate the beings lurking in the shadows of the world. However, he was aware that there was probably an organization handling these phenomena. If not, society would have collapsed long ago. Ding! The sound of the microwave brought Ren back to reality. He stood up, grabbed the reheated food, and began eating quietly. The warmth spread across his tongue, but his mind was still filled with thoughts of heretic gods and the possible organizations out there. After finishing his meal, he quickly washed the dishes and headed to the front door. Putting on his shoes casually, he took a deep breath before leaving. Suddenly, Itsuki appeared from the hallway, her steps sluggish. Her hair was a mess, her eyes still sleepy, and her body was only covered by a blanket that had slipped slightly off her shoulders, revealing her smooth skin and her large belly due to her 8-month pregnancy. "Hubby. Have a safe trip, be careful on the way," she said in a hoarse voice, still groggy from sleep. Ren stepped closer, pulled her waist, and kissed her deeply. Itsuki let out a soft moan but didn't resist. Their lips stayed together for a few seconds before Ren finally pulled away. Itsuki looked at him with half-open eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I'm off," Ren said lightly before turning and opening the door. Behind him, Itsuki could only sigh and shake her head with a small smile. As usual, the two of them really looked like a newlywed couple still burning with passion. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Since early morning, the train station had been packed with people crowding to wait. Office workers with tired faces stood in line, some still yawning, while high school students like Ren prepared to board the train to their schools. As the train arrived, the familiar announcement echoed throughout the platform. Passengers began moving, pushing their way into the already packed trains. The Oshiya staff stood by the doors, ready to help squeeze people in. Ren was lucky enough to snag a window seat. He leaned back comfortably, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning that slightly alleviated the summer heat. Around him, other passengers stood packed together, with almost no room to move. Out of the corner of his eye, a female office worker held onto a hand strap with one hand while the other busily typed on her phone. An elderly man closed his eyes, perhaps trying to steal a moment of sleep before reaching his destination. Ren leaned back, staring out the window, his thoughts drifting. Should I buy a car? This daily commute in a packed train is quite exhausting. Besides, I'm not short on money. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. He wasn't old enough to get a driver's license. Inside the train, the atmosphere remained quiet as usual. The Japanese were known for their calm demeanor in public facilities, unlike some foreign tourists who sometimes weren't used to this culture. It was then that a blonde woman, most likely a tourist, glared at Ren sitting comfortably. With an annoyed tone, she asked in slightly stiff Japanese. "Hey, aren't you ashamed to sit so comfortably while a woman in front of you is standing?" Ren raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a flat expression. "Are you pregnant?" he asked casually. The woman frowned and answered, "No." "Then, are you seeking equality?" Ren smiled faintly. "Of course." The woman nodded firmly. Without hesitation, Ren closed his eyes for a moment, then said in a relaxed tone, "Then stand. Equality means we all get the same treatment, right? The country and religion give women privileges, but you still want equality. How foolish." PFFFTTT. Some passengers nearby who had been quietly listening to the conversation exchanged glances. Some held back smiles, while others pretended not to care. "You." The woman's face turned red, a mix of anger and embarrassment. She seemed to want to argue but couldn't find a strong enough rebuttal. In the end, she just clicked her tongue in annoyance and chose to stay silent. What bad luck, I ran into an annoying feminist, Ren grumbled inwardly. Throughout the ride, Ren could feel the woman's sharp gaze on him. However, he simply ignored it. When the train reached his stop, the woman got off with an annoyed expression, while Ren just smiled faintly, feeling slightly amused by the small interaction. Chapter 8, Fuji Natsuo. On his way to school, Ren took a shortcut. Unlike the previous path, which was crowded with students, there were almost no people around. As he walked up the hill, he felt something touch his foot. Looking down, he found an orange rolling slowly. Ren picked it up and instinctively looked up in the direction it came from. At the top of the hill, a mature woman was kneeling, busy picking up scattered groceries on the ground. Her shopping bag had torn, causing vegetables, fruits, and other food items to spill onto the road. Ren recognized her immediately. The woman had long pink hair, flowing beautifully with soft waves at the ends. Her face was beautiful, with sapphire blue eyes that brought calm to anyone who looked at them. Her expression was gentle and serene, reflecting a patient and sincere personality. She would be an obedient wife, and would even endure if her husband were to commit domestic violence against her. Her body was proportional and curvaceous, with tempting curves yet still exuding an elegant aura. The way she moved was so gentle, as if she were the embodiment of warmth and affection. Ren sighed. He couldn't just ignore her. The woman was one of the Nakano quintuplets, Nakano Miku. In other words, Itsuki's sister. After staring at her for a moment, Ren finally stepped forward and approached her. Looks like you need some help, Miku-san. Miku, who was busy gathering her groceries, looked up, startled to see Ren in front of her. Eh? Ah. Ren-kun. Sorry, I was a bit careless. The shopping bag suddenly tore. Miku blinked, then smiled softly. Without waiting for a response, Ren crouched down and began helping her gather the items. You don't need to apologize. I happened to pass by, so consider it fate. Miku chuckled softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Well then, thank you. As they started walking, Ren glanced at the groceries she was carrying. Are these for the cafe supplies? Miku turned to him and smiled. Yes, most of it is for the cafe. We always try to use fresh ingredients every day, so Nino and I take turns shopping. After graduating from college, the Nakano quintuplets each pursued their own paths. Ichika became a famous actress with hit movies, Nino and Miku opened a coffee shop together, Yotsuba became a physical education teacher at Shichian Academy, and Itsuki taught science at Ohananomizu High School. Of course, Ren knew them through Itsuki. After all, when the fact that Itsuki was pregnant could no longer be hidden, her family was the first to find out. As a result, Ren had a rather complicated relationship with the quintuplets. Ren rummaged through his bag and pulled out his own shopping bag, handing it to Miku. Use this. Miku blinked, slightly surprised. Eh? No need, Ren-kun. I can carry them like this. Ren looked at her with a flat expression. Your bag is torn. If you keep insisting, your groceries might fall again. Just take it, I have plenty. Miku bit her lip hesitantly, but... Don't be stubborn, Miku-san. Just take it. Ren interjected, urging her with a look that said he wasn't in the mood to argue. Miku finally relented and accepted the bag with a small smile. Thank you, I'll return it later. No need. Consider it payment for free coffee at the cafe next time. Ren said casually. So this is a transaction, huh? Miku smiled faintly. You could say that. Ren shrugged. As they walked, Miku noticed that Ren was carrying 2 bags on his back. She couldn't help but feel curious. By the way, what's in the other bag? Ren glanced at the bag on his shoulder and answered casually, a bow and arrows. I didn't expect you to be into archery. That's cool. Miku looked at him with admiration. It's nothing special. I just do what I like. Ren replied with a faint smile. Miku stared at him for a moment before saying, by the way, you recognized me at a glance. Aside from Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Futaro, even our friends often have trouble telling us apart. I'm blessed with a photographic memory. Even if all 5 of you disguised yourselves to look the same, I'm confident I could tell you apart accurately. Photographic memory, huh? That's amazing. And also, we haven't done something like that in a long time. Honestly, Miku was a little envious of Ren's innate talent. If she had a photographic memory back in high school, she wouldn't have struggled so much with studying. As they continued their walk, they finally arrived in front of a small cafe with a warm and cozy design. The aroma of fresh coffee wafted from inside. Thank you for helping me carry the groceries, Ren-kun. Want to stop by for a bit? I can make you a sandwich. No, thank you. I need to get to school. Ren declined Miku's polite invitation. He could feel the hostility from behind the cafe window. Nino didn't like him. How could she? He was the man who got Itsuki pregnant without marriage, something that crossed Nino's bottom line. I'll get going now. Goodbye, Miku-san. All right. Be careful on your way, Ren-kun. Mika seemed to sense the tension but chose not to address it. She simply smiled and waved at Ren. Without another word, Ren turned and continued his journey to school, leaving the cafe and Nino's cold gaze behind. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On a rarely used staircase, the two Scumbag, Rokuhara Ren and Fuji Natsuo, met to boast about their achievements, something 99% of male students could never accomplish, impregnating woman teachers. Ren leaned his back against the wall, while Natsuo sat with his legs stretched out casually on the steps. You bastard. You actually did it. Got Nakano-sensei pregnant. I thought you were just bragging. Natsuo chuckled. Well, I just did what I wanted. Before I knew it, she was pregnant. Ren shrugged with a relaxed expression. I don't know whether to be jealous or think you're crazy, Ren. You don't need to be jealous, right, Natsuo? You also managed to sleep with Tachibana-sensei. Yeah, but you know. Tachibana-sensei is different. She's not the type to force me to take responsibility or anything. I'm still free, while you. I'm sure the Nakano family wants to kill you. Natsuo wasn't lying to Ren. In fact, Tachibana Hina was his homeroom teacher and also his stepsister. Not wanting to burden her stepbrother, Hina refused to tell her parents who the father of her child was, causing a rift in the family. It could be said that her love for Natsuo surpassed Itsuki's for Ren. After all, Itsuki didn't want her family's harmony to fall apart just for a man. Fortunately, Ren was very skilled at maneuvering and managed to gain the approval of the quintuplets' father, Nakano Maruwa. You're right. Ren acknowledged Natsuo's words. Nakano-sensei chose me herself. They can only be angry, but in the end, the decision is hers. Besides, they don't want her to be a single parent. You're really impressive, Ren. Natsuo gave a thumbs up to Ren's cunning and calculated attitude. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have handled the situation better than Ren. Among the male students at this school, maybe only the two of us are bold enough to sleep with our teachers, huh? Natsuo puffed out his chest proudly. Seriously, we're top-tier scumbag, bro. They laughed together, two young men living beyond the boundaries of ordinary norms. As fellow scumbag, their bond was solid. If this were ancient times, they would have exchanged sake and become sworn brothers. Chapter 9, The Generous Rokuhara Ren. Ren strolled leisurely down the quiet hallway after parting ways with Natsuo. Not many students were around, as most had already entered their classrooms. It was then that his eyes caught a familiar figure, Masha. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. An opportunity like this was too precious to pass up. With light steps, he crept up behind her, making sure Masha didn't notice his presence. Once he was close enough, Ren quickly covered Masha's mouth with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist. Without giving her time to react, he dragged her into an empty room nearby. MMMPPPP. As expected, Masha struggled in panic, her body tense as she tried to break free. But after a few seconds, she stopped fighting once she recognized Ren's face. Her eyes widened, then turned into a sharp glare. Ren finally released his grip. Before she could say anything, Masha immediately pouted. Goodness, Ren-kun, you almost gave me a heart attack. I thought I was being kidnapped. Your reaction was cute, Masha. Ren shrugged without a hint of guilt. Ren winced slightly when Masha's foot landed on his shoe, but his relaxed expression remained unchanged. Ouch, that's cruel. I just wanted to tease you a little. Masha was still pouting, but the blush on her cheeks couldn't be hidden. That wasn't teasing. What if I had actually fainted from shock? Ren chuckled, tilting his head as he looked at Masha's still flushed face. If you had fainted earlier, I would have given you CPR. No, let's do it now, he said in a teasing tone. Understanding the implication of his words, Masha's eyes widened. Please, Ren-kun, don't do it here. Unfortunately, Ren leaned in, tilting his body until their faces were only a few centimeters apart. Masha's breathing became irregular, and she glanced nervously at the door, afraid someone might see them. But strangely, she didn't move away, as if waiting for something. Ren saw the opportunity and didn't waste it. He cupped Masha's face with both hands, and their lips met. Masha gasped, her body stiffening for a moment before eventually melting into the kiss. A warm sensation spread through her chest as Ren deepened the kiss. Her hands, which had been clenched, slowly rose and wrapped around his neck. Their kiss grew more intense, their breaths mingling. Ren felt Masha gradually responding, a little awkward but full of emotion. It was as if time in the room had stopped, leaving only the two of them. A few seconds later, Masha was the first to pull away, her face completely red like a tomato. Ha. Ha. You're so mean, Ren-kun. Masha breathed heavily, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. You didn't reject me, did you? Ren smiled faintly, watching the shy girl. Hearing that, Masha's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Hurry and go to your class before someone sees us. She said softly, showing she wasn't angry about Ren's earlier boldness. It was just a kiss. No big deal. After all, the two of them had already done things far beyond that, to the point where their love had blossomed in Masha's belly. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Ren chuckled, not wanting to embarrass Masha further. However, before leaving, he glanced briefly at Masha's slightly disheveled clothes, a result of his earlier actions. Ren-kun, you pervert. Masha quickly straightened her uniform and pulled up her panties, which had slipped down past the hem of her skirt. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren hurried to Class 2B. When he entered, the atmosphere in the classroom was still quite relaxed, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. He walked casually to his seat and sat down comfortably. Good morning, Ren. Ren saw Masachika sitting in front of him, turning around with a friendly smile. Morning, Q's. Ren greeted him warmly. After all, he had taken the childhood friend Masachika liked, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, aka Masha. How did he know? Of course, because he had watched Rashadir in his previous life. Thanks to his photographic memory, he remembered the details accurately, including Masachika's feelings for Masha. However, the plot had changed. Masha was now his through hypnosis. Masachika might still have feelings for her, but unfortunately, he was too late. Noticing Alya's sharp gaze fixed on Masachika, Ren raised an eyebrow. Masachika, did you make Elisa-san angry? She keeps glaring at you with scary eyes. Ha ha ha. This is normal. Scratching his head, Masachika laughed awkwardly, not elaborating further. Sigh. What a shame. Alya's at Sundara. She's not my type. Ren sighed inwardly. That was also why he had never been interested in her, even though he knew Alya was weak to hypnosis like her sister, Masha. If Alya had a gentle personality like her sister, Ren would have already made her his. Even Scumbag have their own tastes. Ren didn't like Sundara women, in his opinion, they were just a waste of time with their annoying attitudes. No matter how beautiful Alya was, he had absolutely no interest in her. Well, since I took the girl Q's liked, I'll give Alya to him as compensation. Thinking this, Ren felt like a generous person. Not long after, Masha arrived and sat in her seat, which wasn't next to Ren. As if nothing had happened, her gentle demeanor remained the same as usual. However, Ren didn't miss one small detail, her ears were red. Masachika suddenly noticed something and looked at him curiously. Ren, there's a red mark on your neck. Did a mosquito bite you? Ren glanced briefly at Masha, who immediately lowered her head, trying to hide the blush on her face. His smile widened. Casually, he rubbed his neck. Yeah, you could say that. Masachika simply nodded without suspicion, while Alya glanced at Masha with an indescribable expression. Ren held back a laugh. If Masachika knew it wasn't a mosquito bite, but a hickey Masha had given him earlier, how would he react? Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed in the hallway, their rhythmic tapping growing closer as the classroom atmosphere gradually quieted. When the sound stopped right in front of the door, all the students straightened their backs, waiting for the familiar figure to step in. Kirisu Mafuyu appeared with her usual cold expression. Graceful yet without preamble, she walked to the podium, her confident steps making the classroom atmosphere even more tense. Every movement reflected discipline and undeniable authority. Compared to other, friendlier teachers, Mafuyu's aura felt cold and stern, exerting psychological pressure on the students. She placed her teaching materials on the desk before her gaze swept across the room. As soon as her eyes scanned the room, most people immediately corrected their posture. No whispers, no murmurs. Only an oppressive silence. In Japan, the teaching profession was highly respected. Teachers were seen as authority figures to be obeyed. However, for certain students, Ren and Natsuo, that boundary had long since eroded. They had crossed a taboo line most high school students wouldn't dare touch. Mafuyu took a light breath before speaking. Alright, let's continue with today's material. Her tone remained flat, showing no excessive emotion, but it was clear enough to make all the students focus. Without waiting, she began writing on the blackboard, listing the historical period they would discuss today. Meanwhile, some students began taking diligent notes. Others, though seemingly focused on the board, were actually struggling to stay awake. No one dared to speak or let their attention wander too far. The lesson began in the disciplined silence only a figure like Mafuyu could create. Chapter 10, Great Sage Equaling Heaven. After school. In front of the lockers, Ren was changing his shoes. As he was about to leave the school, a girl's voice called out to him. Rokuhara-senpai. Ren turned around. The girl was his junior in the archery club, Sonoda Umi. She had a slender figure, long dark blue hair with 3 bangs framing her face, and her brown eyes looked slightly nervous. Umi had the qualities of a Yamato Nadeshiko, a polite and traditional Japanese woman. Because of this, she was usually shy when interacting with people she didn't know well. Even with those she felt comfortable around, she remained quiet and less provoked. It was precisely because of Umi's shy personality that Ren didn't expect her to initiate a conversation with him first. What's up, Umi-san? He asked curiously. Umi bit her lip for a moment before finally speaking in a soft voice. Are you planning to rejoin the archery club? Ren stared at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. What makes you think that? Avoided eye contact, then slowly pointed to the archery bag on his back. Ren understood her meaning and just chuckled softly. Oh, this. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it for the archery club. It's for self-defense, he said, patting the bag. Hearing that, Umi's expression changed slightly. It wasn't overt sadness, but there was a subtle disappointment on her face. I see, she murmured softly. Ren watched her for a moment before leaning back against the lockers. Do you want me to come back, Umi-san? Umi tensed slightly, then hesitantly nodded. Rokuhara-senpai is very talented. You won the national high school archery competition. You brought glory to our school and the archery club. However, after you left, this year's competition was won by Shinomiya Kagaya from Shuchiin Academy. Ren showed no reaction to her words. The girl's sad expression wasn't enough to change his decision. I don't plan on coming back. There are more important matters than archery. Umi bit her lip, then asked, what matters? A secret. Ren smirked slightly. Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth. In his heart, the important matters he referred to were playing around with his women. If Umi knew, all her admiration and respect for Ren would vanish in an instant. Realizing Ren couldn't be persuaded, Umi stopped pushing. However, after a moment of hesitation, she asked, Senpai, do you know about Yum-san? Did something happen to her? Yum-san has been missing for a week without any news. Yum was also a member of the archery club. She was a cheerful, sociable, and easygoing girl. It was hard to imagine her suddenly disappearing without a trace. In a worried tone, Umi explained, her parents have already reported it to the police as a missing person case, but so far, there's been no progress. Ren thought for a moment, then muttered, missing. Considering Yum's personality, I think it's unlikely she ran away from home. If she didn't run away, then there's another bad possibility, she was kidnapped. I think so too, senpai. So it's already started. Yum didn't run away from home or get kidnapped. She crossed over to another world called Grimgar. Even if Ren told the truth, Umi wouldn't believe him. With nothing more to discuss, Umi returned to the archery club, while Ren left the school. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren strolled leisurely through the rows of flea market stalls, his sharp eyes scanning every corner with his ever-active insight gaze. It wasn't without reason that he returned to this place. Before thoroughly checking every stall, he wouldn't move on to another flea market. The air was filled with the scent of old wood, rusted iron, and a hint of damp earth, creating the unique atmosphere of this place. The vendors sat behind their stalls, offering a variety of items, from worn-out jewelry, rusty swords, ancient statues, to yellowed scrolls eaten away by time. Most of the visitors were middle-aged to elderly people. For them, collecting antiques was a hobby and a form of nostalgia. However, the presence of a high school student like Ren was a rare sight. Some of the older folks glanced at him briefly, perhaps surprised to see a young person who seemed to understand their world. But no one bothered him. In this market, everyone was busy with their own affairs. An hour passed. Ren continued his steps, meticulously combing through each stall with great patience. He had long understood that true treasures wouldn't be found in haste. Then, his steps halted. In the corner of a small, unremarkable stall, he saw a piece of limestone. An ordinary stone. That's how it seemed to others. No carvings, no unique patterns, just a piece of rock that, if placed on the side of the road, might not even be picked up. But his insight gaze saw the truth behind the stone. Limestone contains a strand of hair from the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. The hair is part of the divine authority of shape-shifting, capable of transforming into almost any imaginable form, whether it be animals, other humanoid creatures, or even inanimate objects. According to myth, it can transform into 72 different forms. Several hundred years ago, the storm god Susanoo trapped Sun Wukong and sealed him in a remote dimension. Before being fully sealed, Sun Wukong threw out a strand of his hair, hoping his clone would help break the seal from the outside. However, the seal was so powerful that it severed any connection. The hair has long lost its magical energy and can only be used once by whoever holds it. Ren's eyes widened slightly as he read the description of the limestone in his hand. A strand of Sun Wukong's hair, part of the divine authority of shape-shifting. Lady Fortuna must be on my side. Yesterday, I found one artifact related to a god, and now, on the second day, I've found another valuable item. I look like the protagonist of a Xianxia novel who always stumbles upon lucky encounters wherever I go. Ren couldn't help but smile faintly. This was a true jackpot. He glanced around. The stall owner, an old man with a weary face, was busy reading a newspaper, completely unaware of how valuable the item he was selling was. Kid, that's just an ordinary stone. If you like it, take it for 500 yen. The old man said without looking up from his newspaper. 500 yen. That's even cheaper than a curry rice at the school cafeteria. Holding back his excitement, Ren took out a coin from his pocket and handed it over without hesitation. I'll take this, old man. Okay. The stone's yours now. The old man nodded lightly, still engrossed in his reading. Ren didn't want to linger. After ensuring the transaction was complete, he immediately headed to a quieter corner of the market. Now, how do I use this thing? He stared at the limestone in his palm. Based on the inside gaze description, Sun Wukong's hair inside could only be used once, and its effects were truly extraordinary. Shape-shifting, huh? Can transform into almost any imaginable form. Ren thought quickly. In many myths, Sun Wukong was known for his 72 transformations, which allowed him to transform into living creatures, inanimate objects, and even natural elements like water and fire. If he could use it correctly, limitless possibilities opened up before him. If becoming a Campione was just a daydream before, now that chance is within reach. The only problem. Finding a heretic god. Courage. I've never lacked courage. Without fighting a heretic god and seizing their divine authority, it's impossible for me to become a Campione. But before that, I need information. Ren needed to confirm whether the Campione plot had already begun or not. If this world hadn't entered the main events yet, then there was another path he could take: steal Prometheus' grimoire from Kusanagi Gado, then head to Italy to kill the war god Varathragna. With a casual step, he carefully stored the limestone in his bag. There was no reason to linger at the flea market anymore. The next destination, Akihabara Electric Town. Chapter 11, Hime Miko receives a prophecy. Hime Miko. They are women descended from the divine ancestor, the former Earth Mother Goddess. They hold a high status in Japanese mage association and are blessed with various innate abilities that ordinary people cannot learn. These abilities include spirit vision, which allows them to access the void memories in the netherworld, granting them insights into the past and, indirectly, predictions of the future. Additionally, they possess powers such as telekinesis, spirit sensing, disaster purification, and future prophecy, divination. That afternoon, in the temple courtyard bathed in the light of the setting sun, a high school girl named Maria Yuri was calmly sweeping. Her uniform skirt fluttered slightly in the evening breeze, and the soft sound of her broom blended with the distant chirping of birds. Yuri was one of the Hime Miko with the strongest spirit vision, although she was still learning to control her abilities. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The world around her shook as her spirit vision activated without warning. In an instant, she caught a glimpse of the future, a vague silhouette of an archer from the mainland searching for a trapped monkey, and a young man claiming the throne of a new supreme ruler. The vision was so intense that her head throbbed sharply. Dizziness struck her, and her body staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yuri-san. Another Miko rushed to catch her before she fell completely. What happened to you? Ha. Ha. Yuri struggled to catch her breath. Her face was pale, and cold sweat dripped from her temples. In a weak voice, she described the vision she had seen. Her words were fragmented, her interpretation difficult to grasp, but the anxiety implied within them was palpable. Contact the History Compilation Committee. Yuri whispered, her hand gripping the arm of the Miko holding her. They must know, a Devil King will be born in Japan. A Devil King. Tension filled the temple. The Mikas exchanged worried glances. But what was more surprising was that Yuri wasn't the only one experiencing this. All Hime Miko with spirit vision abilities had similar experiences. Some of them were still sitting, gasping for breath, while others were trying to make sense of the visions they had received. This was no coincidence. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Akihabara is a paradise for otaku around the world. Along the streets, cosplayers strolled casually in various anime character costumes, maids stood on the sidewalks handing out flyers with charming smiles, while stores were filled with anime merchandise, manga, and cutting-edge electronics. However, Ren was no longer the otaku he had been in his previous life. His perspective on Akihabara had changed. Today, he had come not to hunt for merchandise, but to buy the best-spec laptop available on the market. In addition to being the center of ACG culture, Akihabara is also known as the best place in Japan for electronics and parts shopping. Ren stepped into one of the largest electronics stores. A store employee, a middle-aged man in a neat uniform, greeted him politely. Welcome. How can I help you? Without hesitation, Ren immediately listed the specifications he wanted: the fastest processor, the largest RAM, the most powerful graphics card, the best SSD storage, and a high refresh rate screen. The employee was stunned. It wasn't every day he heard such a request from a high school student. A computer with those specs is very expensive. Ren simply smiled faintly. He didn't need an explanation about the price. Unlike ordinary high school students who relied on pocket money from their parents, Ren had his own source of wealth. With insight gaze, he could assess the true value of antiques or historical artifacts that most people considered worthless. Thanks to this supernatural ability, he had profited from selling rare artworks and artifacts he found at flea markets or antique auctions. Thanks to this business, his wealth far exceeded the annual salaries of dozens of salarymen. Just show me the best one. A few minutes later, Ren left the store with his dream laptop in hand. This laptop wasn't for gaming, but a tool for gathering information. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Arriving at the apartment, Ren took off his shoes and announced, "I'm home." In the living room, two young women were doing yoga. "You're back, hubby." Itsuki, his unmarried, beautiful wife with long pink hair, smiled warmly, greeting him gently. Yotsuba turned and greeted him cheerfully. "Welcome back, Rokuhara-san." However, that simple happiness soon turned into a scene that made Yotsuba annoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, Ren stepped closer and kissed Itsuki. Their lips met, and it wasn't just a simple kiss, their tongues intertwined. Under Yotsuba's awkward and envious gaze, Itsuki shyly returned the kiss from the men who had made her belly swell for 9 months. This wasn't the first time. Yotsuba had often witnessed moments like this. However, every time she saw their intimacy, she couldn't help but compare it to her own relationship with her husband. The comparison was utterly disgusting. With cheeks flushed red, Itsuki finally broke the kiss and glanced at Yotsuba, who was watching them. Trying to normalize the atmosphere, Itsuki cleared her throat and asked, "What did you bring?" Ren held up the shopping bag from Akihabara. "A new laptop." Itsuki simply nodded, not asking further. Beside her, Yotsuba could only puff her cheeks and look away. It felt unfair. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After that, Ren went to his room. He changed out of his uniform into casual clothes, then placed his new laptop on the study desk. Ren sat in front of his new laptop, his fingers beginning to dance across the keyboard. The first step was to install various specialized software. Unlike most people who only downloaded standard applications, Ren installed hacking tools rarely known to the general public. His plan was simple, to hack into the government's information database. For him, this wasn't just a casual experiment or a test of his skills. He needed information about the Campione. Only then could he formulate a plan. No knowledge is useless, only time has yet to prove its value. Wow, who would have thought the hacking skills I learned out of curiosity would be so useful? Ren was grateful that his past self fell into the category of people who like to try new things. With his photographic memory, Ren had studied many disciplines, including hacking. But he didn't just learn on his own. Thanks to the resources of the Nine Dragons family, he had the opportunity to learn directly under the guidance of HMEI-7, one of the best hackers in Indonesia. To the average person, the name HMEI-7 might sound unfamiliar, but in the hacker community, HMEI-7 was quite respected. His name had once been listed as a top mass defacer on Zone H. Many large sites, such as Pizza Hut, IBM, and other major sites, had been successfully hacked by him. According to data from zone-h.org, he had taken down 294,402 websites, including 139,721 single IPs and 154,681 mass defacements. Done. Let's begin. Having completed all the necessary preparations, Ren could start hacking anytime. Chapter 12, Nakano Rena's Past. Click. When the bedroom door opened, Ren didn't need to turn around to know who had entered. The soft footsteps, the distinct vanilla scent, and the calming presence, it could only be Itsuki. If it were Yotsuba, she would have knocked first. As he expected, the pregnant Itsuki walked over, carrying a glass of milk in her hand. "You must be tired after school. I brought you a drink, hubby." Hubby. The word sounded natural from her lips, as if their relationship had already lasted for years. They weren't even officially married or engaged yet. Ren smiled faintly, closing his laptop temporarily and taking the offered glass. Thanks. Itsuki-sensei. Itsuki frowned, clearly displeased with the title. "Don't call me sensei. It's weird, and besides, we've already crossed the normal boundaries of a teacher-student relationship." Ren finished her sentence with a mischievous smile. "You're so." Itsuki's face turned red. She let out a soft huff, placing the glass of milk on the table before sitting on the edge of the bed. With her growing pregnancy, her movements were a bit more careful, but her expression remained as gentle as ever. Hee. Ren just chuckled. From the corner of his eye, he could see Itsuki sitting there, rubbing her slightly swollen belly. Although she often complained about Ren's childish behavior, she secretly enjoyed the attentive presence of her husband. "Thank you, hubby." Itsuki suddenly expressed her gratitude. "For what?" Ren asked, confused. Itsuki clasped her hands together, staring at her growing belly. "For staying here, for not leaving me after I got pregnant." Ren fell silent. He could sense deeper emotions hidden behind those words. Before he could ask further, Itsuki continued in a soft voice. "I want to tell you something about my mother." Ren raised an eyebrow. Although he already knew the true story, he chose to listen quietly. Taking a deep breath, Itsuki began to recount the past of her mother, Rina. The biological father of the quintuplets wasn't Nakano Maruo. The man who should have been their father figure wasn't the one who gave them his blood. Their real father was Muto Jinasuke, a middle-aged man in his 40s who worked as a high school teacher. Rina was just one of Jinosuke's students during her high school years. For whatever reason, Rina fell in love with Jinosuke, a man more than 3 decades older than her. As a student, she should have seen him as a teacher, not as a man she could love. However, feelings couldn't be controlled so easily. Jinosuke himself initially kept his distance. He knew how dangerous such a relationship could be. But Rina was persistent. Whether it was her charm, her sincerity, or perhaps the man's own mistake of not being firm enough, Jinosuke eventually fell into the trap of emotions that shouldn't have existed. Their relationship unfolded in the shadows of secrecy. When Rina found out she was pregnant, she was faced with a huge dilemma. What should she do? Tell the truth? That would undoubtedly ruin her life and Jinosuke's as well. But reality was crueler than Rina had imagined. After Jinosuke learned that Rina was pregnant with quintuplets, the men disappeared without a trace. No message. No explanation. Just painful silence. Rina was left alone with an overwhelming responsibility. She was too young to raise 5 children on her own, but she had no other choice. She refused to abort the babies in her womb. Perhaps due to trauma, or perhaps because she didn't want her daughters to end up like her, Rina always reminded her 5 daughters to be careful when choosing a man. However, even though Rina managed to raise them, her sacrifices were too great. The heavy burden she carried alone slowly eroded her health. Working tirelessly, the accumulating stress, and the constant pressure of life. Eventually, her body gave out. She passed away at a relatively young age, leaving her 5 daughters with wounds that couldn't fully heal. Itsuki finished her story with a trembling voice. Isn't it ironic? My mother fell in love with a high school teacher and ended up pregnant. Meanwhile, I became the teacher who got pregnant by her student. The difference is, I'm luckier than my mother. You take responsibility for your actions, hubby. Unlike my biological father, who was a scumbag and ran away. You'll never run away from this, right? Of course. I'll never leave my woman, even if you try to run away from me. Hearing Ren's answer, Itsuki stood up, her steps firm but slightly hurried. Itsuki leaned in, taking the initiative. The kiss came unexpectedly. Her tongue boldly slipped into Ren's lips, as if trying to break all the tension between them. Ren was surprised when Itsuki suddenly pulled him into the kiss. Usually, he was the one who took the initiative, but this time, Itsuki was leading. The kiss was filled with emotions hard to put into words, not just affection but also trust, relief, and deep feelings she had kept hidden in her heart. Ren could feel Itsuki's slightly trembling fingers gripping his shoulders, pulling him closer. Their lips pressed tightly together, warm and seeking comfort in the silence of the room, filled only with the sound of their breaths. When they finally parted, Itsuki looked at him with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed, but her lips curved into a small smile. I just wanted to make sure this is real. Itsuki whispered softly. I'll always be here for you. Ren gently touched her cheek. Thirsty after the kiss, Ren picked up the glass of milk Itsuki had brought, which was sitting on the table. Without thinking, he took a sip. However, as soon as it touched his tongue, an odd taste hit him. Huh. Ren froze, his confusion evident on his face. It didn't taste like regular milk, instead, it was chewy and slightly thick. Did you notice, hubby? Itsuki asked shyly. Could it be? Ren looked at Itsuki, who was now standing with her arms crossed over her chest. That's not regular milk. That's my breast milk. What? Now my breasts are the biggest among the quintuplets. They feel so heavy and sore from producing milk, and it's all your fault. That makes sense. Thinking about all the things he did to Itsuki during their nightly activities, Ren didn't deny that it was indeed his fault. I should start cooking dinner. Feeling embarrassed by her bold actions, Itsuki stepped out of the room. TCH. If it were before, Itsuki wouldn't have done something like that. She's changed, becoming more mischievous. But I like this change. Being able to turn a serious and earnest woman like Itsuki into someone so bold, Ren felt proud as a scumbag. Let's get back to work. Setting aside his satisfaction in turning Itsuki into a love slave, Ren continued hacking into the government database. Chapter 13, The Doctor with the Title Hand of God. Ren had just successfully breached the government security system, an achievement even world-class hackers rarely accomplished. Finally. I found it. On the screen, a document labeled S-Rank, National Secret, opened, information about the Campione. Ren read carefully. Sasha Deinstall Vauban. The oldest Campione, having lived for over 400 years. A cold man who views ordinary humans as ants. He rules Northern Europe with tyranny. The second oldest Campione among them all. His personality is arrogant, as he considers ordinary humans inferior to him. He views Japan as a district, not a separate country. Despite his age, he maintains a youthful appearance. He is the true ruler of China behind the scenes. Alexander Gascoigne, a highly intelligent man but with a somewhat rigid and gloomy personality. One quality that makes him famous is that if he finds something interesting, he will immediately take it without caring about what others think or want. He doesn't rule any territory like the other Campiones, but he is the leader of an organization called the Royal Arsenal. John Pluto Smith, a flamboyant Campione who wears a metallic mask and a cloak. He is known as the protector of the United States, but his personality is unpredictable. Madame Aisha, the most mysterious Campione. She claims to be 17 years old, though she is actually over 150 years old. She rules over India but is rarely seen. Salvatore Doni, the youngest Campione. Cheerful, reckless, and believes that all problems can be solved with his sword. He rules Italy and is known as the biggest troublemaker among the Campiones. The classified document also detailed the divine authorities of each known Campione so far. Whether there were undisclosed divine authorities, only the Campiones themselves knew. 6 Campiones, huh? Ren leaned back in his chair, processing this information. But one thing caught his attention the most. Kusanagi Gata hasn't become a Campione yet. That means Prometheus Grimoire is still with the Kusanagi family. Ren smirked slightly. This was a rare opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. As an immoral person, he had no qualms about stealing Prometheus Grimoire before Gata could use it. Tap tap tap. His fingers danced across the keyboard again. With his hacking skills, he began tracing the address of the Kusanagi family's home. Found it. Kusanagi Gata lived in Setagaya, Tokyo. However, before Ren could start formulating a plan, his eyes inadvertently caught another detail in the data he had just accessed. His expression immediately turned grim. Damn it. Kusanagi Gata already boarded a flight to Italy yesterday. He's probably already there by now. I'm too late. Ren let out a long sigh, pressing his fingers against his forehead. His eyes returned to the screen, scanning the latest satellite reports and flight databases. The confirmation made him growl softly. It was all too late. Gata must have already met Verithragna, and if he meets the war god, then he'll become a Campione. Ren closed his eyes for a moment, trying to control his emotions. Prometheus Grimoire is a one-time use item. It seems I can only rely on my luck to encounter a heretic god by chance. Leaning back in his chair, Ren stared at the ceiling with a frustrated expression. For 2 days in a row, I found something related to the gods, and today my luck ran out. If only I had realized this information earlier. But now it's all pointless. Ren finally let out a long sigh and closed his laptop. There was no use in regretting. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. That day was Saturday, the weekend many people had been looking forward to. The summer morning in Tokyo felt cool, unlike the usually scorching afternoons. The streets were still relatively quiet, with only a few people out enjoying their free time. Some were walking their pets, some were hanging out with friends, and others were enjoying dates with their lovers. However, behind all that, there were also white-collar workers still bound by their duties, working for black companies that didn't recognize holidays. For Ren, this weekend already had its own agenda. He had made a reservation for Itsuki's pregnancy checkup at a renowned hospital in Tokyo. The doctor handling the examination was known by the title Hand of God, a specialist whose name was widely recognized. Of course, Ren could have asked for help from his father-in-law, Nakano Maruwa, who was also a famous doctor. However, their relationship was far from good. In Maruwa's eyes, Rokuhara Ren was just a scumbag who had ensnared his daughter with sweet words. If Ren had run away like Jinisuke, Rina's late husband, Maruwa might have hired Yakuza to capture him and drown him in Tokyo Bay. At the moment, Ren and Itsuki were preparing to leave their apartment. Since leaving the room, Ren hadn't let go of Itsuki's hand. He made sure every step his wife took was safe, especially with her growing belly. As they walked down the corridor toward the elevator, Itsuki glanced at their intertwined hands and let out a small sigh. Hubby, you're overdoing it. What do you mean? Ren raised an eyebrow. This isn't the first time we've gone to the hospital for my pregnancy checkup. You don't need to hold my hand the entire time like this. Better safe than sorry. I'm not that weak, you know. What if you fall? That's very dangerous. I won't fall. Yeah, I know. But I'm still not letting go of your hand. Seeing Ren's concern for her, Itsuki's heart felt warm. There wasn't a single ounce of regret in her, even though their status wasn't officially that of husband and wife. Society might view their relationship as taboo, a teacher and her student now expecting a child together. However, for Itsuki, what mattered most was their own happiness. The elevator finally reached the ground floor, its doors opened, and they stepped out. When they reached the outside of the apartment building, a black taxi was already waiting by the curb, as per Ren's earlier booking. Quickly, he opened the door for Itsuki before getting in and sitting beside her. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man with a thick mustache and a gray hat, glancing at them through the rearview mirror. Where to, sir? He asked politely. To Satoshi Hospital. Ren replied casually. The driver nodded before driving off slowly, leaving the apartment area and entering Tokyo's main streets, which were starting to fill with other vehicles. As he drove, he occasionally glanced through the rearview mirror, observing the 2 passengers in the back seat. Young people these days are really wild. He thought to himself. His eyes focused on the young man in the back, who looked relaxed but attentive to the woman beside him. The young man kept holding his partner's hand, even occasionally stroking her belly gently. Sigh. He's still young, probably a high school student. But he's already gotten an adult woman pregnant. Makes others jealous. Of course, it wasn't his business. But the driver couldn't help but think. How could he be so sure they were a couple and not just siblings? The answer was simple. Anyone with normal EQ could see it. The way they looked at each other, the young man's protective attitude, and the woman's soft smile when speaking to him, it was all too intimate for a sibling relationship. If I were as handsome as that young man in my youth, maybe I could have done the same. The taxi driver sighed inwardly. However, he quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss his unnecessary thoughts. After all, his job was simply to take passengers to their destination, not to judge others' lives. In the back seat, Ren noticed the occasional glances from the rearview mirror. He didn't care much, but a small smile appeared on his face. What? Itsuki asked, noticing her husband's expression. The driver seems curious about us. Ren said softly. What do you mean? Itsuki frowned. Ren leaned a little closer and whispered in her ear. Maybe he thinks I kidnapped an adult woman and got her pregnant. Itsuki pinched his arm in annoyance. Idiot. Ha ha ha. Ren chuckled softly, enjoying the light moment between them. The journey to Satoshi Hospital continued, with the atmosphere inside the taxi growing increasingly comfortable. Chapter 14, Rokuhara Ren is a scumbag. Tanuma Shizu was a world-renowned heart surgeon and the personal physician of the Shinomiya family. His expertise was so exceptional that only high-ranking officials, wealthy businessmen, and influential individuals could receive his care. However, Rokuhara Ren was an exception. Ren didn't come from a wealthy family or hold a high social status. But thanks to his skill in building connections and selling rare artworks to Shizu, he managed to gain exclusive access to the esteemed doctor. Inside the examination room, Shizu sat behind his desk, accompanied by his trusted nurse who was always blunt with him. In front of him, Nakano Itsuki sat with her growing belly, while beside her, Ren appeared relaxed yet attentive. Shizu carefully reviewed the ultrasound results before nodding. There are no abnormalities. The baby in Nakano-san's womb is very healthy. The yoga you've been doing has had a positive impact on your body. Hearing this, Itsuki let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ren smiled faintly and asked, So, everything's fine, right, Tanuma-sensei? Shizu raised an eyebrow, then shifted his gaze to Ren. Medically, yes. But you should be ready at any time starting next month. Nakano-san could go into labor at any moment. I've prepared everything. Ren nodded lightly. Shizu looked at Ren with a complicated expression. The young man in front of him reminded him of his grandson, Tanuma Tsubasa, who was now studying at Shuchiin Academy and already had a girlfriend. Unconsciously, his thoughts spilled out into words that were clearly heard by everyone in the room. The Tanuma family has a history of men who fall in love too easily. I myself married young. This pattern repeated with my son. I just hope Tsubasa doesn't make the same mistake. Shizu wasn't optimistic. Chances were, he'd soon have a great-grandchild. After all, the promiscuity of today's youth was outrageous. Ren was the perfect example. He got his homeroom teacher pregnant while still a second-year high school student. Recalling his own past and his son's, who had played around with many girls without a care in the world, Shizu could only support whatever Tsubasa did. Itsuki remained silent, unsure how to react, while Ren looked at Shizu with an intrigued expression, as if seeing a kindred spirit. The nurse standing beside Shizu, a short-haired woman with a flat expression, looked at the senior doctor without a hint of hesitation before commenting in a cold tone. So, you're worried your grandson will repeat the same pattern, even though you were the one who started it. How interesting, Tanuma-sensei. Like an old fox suddenly wanting to preach about morals. The room fell silent. Itsuki covered her mouth, holding back a small laugh. Ren simply enjoyed the rare moment. If you want to blame someone, blame my past self. I was the one who made the choices, and I'm the one who has to bear the consequences now. Shizu wasn't angered by the jab. He was used to his nurse's sharp tongue and unfiltered remarks. Humph. The nurse let out a soft snort, seemingly agreeing. However, she didn't continue the argument and went back to jotting something down on her clipboard. Itsuki, who had finished her examination, chose not to get involved in the small drama unfolding before her. She glanced at Ren, giving him a subtle signal that they should leave. Ren caught the signal quickly. He stood up, straightening his collar slightly before speaking. Thank you for your time, sensei. We'll take our leave now. Shizu lazily waved his hand. Take care of your health. If anything feels off, come back immediately. Thank you so much, Tanuma-sensei. Itsuki bowed slightly politely. Before they left, the nurse glanced at Ren and gave him some advice in a flat tone. Listen, Rokuhara-kun. Nakano-san has sacrificed a lot to be by your side, even though she knew the risks well. Don't do anything that will make her regret it or break her heart. Ren wasn't offended and confidently replied, I don't need to be told. I know that very well. I'll make sure she's happy. Miyahara didn't respond, returning to her work. With that, Ren and Itsuki left the examination room. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After leaving Satoshi Hospital, the two didn't head straight back to the apartment. Inside the taxi, Itsuki leaned back slightly in her seat. I want to go to Miku and Nino's cafe. I'm bored at home and want a change of scenery for a bit. Sure, no problem. I also have some other business to take care of. Ren agreed to Itsuki's request, reminding her to let Yotsuba know not to come to the apartment. The journey took about 30 minutes, passing through the bustling heart of Tokyo. Once the taxi stopped in front of a cafe with a modern yet cozy design, Ren quickly got out and opened the door to help Itsuki exit. As they stepped onto the sidewalk, the cafe door opened, and Miku came out to greet them. You're here, Itsuki. I just want to relax for a bit. You don't mind, do you, Miku? Of course not. Holding Itsuki's hand, Miku helped her inside the cafe. After making sure Itsuki entered safely, Ren returned to the taxi and got back in. He closed the door and gave the driver his next destination. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Shuzu looked at the two patients in front of him, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. The person who had arrived was none other than Ren, who had left not long ago. However, the partner beside him wasn't Nakano Itsuki, but a beautiful Japanese-Russian mixed girl who exuded the gentle aura typically associated with virtuous wives. The woman Ren brought was none other than Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, or more commonly known as Masha. Although surprised, Shuzu remained professional. He opened the ultrasound examination report and began reading it. Maria-san, the fetus in your womb is healthy. However, since the pregnancy is still in its early stages, you need to be more careful. Avoid stress and strenuous activities. Thank you, Tanima-sensei. I'll be more careful with my activities. Masha nodded softly. Gee. Meanwhile, the nurse stared at Ren with an icy glare, as if looking at kitchen waste that couldn't be recycled. Just an hour ago, this man confidently claimed he would make Itsuki happy. Not even a day had passed, and he was back with another woman who was also pregnant. What a scumbag. Every hospital strictly protects patient privacy. Therefore, neither Shuzu nor the nurse revealed the fact that Masha was the second woman Ren had brought to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup today. Guessing that he was being silently judged, Ren snorted and defended himself. Hey, don't look at me like that. Japan has legalized polygamy now, right? So, this isn't cheating. Itsuki and Masha are aware of each other. Shuzu and the nurse were skeptical and didn't believe it so easily. They knew that Japan's laws now allowed polygamy, but in reality, very few men actually had more than one wife. The majority of men still chose monogamy because their wives refused to share their husbands with other women. Without a hint of jealousy, Masha smiled softly and confirmed Ren's claim. It's true. Itsuki-sensei and I have a harmonious relationship. We discussed everything before making this decision. Shuzu and the nurse exchanged glances. Only after direct confirmation from the involved parties did they finally believe that this situation wasn't a case of an irresponsible man playing around with multiple women. Times have indeed changed. Rokuhara-kun, you're truly a winner in life. Shuzu suddenly gave a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, Tanima-sensei. Ren smiled without a hint of guilt in his heart. I have to thank Masha for being weak to hypnosis. If I had pursued her using conventional methods, I'm afraid she would have rejected me. In the original work, Masha never gave up on Masachika even though Aya was close to the men she liked. Ren had repeatedly implanted suggestions into Masha until it reached the point of altering her cognitive consciousness. It must be said that the sisters, Masha and Aya, could even be hypnotized by a beginner practicing from a hypnosis book. Chapter 15, Other Functions of Limestone. Dark clouds gathered densely, lightning flashed repeatedly, as if welcoming the arrival of an entity descending from mythology. Magical energy swirled wildly in the Tokyo sky, forming dimensional cracks invisible to ordinary humans. Only those who understood the mystical world, wizards, onmyoji, and supernatural beings, could sense this extraordinary presence. The figure descended with divine grace. Long silver hair flowed freely, occasionally blown by the night wind. A pair of sharp red eyes radiated authority and immense power, like a warrior who had fought hundreds of battles without ever tasting defeat. He wore traditional warrior attire, dominated by black, gold, and red. His sleeveless robe was adorned with golden ornaments, giving the impression of a majestic hero. A black cloak with intricate embroidery fluttered on his shoulders, adding a mysterious and intimidating aura. A blood-red belt encircled his waist, while golden armor adorned his shoulders and left arm, emphasizing that this figure was not just a god, but a legendary warrior. In his hand, he held a bow. It lacked the glitter of gold or precious gems, just a simple bow with fine carvings on its surface. At first glance, the weapon seemed ordinary, not reflecting the status of a divine weapon. However, anyone who understood the mystical world would know, this simplicity indicated that the bow was no ordinary weapon. The god descended slowly, his feet finally landing on the rooftop of one of Tokyo's skyscrapers. His sharp gaze fixed in a certain direction, as if he could see something invisible to ordinary eyes. The aura of that troublesome monkey is coming from over there. Without wasting time, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a flash of lightning where he had stood. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren sipped from a canned red bean drink, savoring the combination of sweetness and slight bitterness on his tongue. He pulled out his phone and sent a brief message to Itsuki. I'll be home late. Don't wait up, go to sleep first. A few seconds later, his phone vibrated. A short reply from Itsuki appeared. Don't stay out too late. Be careful, hubby. Ren smiled faintly before putting his phone back in his pocket. He lifted the bag he was carrying, feeling the weight of a portable bow and an arrow inside. His steps were light as he continued his journey, wandering aimlessly through the Tokyo night. Passing through the business district, usually bustling during the day, Ren sighed as he saw a familiar sight, drunk office workers staggering around, some already collapsed on the sidewalk, asleep and oblivious to the world around them. Japanese people and their work culture. Ren muttered, staring at a suited man lying in front of a convenience store, his tie loosened. Working like slaves during the day, getting drunk and losing consciousness at night. I don't know whether to admire or pity them. He continued walking, passing piles of beer cans, fast food wrappers, and cigarette butts scattered along the roadside. So this is the clean Japan often boasted about in the media. He lightly kicked an empty can, sending it rolling toward the gutter. In reality, it's not as beautiful as reported. If it weren't for the cleaning staff, Tokyo might turn into a giant garbage dump. However, Ren acknowledged one thing. At least the cleaning staff work efficiently. By tomorrow morning, not a single piece of trash will remain. It's as if all this chaos never happened. He recalled the same scene from the previous day. Ren walked slowly on the now empty sidewalk, breathing in the night air that still carried the lingering smell of alcohol and cigarettes from a nearby bar. What was his goal tonight? To find a heretic god. As he walked, Ren muttered to himself, recalling the definition of a heretic god. Heretic gods are gods, heroes, or even sacred monsters born from myths and legends, who manifest in the mortal world and endanger humans. They are born from myths and legends. The essence of the world and beyond, this is what composes their supernatural core, giving form to their existence as gods. Not all gods are content with their fate. Some reject their destiny, rebelling against their mythological forms. They don't want to remain mere concepts in human belief, they want to live, breathe, and walk in the real world with their own bodies. These rebellious gods leave the eternal domain, the place where they are supposed to exist within human stories and prayers. By breaking free from their myths, they become heretic gods, existences that reject their origins, yet remain bound to the legends that shaped them. And when they descend into the world, disaster follows. Pausing for a moment, Ren ignored the people who glanced at him talking to himself and continued. What determines the strength of a heretic god isn't their fame or how powerful they are depicted in their myths. That's not what matters. What truly determines their strength is their own will and determination. Normally, heretic gods are supernatural beings, making them invisible to ordinary people. Only wizards, shamans, priests, Miko, and those with a touch of the supernatural can see them. However, I have a way to bypass that limitation. Ren slipped his hands into his jacket pockets, feeling the rough surface of something stored there, a small piece of limestone. His fingers gripped the limestone in his pocket, and instantly, the world around him changed. The cold night air felt heavier, as if filled with an invisible presence. From the corner of his eye, Ren could see shapeless entities that had previously been hidden behind the veil of reality. Ghosts and evil spirits. Their appearances varied, some resembled humans with decaying bodies and hollow eyes, others were black mist with terrifying faces, and some looked like broken dolls with unnatural smiles. The sight reminded him of a haunted house at a school festival, except this time, it was all real. No wonder Yotsuba Miko often acts so normal. It's all to avoid being harassed by supernatural beings. Having to see them every day must be terrifying, poor girl. Ren continued walking casually, though his body reflexively tensed. He discovered the function of this limestone when he first bought it at a flea market. Perhaps because it contained a strand of Sun Wukong's fur, as long as he touched the stone, Ren could temporarily see supernatural beings. If ghosts and evil spirits realize a human can see them, that human will be attacked. I must admit, Yotsuba Miko's mental endurance is impressive. She can pretend not to see them even if they're just a few centimeters away. Ren glanced slightly, seeing a ghost with sunken eyes and a creepy smile standing right behind a drunk man sitting on the sidewalk. The man was completely unaware, while the ghost just stood there, as if waiting for something. Without drawing attention, he released his grip on the limestone. Instantly, the world returned to normal, the ghost disappeared from his sight, hidden once more behind the veil of reality. But even though he couldn't see them anymore, he knew they were still there. Just wait. Once I become a Campione, I won't need to fear mere ghosts. Chapter 16, Heretic God Hoi. Tokyo at midnight is a blend of beauty and chaos. The main streets are still brightly lit by neon lights, creating a stark contrast with the dark sky above. Nightclubs blast music, drawing in those who aren't ready to go home yet. Small bars in narrow alleys are filled with office workers relieving their stress after a long day of work. Amidst the crowd, Ren walks at a leisurely pace. His handsomeness, of course, doesn't go unnoticed. Under the dim streetlights, a group of young girls approaches him with meaningful smiles. They are dressed provocatively, wearing clothes too thin for the cold night. Many of them are runaways. Without a permanent place to stay, they move from one house to another, selling their bodies for shelter and a little money to survive. Clearly, Ren, who suffers from mild misophobia, declines their invitations. Then, he checks the time on his phone, 0:02 a.m. Today yielded nothing. Maybe it's just not my lucky day. There's always tomorrow. Besides, I still have school tomorrow. Ren slips his hands into his jacket pockets and starts walking towards the train station. The night grows colder, and drowsiness slowly creeps in. However, before he can take another step. Boom. A loud explosion echoes through the air. The ground beneath him trembles slightly, and in the distance, a bright flash of light flickers momentarily, fading faster than fireworks. That must be a supernatural phenomenon. I need to see it with my own eyes. Instead of fleeing like the panicked people around him, Ren turns and runs towards the source of the explosion. Adrenaline surges through his veins. Could there be a fool like me trying to kill a heretic god? If so, I need to act quickly. There's an unspoken truth that Campiones are essentially fools. Not only because they are the only humans who have slain heretic gods, but also because they are the only humans foolish enough to attempt it. The world is not short of fools, and Ren is one of them. Letting his obsession with thrills and challenges cloud his judgment, he runs forward without hesitation. Campiones are incredibly lucky fools. And I will become one of them. Ignoring the warning sign that prohibits entry due to construction, Ren barges into the site. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes widen. The surrounding ground is shattered, forming a large crater that smolders like the remnants of a battlefield. The air is filled with the smell of burning. In the center of the crater lies a charred corpse, its body burned beyond recognition. Ren's heart pounds. Something extraordinary has clearly happened here. Without hesitation, his hand reaches into his jacket pocket and grasps the piece of chalk he always carries. As soon as he touches it, the world around him changes. A figure that was previously invisible now stands tall before his eyes. Just the sight of it makes Ren's knees almost give way. A strong urge to kneel and submit overwhelms him. It's not ordinary fear, it's the instinct of a human facing an existence far beyond their own. Ugh. Gritting his teeth, Ren struggles to keep himself standing. Cold sweat drips from his temples. The figure looks at him with a satisfied expression. Oh. For an ordinary human without supernatural powers, you can still stand in my presence. I, Hoi, acknowledge you, young man. The voice is friendly, like that of a neighbor, with no trace of hostility in its tone. Ha. 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 Ren gasps for breath. As the terrifying pressure slowly dissipates, he finally manages to take a deeper breath. His back is drenched in sweat. So this is the presence of a god. Although he had anticipated how terrifying a heretic god would be, experiencing it firsthand is entirely different. Yet, instead of running away or trembling in fear like an ordinary person, Ren feels even more excited. His eyes gleam as he observes the figure before him. Hoi has long, silver-white hair, partially tied up with a golden accessory. His robe is white with elegant golden patterns, adorned with red accents that signify his majesty. On his back hangs a simple wooden bow, which looks ordinary, but Ren knows it must be a divine weapon with power far beyond the word ordinary. Hoi. The greatest archer from Chinese mythology. So, my name is well known even in this remote island nation. I can sense the aura of that rebellious monkey from you. Hoi examines Ren carefully. Finally, his attention focuses on the piece of chalk tightly gripped by the young man. I see. That's just a fragment of authority. So the aura I sense comes from that chalk. No wonder it's so weak. His gaze shifts from Ren to the cityscape in the distance. It seems that monkey isn't sealed in this city. I'll move to another city. Monkey. Only one figure comes to Ren's mind upon hearing that word. Great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Hoi is looking for Sun Wukong. As far as I know, the two have never been involved in mythology. Ren's brain works quickly, trying to recall if there's any hidden story between these two great figures from Chinese mythology. However, now is not the time for contemplation. Hoi shifts his gaze back to Ren. Although you have an interesting artifact, I'll let you go. Unlike the humans over there who attacked me as soon as they saw me. His glance briefly shifts to the crater, where the charred corpse still lies. Ren feels a chill run down his spine. That corpse, someone who attacked Hoi and failed. I need to be careful, one mistake, and I could end up like him. Yet, beneath his fear, there's something else. Excitement. A strong urge burns in Ren's chest. All his life, he has been searching for something more than an ordinary life. And now, that opportunity is right before him. Hoi turns away, not paying the slightest attention to Ren. Even if he's a god, isn't it too careless to turn your back on someone, right? But Ren quickly realizes the answer. No. In Hou Yi's eyes, I'm just an ant not worth mentioning. Even if I shot him with a gun or stabbed him with a knife, it wouldn't hurt him. Instead of being angered by the belittlement, Ren feels pleased. Good. That means he doesn't see me as a threat. Without hesitation, he reaches into his jacket and pulls out his most valuable talisman. A golden yellow paper talisman, with kanji characters carefully inscribed using special ink. Then, he opens a small vial containing his own blood, prepared in advance. The blood has been mixed with EDTA, ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid, to prevent clotting, allowing Ren to use it anytime without needing to injure himself again. A drop of blood falls onto the surface of the talisman. Instantly, mystical energy surges from the talisman, causing the air around it to vibrate. Ren raises the talisman, aiming it directly at Hou Yi's back. Binding spell. In an instant, the talisman burns with a golden light, transforming into a golden rope that shoots forward at incredible speed. What? Hou Yi, who had been calm all this time, finally shows a surprised reaction. He didn't anticipate a sneak attack from a human without supernatural powers like Ren. The golden rope wraps around Hou Yi's body in an instant, binding him tightly. Ancient symbols glow along the rope, strengthening the seal. Chapter 17, Pandora. Ancient Talisman contains a powerful binding spell capable of restraining high-ranking spirits like Shuten Doji. Created by the famous Onmyoji master Abe no Saimai during the Heian period. This one-time use talisman was intended for his disciple. Unfortunately, before the disciple could activate the talisman, he was killed by the high-ranking yokai Ibaraki Doji. This is the strongest magical artifact Ren possesses before obtaining Brahmastra and the piece of chalk containing a strand of Sun Wukong's hair. However, even with the power of this talisman, he knows it won't be enough to restrain Hou Yi for even 5 seconds. I've already provoked Hou Yi. He'll kill me if he manages to break free. But this sensation, the tension between life and death, it's so thrilling. Ren doesn't waste any time. He immediately plucks a strand of hair from the piece of chalk, which he has modified for easy access. Without hesitation, he throws the strand toward Hou Yi and shouts loudly to activate the divine authority of shapeshifting. Transform into the chains of heaven. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, golden chains adorned with sacred engravings emerge from the air, shooting forward like a giant serpent coiling around Hou Yi's body. The chains capable of binding the gods of Uruk finally appear for the first and last time in Japan. As the chains tighten around him, Hou Yi lowers his gaze to his bound body. The higher the divinity, the tighter the chains bind the target. Hou Yi calmly analyzes the situation. On the other hand, Ren has no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Most villains fail at the last moment because they talk too much. I don't know how long this strand of hair can maintain its transformation into a divine weapon like the chains of heaven. Not wanting to take any risks, he opens the bag he always carries, takes out a portable bow, knocks an arrow, draws the string, and aims directly at Hou Yi. Meanwhile, Hou Yi remains silent, observing Ren with a look of interest. Very interesting. You want to kill an archer with an arrow. Even in this critical situation, there's not a trace of panic on Hou Yi's face. Instead, he smiles faintly. Go ahead, young man. Sorry for using such a dishonorable method. If I can win without fighting, why bother risking a life-or-death battle? Seeing Hou Yi stop resisting, Ren doesn't mind chatting a little. Just a little, though, if he notices any signs of the chains of heaven weakening, he'll fire the arrow immediately. Dishonorable. That's called tactics. No need to apologize, young man. Just like burning the enemy's food and livestock to cut off their supply lines during war, or raiding the enemy's camp at night, all of these are tactics used to secure victory. In war, only the victors write history. You took advantage of my carelessness. That was a brilliant move. Mortals cannot defeat a heretic god head-on. Every human before becoming a Campione is an ordinary person in the eyes of the gods. The influence of luck is the greatest factor that allows humans to successfully kill a heretic god. Congratulations, luck is on your side. Among the humans he has encountered, Hou Yi feels that Ren is one blessed with greater fortune than most. It's not wrong to consider him a child of destiny. What is your name? Hou Yi's attitude is generous, not accusing Ren of his underhanded methods. Rokuhara Ren. A good name. Ha ha ha. You've won, Rokuhara Ren. Take my divine authority. The next moment, Ren releases the bowstring amidst Hou Yi's laughter. Whoosh. Whoa. You even have Brahma's arrow. Don't die before our next meeting. Hou Yi's gaze is filled with admiration. He doesn't resist. He simply stands there, accepting his fate. Poochie. Brahmastra pierces his body effortlessly, as if nothing can resist the power of the divine arrow. A moment later, his form begins to disintegrate into golden dust, carried away by the cold night wind. At the same time, Brahmastra returns to Rama's mandala formation, returning to its origin after fulfilling its purpose. And with Hou Yi's death, the ritual of divine authority plunder begins. This is it. Ren feels his body grow heavy, an invisible force surging into him. His consciousness quickly fades. Unable to resist, he loses consciousness and collapses. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren's consciousness slowly returns, as if his mind is rising to the surface from the depths of an ocean. A gentle sensation brushes through his hair, a soft motion that feels unfamiliar yet comforting. He blinks his eyes, still slightly dazed, and the first thing that comes into view is the face of a girl. Ah, you're awake. Her voice is light and melodious, like the chime of a small bell in the silence. Ren finally opens his eyes fully. The girl's beautiful face fills his vision, mysterious shining blue eyes, a small mouth curved in a playful smile, and purple hair tied in twin tails. Welcome, my beloved child. Her tone is cheerful, almost playful, but there's something strange about it, something that makes the hairs on Ren's neck stand on end. Reflexively, he backs away, pushing his body backward. Once he's put some distance between them, Ren realizes something even more unsettling about the girl's presence, the surroundings. This space is empty. There's no sky, no ground, no boundaries. All that can be seen is a gray expanse stretching as far as the eye can see. It's as if this world is just a rough sketch, not yet filled with the colors of life. Ren shifts his attention back to the only other inhabitant of this dimension. The girl isn't just beautiful, she also carries an odd aura that's hard to describe. Her stature is petite, almost like a living porcelain doll. Yet, despite her small frame, she doesn't entirely seem childlike. There's something in her expression, in the way she looks at him, that feels far older than she appears. My name is Pandora. The goddess who brings all calamities and a glimmer of hope, that's me. Pandora introduces herself with a cheerful voice, her hands raised to strike a cute pose. Ren remains silent, observing her cheerful demeanor with a flat expression. Pandora blinks, then lets out a long sigh. Sigh. You're just like the other children, no fun at all. She pouts, like a child who's just been denied a new toy. Ren stays silent for a moment, letting his mind work quickly. He remembers the battle against Hou-i, Brahmastra piercing the god's body, and then... How mean of you to push me away. You can't be rough with your mother. Pandora sulks, her face pouting like a child throwing a tantrum. Mother. Ren tilts his head, trying to process the statement. Of course, he knows in theory that every Campione born is a child of Pandora, as she is the one who oversees the divine authority plunder ritual. But, still, it feels strange to think of this petite girl as his mother. Now, he understands how Makabe Masamune must have felt when dealing with his mother, who looks like an elementary school girl and acts childishly. I am the goddess who oversees the reincarnation ritual of Campiones. Since you've been reincarnated as a Campione, you are my child, and I am your mother. Pandora places her hands on her hips, nodding confidently. Is there something wrong with that? No. That makes sense. Ren can't argue with the logic. Even though Pandora's way of speaking is utterly ridiculous, her statement is undeniably true. Chapter 18, The Seventh Campione. Pandora smiled contentedly, but before Ren could respond, her expression turned serious. You were very reckless in that battle. Her tone was like that of a mother scolding her child. Fortunately, the heretic god you encountered was Hou-i. If it had been any other heretic god, you wouldn't have had a chance to act. Ren raised an eyebrow and asked why she said that. Why do you say that? Unlike many gods who only care about cosmic balance, Hou-i actively protects humans from real threats. He descended to the mortal world and lived among humans, even marrying a mortal woman, Chang'e. Hou-i isn't the type of cold or distant hero. Instead, he interacts directly with people, even ordinary ones. He genuinely cares about humanity's fate and wants them to survive without relying on the gods. Ren remained silent, listening to Pandora speak. He is a noble hero, but also a tragic one. He is strong, brave, and protects humanity, but he also carries the burden of loneliness, loss, and perhaps a little anger toward the gods who betrayed him. Thinking back, Hou-i was indeed different from the typical image of a heretic god. He didn't attack humans without reason. He didn't rampage like other gods who lost their sanity after descending from mythology into the mortal world. Even in the presence of Ren, a powerless ordinary human, he remained calm, unlike other heretic gods. I see. Ren had to admit he was extremely lucky to have encountered Hou-i, rather than a god from Japan. Among all my children, you are the luckiest. Pandora's tone shifted again, now sounding more amused than serious. Are you perhaps the child of Fortuna, Taichi, or Lakshmi? You obtained a strand of Sun Wukong's hair, the long-lost Brahmastra, and even a talisman crafted by Abe no Saimai. Even luck has its limits. Pandora crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. This has never happened before. I feel like stepping out of here and giving you a warm hug as a reward. Before Ren could react. Whoosh. Pandora leaped forward and hugged him tightly. Whoa. Wait, what? You're Ren, right? You did so well. Pandora buried her face in his chest, her small arms trying to wrap around him, though her petite frame made it difficult to fully encircle him. Ren stood stiffly, unsure of what to do. Finally, with some awkwardness, he raised his hand and patted Pandora's back. So, I've truly become a Campione. Pandora lifted her head, her face glowing with a satisfied smile. Of course you have. With enthusiasm, she stepped back and raised both hands as if announcing something extraordinary. With the reincarnation spell left by Epimetheus and me, and with the gods as sacrifices, I have transferred the power of the archer god Hoi to you through a secret ritual. From now on, you are the new Campione. I really am a Campione. Yes. Now you are a Campione revered by humanity. Pandora nodded proudly. However, after observing Ren's slightly dazed expression, she placed her hands on her hips and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Don't ever call yourself a scumbag again. Ren raised an eyebrow, confused by the sudden change in topic. Why? You're too hard on yourself just because, well, you play around with women. Pandora's tone sounded like a mother lecturing her teenage son. Compared to the messy personal lives of the gods in the Greek pantheon, especially Zeus, the king of gods, your playboy tendencies are nothing. PFTTT. Ren couldn't help but let out a small laugh at the statement. If even a goddess like Pandora said something like this, then perhaps it was true that the moral standards of humans and gods were vastly different. I'll try. Ren shrugged. However, right after that, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. His vision blurred, and his body felt light, as if he were being pulled into a void. It seems it's time. Pandora smiled softly. You'll forget everything that happened here once you return to the human world. She stepped closer, looking at Ren with loving eyes, like a mother sending her child off into the world. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Go kill another heretic god soon. I love you. Before Ren could respond, a white light enveloped him, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When Ren woke up again, he was still at the site of the previous battle. The dark sky and the remnants of the destruction from the fight against Hoi were still visible around him. However, something was different. His body felt light, no, more than that. He felt an extraordinary power flowing through every muscle. His mind was clear, as if all human limitations had crumbled away. Ren stood up slowly, stretching his fingers. He could feel how sharp his senses had become, how every gust of wind and vibration in the ground felt so vivid. His physical fitness had reached a level unattainable by ordinary humans. Every fiber of his muscles felt like steel, and his energy seemed limitless. This is amazing. I'm no longer just an ordinary human. Ren had just completed his transformation, from an ordinary young man to a supreme ruler, someone standing at the pinnacle of humanity, alongside the other Campiones. However, he didn't have much time to celebrate. In the distance, he heard footsteps approaching. I need to get out of here. If I stay here too long, I might attract unwanted attention. Hoi's battle against that unlucky fool couldn't have gone unnoticed. Without hesitation, Ren picked up his belongings from the ground, then turned and quickly moved away from the scene. Now, as a Campione, a newly born god slayer, Rokuhara Ren was about to face a world far larger and more dangerous than ever before. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Across the world, the 6 existing Campiones felt a resonance echoing in their souls, a clear sign that a new god slayer had been born. They were individuals who had slain gods and seized their divine authorities, becoming the supreme rulers of the human world. Each of them felt this vibration in their own way. However, one thing was certain, the 7th Campione had emerged. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. China, the martial king Luo Hao. In a grand hall within the Wudong Mountains, Luo Hao sat in a meditative pose. Her graceful body was surrounded by a calm yet oppressive chi energy. As the resonance touched her consciousness, her eyelids trembled slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Humph, another brat has been born. Her tone was indifferent, as if this were nothing worth noting. However, beneath her cold demeanor, Luo Hao still felt a hint of curiosity. If this new Campione proved interesting, perhaps she would allow them to come and bow before her. If not, they wouldn't even be worthy of being called her disciple. With that thought, she closed her eyes again, completely ignoring the event. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Eastern Europe, the Death Lord Marquis Vauban. In his gloomy castle surrounded by thick fog, Marquis Vauban felt the resonance clearly. He was seated on his throne, surrounded by loyal servants and a group of undead. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Ha! So another one has been born. Which fool got lucky this time? His deep voice echoed through the grand hall, causing his servants to cower in fear. I wonder, will they last long enough to meet me? Or will they die pitifully before even making a name for themselves? To Vauban, the new Campione was merely entertainment. If the newcomer proved strong enough, he might hunt them down and test their resilience. If not, they would simply become another corpse on the path of the kings. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Italy, the Sword King Salvatore Doni. In a garden in Florence, a blonde-haired man sat casually on a bench, biting into his ice cream with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh. Oh. Something new. Wow, wow, wow. This is interesting. Doni felt the resonance clearly, and his reaction was predictable. He stood up with enthusiasm, spun around once, and then immediately ran off with boundless energy. I have to find them. I have to challenge them. Maybe they'll give me a fun fight. While his bewildered assistant could only stare, Doni was already speeding away without direction. His goal? To find the 7th Campione and swing his sword at them. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. The past, the holy maiden Madame Aisha. Somewhere far in the past, an elegant woman with a maternal aura suddenly paused in her activities. Madame Aisha, the only Campione with divine authority over space and time, felt the resonance even though she was in a different era. She closed her eyes, sensing the new presence joining the circle of God's layers. Oh, a new child has been born. How wonderful. I want to meet them. However, she could only smile resignedly. Unfortunately, I'm still busy here. If fate allows it, I'll surely meet them someday. She then returned to her work, helping people in the past with her powers. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. England, the Black Prince Alec. In his office in London, a man in a black suit stared at a screen filled with data. Alec had already mobilized all the resources of the royal arsenal the moment he felt the resonance. The 7th Campione, huh? Interesting. To him, information was power. If there was a new player on the world's chessboard, he needed to know everything about them. Where are they from? What powers do they have? And more importantly, how can I use them? A faint smile formed on his face. In a world dominated by heretic gods and Campiones, only the clever could survive. And Alexander was always one step ahead. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. America, the fairy king John Pluto Smith. In the middle of the night, atop a skyscraper in Los Angeles, a masked man stood with his long coat fluttering in the wind. John felt the resonance like a soft echo in his mind. Instead of reacting immediately, he simply crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. Is this new Campione male or female? Yes, that was his first question. If they cause trouble, I'll have to act. But if not, I'll wait and see. The world is always full of surprises. With that thought, he vanished into the shadows of the night, ready to face whatever was to come. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. In Tokyo. While the 6 Campiones reacted in their own ways, somewhere in Tokyo, Rokuhara Ren, who had just gained the power of a Campione, was stepping into a world far larger and more dangerous than ever before. Unbeknownst to him, 6 supreme rulers had already taken notice. The world had shaken, and a new era was about to begin. Chapter 19, Sun Conqueror Divine Authority. In a world filled with supernatural forces, almost every country has a specialized organization to deal with threats that go beyond the understanding of ordinary humans. Japan is no exception. In the land of the rising sun, the divine enforcers serve as the primary defense against supernatural phenomena. This organization consists of 2 main divisions with distinct roles and authority, the Historical Compilation Committee and the On-New Agency. ####Historical Compilation Committee. Responsible for controlling information about supernatural events. Concealing the existence of mystical creatures and strange occurrences from the general public through media manipulation. Handling evil and criminal practitioners of the occult, as well as relatively harmless aliens. The Historical Compilation Committee is led by 4 families, the Saishuin family, the Kohotsuka family, the Renju family, and the Sayanomiya family. ###On-New Agency. Focused on combating supernatural beings such as ghosts, yokai, and evil spirits that frequently plague Japan. Their leaders are known as the 12 Divine Generals, the strongest onmyoji who hold authority over spiritual protection across the nation. As the 2 main forces, the Historical Compilation Committee and the On-New Agency often operate behind the scenes, ensuring that humanity continues to live in peaceful ignorance. Precedes under relation, succeeds under relation. A short while after Ren left the scene, 5 men in black suits emerged from the shadows. Though they looked like ordinary office workers, their sharp eyes scanned the charred debris with meticulous precision. One of them reached out, sensing the residual energy in the air. His face tensed momentarily before he let out a sigh. This is divine energy residue, he said, his voice trembling. The others shuddered. They had suspected something terrible had happened, but not on this scale. There's no trace of the heretic god. Another agent spoke after inspecting the crater. Is the heretic god still nearby? Everyone tensed at the question. Heretic gods were walking disasters wherever they went. If such a being were still in the vicinity, they would all be dead in an instant. Their leader finally spoke, his voice flat but carrying an underlying tension. Don't be reckless. If the heretic god were still here, we'd already be dead. They fell silent, then slowly began to grasp the situation. Most likely, the heretic god had already left the area. One of them sighed in relief. At least we arrived late. No one denied it. In the face of gods, even the strongest sorcerers were nothing more than slightly larger ants. And they, mere field agents tasked with gathering information, stood no chance. If they had arrived earlier, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to stand here now. Report to headquarters. We need further investigation. Their leader ordered. They quickly departed, leaving the crater silent once more. A specialized team would handle the aftermath of the destruction. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The sky was still dark when Ren opened the door to his apartment, the familiar scent greeting him calmly. The clock on the wall showed 4:30 a.m., dawn was approaching, but the night still refused to relent. His steps halted in front of the bedroom door. From beneath the blanket, he could see the silhouette of Itsuki, sleeping soundly, her swollen belly indicating her 8-month pregnancy. Ren didn't enter. He simply gazed for a moment, then let out a soft sigh before heading to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he removed his jacket and leaned back. Let's summarize what I learned from the earlier test. My running speed is about 400 kilometers per hour. That's no small number. 400 kilometers per hour is equivalent to the speed of a small plane or an F1 racing car. Relying solely on physical strength, I can lift something weighing 5 to 6 tons. That means I can lift a large truck or even an armored vehicle with little effort. And my punching strength is around 8 to 10 tons of pressure. I need to control my strength, or else an ordinary human hit by my punch would be obliterated instantly. These are the basic attributes of a Campione. Even without using divine authorities, the body of a godslayer has surpassed human limits tenfold. If they utilize their divine authorities, they become far more powerful. Campiones are indeed worthy of both respect and fear. Their existence is as dangerous as that of heretic gods. The reason Ren returned late was because he had been testing his new limits. He had run across the city in an instant, leaped from skyscrapers without injury, and toppled power poles with a single punch. Now, he could no longer be called an ordinary human. Ren let out an admiring sigh at the power of a Campione, then felt the name of his divine authority emerge in his mind. Sun Conqueror. That name fits Hou-i, the hero who shot down 9 suns in mythology. In short, Sun Conqueror Divine Authority is a set of archery skills, Heavenly Eye, Meteoric Ascent, Solar Annihilation, and 9 sun strikes. A few hours ago, Ren was just a scumbag who fooled around with women until they got pregnant, but now he had become a Campione, unreachable by any ordinary human. As a Campione, the most important thing, without a doubt, is the divine authority stolen from a heretic god. Thanks to the influence of Pandora's Godslayer ritual, Ren didn't need to think too hard to fully understand the role and usage of his divine authority. However, gods possess many divine authorities, and Campiones do not obtain all of a heretic god's divine authorities. The divine authority stolen by a Campione is related to the nature and character of the Campione themselves. Therefore, even if Campiones kill the same heretic god one by one, different Campiones will obtain different divine authorities. Sharp vision is a must for an archer. Otherwise, how could an archer aim at enemies from a distance? Thus, Heavenly Eye is the manifestation of Hou-i's vision. Heavenly Eye allows Ren to see all objects within his line of sight without blur, even if they are normally obscured by fog, darkness, or illusions. Nothing can hide from his sight. During the earlier test, without using any incantation, I could see up to 200 kilometers. How did Ren know the accuracy of his visual range so precisely? Simple, he saw Mount Bandai in Fukushima. The distance between Tokyo and Fukushima is 200 kilometers. If I use Heavenly Eye at full power, an incorporeal eye the size of the moon will form in the exosphere. In other words, I can target any country on Earth. In the myth, Hou-i shot down 9 suns, so it's no surprise his visual range is extraordinary. Ren smiled faintly, then continued analyzing the second skill, Meteoric Ascent. Meteoric Ascent is a skill that allows every projectile fired to travel at unmatched speed and power, like a meteor piercing the sky. With this technique, no projectile is faster or stronger than the user's. Even an ordinary arrow can pierce steel as if it were paper. Every arrow he releases will have unparalleled speed and penetrating power. Ren has now shattered the common sense that thermal weapons are superior to cold weapons. He continued analyzing the third skill, Solar Annihilation. Solar Annihilation is an attack that destroys sun-based rulers. Arrows fired with this technique negate the supremacy of solar power, making them the antithesis of sun gods and goddesses. The stronger the target's connection to the sun, the greater the destructive impact they receive. With this skill, Ren is not only capable of fighting ordinary gods but also becomes a nightmare for all sun gods across various pantheons. Apollo, Amaterasu, Ra, Surya, Huitzilopochtli. They are all natural targets of the Sun Conqueror's divine authority. Ren suppressed a grin. Wow, haven't I become the antithesis of all sun gods in every pantheon? In any mythology, sun gods always hold the highest positions. Apollo is one of the 12 Olympian gods in Greek mythology. Amaterasu is the chief goddess in the Shinto pantheon. Ra is the supreme god in Egyptian mythology. And now, Ren has a weapon to kill them. He felt adrenaline coursing through his body. However, there was still one final skill he needed to understand. The strongest skill in the Sun Conqueror's divine authority. Compared to the previous 3 skills, it's no exaggeration to call 9 sun strikes the ultimate attack. This is the crystallization of Hou-i shooting down 9 suns. Mimicking the original legend where Hou-i shot down 9 of the 10 suns in the sky, I fire 9 arrows that soar into the heavens, as if aiming to kill the sun gods once more. Upon reaching the zenith of the sky, the arrows transform into 9 giant suns that scorch everything below. A single sun is enough to incinerate mountains and Japanese prefectures, while 9 suns create a sea of fire capable of destroying continents and turning regions into barren wastelands. It's terrifying. That's even more horrifying than the world's most powerful nuclear bomb. His expression was a mix of awe and dread. As the owner of the Sun Conqueror's divine authority, Ren could confirm this wasn't an exaggeration. Indeed, 9 sun strikes wouldn't be able to erase giant continents like Eurasia or Antarctica from the map, but medium-sized continents like North or South America. Is the destructive power of 9 sun strikes too absurd? Not really. Every Campione possesses divine authorities capable of affecting the Earth on a global scale. Stern Yuendi Drang, Marquis Vauban has complete control over the Earth's weather. If he truly exerted himself, he could influence global weather for an extended period. Heavens fall, Luo Hao can cause solar or lunar eclipses at will. Normally, it lasts for half a day. However, if she pours a massive amount of magical energy into it, she can extend its activation for several years. Earthsea Shaker, Smith can summon a flawed sacred beast to manipulate floods and earthquakes at will. If he pours enough magical energy into it, California could be swallowed by tsunamis and earthquakes. Wandering Avarice, Alec can create localized black holes with a radius of about 20 to 30 meters, which attract and compress anything in the area where they are summoned. Return to medieval style, Doni can nullify all modern devices and conveniences, reducing the level of civilization in the area where he is present to a point where technology more advanced than medieval levels cannot be used within several kilometers for half a day. However, the more power he uses during activation, the larger the area covered and the longer the duration, to the point where it could cover a metropolitan city the size of Milan for several days. It is a divine authority with the potential to threaten the world. Live or die, Aisha can generate cold air from her body. If she uses this power excessively, winter will come and dominate the area where she uses it for an extended period. 10 incarnations, White Stallion, Gata can summon a pseudo-sun to fire a spear of light at his enemies. The flames of White Stallion have power equivalent to a solar flare. The upper limit of this incarnation is unknown, with the strongest said to be a universal-scale explosion capable of burning the endless domain of the goddess of fate. Ren, like other Campiones, possesses a divine authority with an ultimate attack of extraordinary destructive power on a global scale. With 9 sun strikes. I don't need to fear other Campiones, even though I'm still a beginner. Ren sighed deeply. Does that mean he can defeat them? Not necessarily. Ren isn't arrogant. Even though he is now a Campione, he remains aware that his position is at the bottom among the Campiones of this era, at least for now. Why? Because he only has one divine authority. Meanwhile, the senior Campiones have been fighting for years, seizing many divine authorities from the gods they've slain. Each of their divine authorities is a deadly technique. Only fellow Campiones understand the terror of their kind. Campiones can be considered a completely different species from humans. They are monsters capable of snatching victory from defeat, killing heretic gods against all odds. Unless absolutely necessary, Campiones prefer to avoid fighting each other to the death. A fight to the death among them is a gamble, with the odds always 50-50. That's why Ren said he fears fighting any Campione. He might lose the battle, but killing him. It's uncertain who would kill whom. But even if Kusanagi Gata becomes the 8th Campione as in the original storyline, Ren remains at the bottom. Because Gato's divine authority, 10 incarnations, is technically equivalent to 10 divine authorities at once. In the original story, Gata defeated Salvatore Doni shortly after becoming a Campione. Forced Marquis Vauban to retreat. And even didn't lose to Luo Hao. Thinking about it, Gata almost never lost. As expected of the protagonist, the world truly loves him. Ren smiled bitterly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. However, at the same time, he is also satisfied with his own divine authority. Even if he doesn't have the protagonist's luck, it doesn't matter. Because he will write his own story. Chapter 20, The History of Hou-Yi. In Chinese mythology, Hou-Yi is regarded as the greatest archer of all time. He is famous for marrying the moon goddess, Chang'e, and shooting down 9 of the 10 suns. Hou-Yi, who was once an immortal living in the Jade Emperor's palace, decided to become a demigod to help humanity in times of need. During the time when the earth was still very young and the legendary Emperor Ya ruled China, 10 suns, the 3-legged golden crows, took turns illuminating the planet. The Jade Emperor told them that only one of them could play in the sky at a time, so as not to destroy the earth. However, being children, they decided that going out together would be much more fun than going out alone. When the 10 suns appeared in the sky, the temperature on Earth became unbearably hot. Mass chaos ensued. Crops withered, and people fainted in the streets as the earth began to burn. Seeing the opportunity, wild monsters emerged from the shadows and began preying on humans. A skilled archer named Hou-Yi saw the destruction caused by the suns and immediately went to see the Jade Emperor. He told the Jade Emperor that if the suns did not behave, he would have to shoot them down to save the planet. Fearing for the safety of his grandchildren, the Jade Emperor scolded them and begged them to return home. However, the sons were having too much fun and could not hear the Jade Emperor over their laughter. Although the Jade Emperor loved his grandchildren, he could see that they were beyond reason. Finally, he allowed Hoi to do what had to be done. Armed with a large bow made of tiger bone and arrows made of dragon tendons, Hoi began slaughtering the monsters terrorizing the countryside. After finishing, he climbed to the top of a high mountain to confront the sons directly. Before he began shooting, Hoi gave the children one last warning and pleaded with them to return to the Jade Emperor's palace. Upon hearing this warning, the sons stuck out their tongues at Hoi and told him to mind his own business. Hoi steeled himself, drew back his bow, and released 9 arrows at the sons. Almost instantly, 9 of them fell from the sky. The 10th son was so terrified that he ran and hid in a cave. The earth was now plunged into unbearable darkness and cold. Every living creature on the planet begged the last sun to rise, but it was so afraid of Hoi that it covered its ears and ignored them. After everyone tried to coax the sun to rise, the rooster climbed to its perch and crowed, "Gidge, brother." The rooster's loud, piercing cry reached the sun, and it finally decided to come out of its cave. Now, every time the rooster crows, "Gidge," in the morning, the sun rises to greet it. As a reward for his heroic actions, the goddess of life and death, Zwangmu, gave Hoi a bottle of elixir of immortality so that he could return to the Jade Emperor's palace as an immortal. The gift left Hoi conflicted. Although he wanted to become immortal, he did not want to leave his wife, Chang'e, to die alone. He hid the elixir while he pondered his decision. However, before Hoi could decide, Chang'e stole the bottle from him while he was sleeping. The wife drank the contents of the bottle and fled to the moon to escape her husband's wrath. Hoi was so angry at his wife that he aimed an arrow at her, intending to shoot her. In the end, he could not bring himself to do it. After some time and his anger subsided, Hoi began leaving Chang'e's favorite desserts and fruits every night to show that he had forgiven her. Hoi's actions started a tradition that continues to this day. Even now, people leave offerings for Chang'e during the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren leaned back on the sofa, his phone still glowing in his hand. After reading more deeply about the legend of Hoi, he had to admit one thing: the man was a true hero. Hoi was a kind-hearted being. Ren reread the sentence in his mind. He was not only a hero who shot down 9 sons but also someone who gave up his divinity to save the world and humanity. He was not only the strongest archer in Chinese mythology but also a man who was willing to sacrifice his life for others. Similar to the hero of charity, Karna. Hoi was a kind-hearted being, but he would get angry if the situation was bad enough for him. I can imagine how disappointed Hoi was when Chang'e, his own wife, betrayed him and stole the elixir of immortality. For the sake of people who would never remember him, he gave up his immortality. For a world that kept moving forward, he discarded his divinity. And what was his reward? Betrayed by the woman he loved most. Ren let out a long sigh. I don't understand why Chinese novel writers often portray Chang'e as a virtuous wife and the object of men's admiration. Are they blind? Isn't Chang'e just a wicked woman who betrayed her husband and stole the elixir of immortality? Yes, Chang'e was beautiful. But for Ren, no matter how beautiful a woman was, if her heart was rotten, she was not worthy of respect. That's why Ren preferred the motherly Masha over the tsundere Alya. At least, Masha had a warmth that annoying tsunderes couldn't provide. Hoi could have shot down the moon, just as he did with the suns. For him, there was nothing easier than destroying something floating in the sky. With one pull of his bow, he could erase the moon from existence, turning it into a legend that remained only a memory. Yet, he didn't do it. Not because he couldn't. Not because he didn't want to. Not because he wasn't angry. But because of his love for his wife. Even after being betrayed and abandoned. Many heroes in history did not have happy endings. Not a few of them died tragically. How sad. Ren murmured softly. He didn't like betrayal. But unlike others who would respond with hatred and anger, Hoi accepted it. Ren closed his eyes for a moment, letting his thoughts wander. He couldn't imagine himself being that strong in accepting betrayal. If someone he loved betrayed him. If someone he trusted stabbed him in the back. He wasn't sure he could remain as composed as Hoi. Opening his eyes, Ren frowned. In Chinese mythology, Hoi and Sun Wukong have no direct connection, so why is Hoi looking for Sun Wukong? That doesn't make sense. If Hoi wanted to seek out another god for some reason, why Sun Wukong? Unlike Erlangshen, who is also a great archer and has ties to heaven, or the Jade Emperor, who governs the heavenly order, Sun Wukong has no direct connection to Hoi in the original mythology. But, if you think about it more deeply, there might be a similarity that connects the two. Hoi shot down 9 sons. That could be considered a defiance of the heavenly order. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong rebelled against heaven, destroyed the heavenly armies, and declared himself the great sage equal to heaven. Both of them challenged heaven. Thinking about this, Ren felt his speculation was close to the truth. Of course, it was just his feeling. Only Hoi knew why he was looking for Sun Wukong. Hoi sought immortality but failed after Chang'e stole his elixir. Sun Wukong became immortal by accident after eating the peach of immortality and strengthened his body in Laozi's 8 trigram furnace. Ho-E is famous as a sun hunter, while Sun Wukong is often associated with the sun because his name can be interpreted as awareness of light. Ho-E shot down the suns. Sun Wukong is often compared to fire or unstoppable energy. One destroys light, one becomes light. What an interesting irony. Ren shook his head, stopping himself from thinking about this topic further. Chapter 21, Meeting of Japan's Elite. Waking up from her sleep, Itsuki noticed the bed was empty except for her. Usually, she was the first to wake up, preparing breakfast like a proper housewife, then waking Ren up to go to school. That was her daily routine. However, today, she didn't see Ren beside her. With her belly swollen at 8 months pregnant, she slowly got out of bed. Sleepiness still lingered, but the anxiety in her heart outweighed everything. Her husband wasn't in the room, something that rarely happened. Did he go out? She thought with a hint of worry. She walked out of the bedroom, her steps slightly hurried despite needing to be careful with her condition. However, as she passed through the living room, she immediately saw Ren's back standing in the kitchen, busy preparing something. The tension in her heart instantly eased. Ren was usually a man who was too lazy to wake up early, much like one of his sisters, Nakano Itsuki. Now, Ren stood in the kitchen wearing an apron, stirring something in a frying pan. The fragrant aroma of an omelette filled the room. With a sense of curiosity, Itsuki approached and asked, "It's not like you to wake up early. What's going on?" Ren turned to her, grinning casually. "I woke up early because I had to shower after a wet dream." Itsuki fell silent for a moment before her face turned red. With a mix of embarrassment and slight irritation, she punched his arm. "You pervert. You're not even ashamed to say it." "Ha ha ha." Ren laughed, putting down the spatula, then turned to approach Itsuki with a teasing gaze. "Well, you know how good I am in bed. Isn't this proof?" he said while gently stroking Itsuki's pregnant belly. "You're such a pervert." Itsuki's face turned even redder. She wanted to retort, but before she could open her mouth, Ren had already stolen a quick kiss on her lips, making her blush even more. She looked at Ren with an expression that was half annoyed, half shy. "You always do whatever you want," she muttered, but her tone sounded more affectionate than angry. Ren just smirked mischievously and gently ruffled her hair. "Come on, brush your teeth and wash your face first before breakfast. Today's Sunday, so I can spend the whole day with you." Itsuki, who had initially wanted to retort, suddenly fell silent. Her eyes widened slightly before her expression brightened. "Oh, that's right. I forgot today's the weekend." She seemed to think for a moment, then her face lit up again. "Then let's go to the park." Ren looked at her for a moment before shrugging. "Sure. After breakfast." Hearing Ren's agreement, Itsuki smiled brightly. With light steps, she walked to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth, while Ren returned to finishing their breakfast. When she returned to the dining table, Itsuki saw that breakfast was already neatly served, 2 portions of rice, omelette with ketchup, and miso soup. She smiled softly, sat down, and began to enjoy the meal her husband had prepared. Today was going to be a good day. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The morning sky in Tokyo was painted in golden orange as the imperial palace bore witness to an important meeting in Japan. Inside the grand hall, the nation's top leaders gathered, the emperor, the prime minister, and the heads of the history compilation committee, accompanied by the heads of the 4 most influential magical families, Saishuin, Kohatsuka, Renjo, and Sayanomiya. Among the elderly and dignified family heads, one figure stood out, Sayanomiya Keitarō, a young woman with red hair and a beautiful face dressed in men's attire. Despite being much younger than the others, her aura was no less commanding. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. All eyes were on the projector screen displaying footage of a battle. In the video, a young man with brown hair and sharp eyes stood on the ground, holding a portable bow sold in stores. The figure of a heretic god slowly disappeared, and the young man briefly fainted before waking up again, marking the birth of a new Campione. The emperor, seated in his highest chair, finally spoke. There's no mistake. He has killed a heretic god with a magical artifact and become the 7th Campione. He turned to Amikasu Toma, who was in charge of gathering information. Has his identity been investigated? Toma nodded and typed something on his laptop. Instantly, the projector screen displayed information about the young man. His name is Rokuhara Ren, 16 years old, a second-year student at Ohananomizu High School. No criminal record. On the surface, he appears to be an ordinary student. The head of the Saishuin family grew impatient, feeling the explanation was too long. Don't beat around the bush. What's important is whether he's dangerous. We can't let a Campione with a personality like Marquis Vauban or Luo Hao stay in Japan. If he's as cruel as them, this country will face endless calamity. Toma swallowed hard, then quickly continued. According to our investigation, so far Rokuhara Ren has shown no signs of cruelty. However, he has one notable habit. All eyes turn to him. He has a playboy tendency. Toma said, trying to remain professional. So far, we've confirmed that he has impregnated 2 women, his homeroom teacher, Nakano Itsuki, and his classmate, Mikhailovna Kujou. Instantly, the room fell silent. The head of the Kohotsuka family nearly choked on his tea. Renju raised an eyebrow, while Saishu uncovered his face with his hand. The emperor and prime minister exchanged glances, trying to make sense of the situation. On the screen, several photos and footage were displayed. Ren was seen taking both women to the hospital, while medical records obtained from the hospital confirmed they were indeed carrying his child. Keiru, who had been silent until now, frowned. For a Campione, having partners wasn't unusual, but the fact that Ren had already impregnated 2 women in such a short time suggested something else. Meanwhile, the prime minister sighed in relief. Then we still have a way to negotiate with him. If the 7th Campione can be controlled this way, then we just need to ensure Japan remains in a favorable position with him. The emperor nodded slowly. Everyone in the room understood what he meant. If Rokuhara Ren could be influenced by women, then providing him with social connections through the right women could be a way to maintain Japan's stability. Keiru clenched her fist under the table. She didn't like the way the nation's leaders viewed relationships with the Campione as mere political tools. However, she also realized that confronting such a being head-on wasn't a wise option. The emperor looked at the screen with an unreadable expression. So, even though he's a Campione, he's still a young man entangled in worldly desires. The prime minister, sitting beside him, nodded slowly. At least he's not like Marquis Vauban, who hunts heretic gods just to satisfy his hunger for power. If his only flaw is his interest in women, it can be managed. The prime minister thought for a moment before turning to Toma. Does he have any interest in politics or power? Toma shook his head and answered, there's no indication he's interested in such things. He seems to enjoy a normal life as a high school student. However, we can't rule out the possibility that his personality might change after becoming a Campione. The emperor tapped his fingers on the table. What about his social connections? Aside from the 2 women he's impregnated, does he have people we can approach? Toma adjusted his glasses before answering, Rokuhara Ren is an orphan. His parents died in a traffic accident when he was in middle school. He has no distant relatives, but if there's anyone who could be considered family, it's Nakano Itsuki's quintuplet sisters, Nakano Ichika, Nakano Nino, Nakano Miku, and Nakano Yotsuba. The room fell silent for a moment. Quintuplets. The head of the Kohotsuka family muttered, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Cases of quintuplets were extremely rare, even in Japan's history. Not only that, the fact that Ren was connected to them complicated the situation. However, before anyone could speak, Toma continued his report. In addition, Rokuhara Ren also has connections with some of Japan's most influential families, the Shinomiya family, the Sanzanin family, the Tenjuin family, and the Momobami family. This time, the silence turned into complete shock. Even the emperor, who had maintained a calm expression, raised an eyebrow slightly. The prime minister immediately leaned forward. Those 4 families are the largest conglomerates in Japan. They have immense influence over the nation's economy. How could an orphan like him have connections with them? Toma pressed a few keys on his laptop, displaying several photos and documents on the screen. Based on our investigation, Rokuhara Ren has a natural talent for finding rare items. He often visits flea markets and discovers artworks or antiques whose existence is unknown to the world. Over time, his reputation as a treasure hunter began to spread, and he started selling valuable items to influential people. Those 4 families are among his clients. The head of the Renju family stroked his beard with an envious expression. So that's why he has so many magical artifacts that aren't even available on the market. He finds them himself. Toma nodded. Exactly. Most of the magical artifacts he owns are the result of his own searches. Combined with his extraordinary ability to appraise items, he's able to obtain things we don't even know exist. The emperor cleared his throat, regaining control of the room. So, we're dealing with someone who's not only powerful as a Campione but also has a vast network among Japan's most influential people. The prime minister nodded in agreement. This is a double-edged sword. If we can be on his side, we can gain immense benefits. However, if we fail to control or offend him, the consequences could be dire. Keiru, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a calm tone, so, what's our plan? It would be too risky to treat him as a threat. The emperor thought for a moment before finally saying, we'll send him an official invitation to meet. We need to understand what kind of person he is. In any case, don't make a Campione an enemy. The order was immediately accepted, and the meeting was adjourned. However, one thing was certain, Rokuhara Ren's presence had shifted the balance of power in Japan. However, they were unaware that another variable was about to emerge, one that would give them a headache. Chapter 22, The Intrigue Behind Power. In the capitalist world, money is God. Not just a metaphor, but an absolute truth that governs every aspect of life. However, for those at the top of the power chain, there is something even more valuable than money, the mysterious side of the world. The general public lives in ignorance, dismissing mystical phenomena as nothing more than urban legends. Even if they directly experience something strange, their memories are quickly erased by divine enforcers, an organization tasked with maintaining Japan's balance. However, behind the scenes, conglomerates and rulers have long been aware of the truth. They know that the world is not only controlled by politics and economics but also by magic, ancient artifacts, and creatures that should only exist in legends and myths. They hire mystical practitioners for personal protection, infiltrate their agents into divine enforcers, and use their wealth to gain access to information and power that ordinary people cannot possess. But there is one thing that money cannot buy, the status of a Campione. There are only 6 individuals in the world who hold the title, and now, the 7th has been born in Japan. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the Shinomiya family meeting room, an elderly man with a wrinkled face stared at the report that had just arrived in his hands. Shinomiya Ganon was the head of the Shinomiya family, a man who had spent his life building power and influence in Japan's economy. He had seen it all, people rising to the pinnacle of glory, only to fall into the abyss of ruin. However, this time, he was faced with something completely unexpected. Rokuhara Ren. A name that was not unfamiliar, but one he had never considered important before. A young man who had once sold him porcelain from the Qin dynasty, one of the rare artifacts that even the most influential collectors could not find. At the time, he had thought Ren was just a lucky kid who happened to stumble upon a treasure at a flea market. Nothing special. Not someone worth considering. Yet in the blink of an eye, that young man has surpassed everything. From an ordinary human to a Campione. From someone insignificant to one of the most dangerous beings in the world. Ganon let out a long sigh, his sharp eyes scanning the report. How could something like this happen? A Campione born in Japan. This country has never had a Campione before. They are monsters whose power surpasses that of any world leader. They are kings that even gods fear. Marquis Vauban, the ruler of Eastern Europe who treats humans as nothing more than hunting prey. Luo Hao, the ruler of China who does not hesitate to slaughter anyone who opposes her. Doni, Alejandro, John Pluto Smith, each Campione is extraordinary. Is Rokuhara Ren one of them? Sometimes reality can be funnier than a comedy show. Ganon tapped his fingers on the table, his mind racing. No. This report mentioned something interesting. His eyes narrowed as he reread a specific section. Main flaw, playboy. Campione have massive egos. That is an undeniable fact. Their power allows them to act as they please without fear of consequences. However, if Rokuhara Ren's weakness is women, then he can be controlled. Ganon smiled faintly. If Rokuhara Ren were someone obsessed with power or destruction, it would be difficult to manipulate him. But if his weakness is women, then the answer is clear. Give him what he wants. He glanced at his son, Shinomiya Oko, who sat across from him with a solemn expression. Send Hayasaka AI to approach him. Are you sure, father? Oko asked, unsure of his father's decision. This report mentions he's a playboy. There's no way he would reject a beautiful woman offered to him for free. Ganon smiled coldly. Oko looked at his father with calculating eyes. In that case, we must not fall behind. Father, Campione are always surrounded by people who serve them, whether as subordinates, advisors, or loyal servants. Rokuhara Ren has just become a Campione. He doesn't have any faction serving him yet. We must ensure that when he starts building his following, the Shinomiya family is already by his side. Ganon's eyes narrowed slightly, but he let Oko continue. By leveraging his fame as a Campione, we can expand the Shinomiya family's business empire even further. If we can become his first faction, then we will gain the protection of a being that even gods fear. And with that, we can surpass the Momobami family, the Sanzanin family, and the Tenjuin family. We can become the strongest. Oko clenched his fist as his passion burned at the thought of that future. Ganon was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. We must act quickly. Then I will order Hayasaka to seduce him. If that's not enough, I can even send Kaguya. No. Ganon's voice was firm, without a hint of doubt. Oko immediately fell silent. I don't mind using Hayasaka, but I will not sacrifice my own daughter for the sake of the family. Kaguya is the daughter of the Shinomiya family. I will not allow her to be used as a tool to seduce a man, even if that man is a Campione. Ganon's eyes were sharp, leaving no room for negotiation. Oko clenched his fists, but he knew there was no point in arguing. His father loved Kaguya more than anyone. He lowered his head, suppressing a soft sigh. Understood, father. Ganon leaned back in his chair, his eyes gleaming with plans. Let's see just how strong Rokuhara Ren is in the face of temptation. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The 3 largest conglomerate families in Japan, Momobami, Sanzanin, and Tenjuin, immediately held emergency meetings as soon as news of Rokuhara Ren reached their ears. They understood one thing that could not be ignored: Campione were not just individuals with immense power, they were kings who transcended the law. No government could regulate them. No court could punish them. Campione were the ultimate rulers who did as they pleased, and the world could only adapt to their existence. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the Momobami family meeting room, Momobami Kurori sat on her throne with a mysterious smile. A Campione in Japan. Interesting. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Someone like that cannot be controlled by ordinary means. But who says we can't become his ally? Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the Sanzanin family residence, an elderly man with a thick beard, Sanzanin Mikado, listened to his subordinate's report with a wide smile. We're talking about someone who can kill heretic gods and take their divine authorities. If we don't approach him soon, we'll miss a golden opportunity. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, in the Tenjuin family, their head, a handsome bespectacled man named Tenjuin Ryuga, tapped his fingers on the table. Someone like that will either be the greatest threat or the strongest ally we could have, and I prefer the latter. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Although these four conglomerate families had different interests, they all arrived at the same conclusion: they must affiliate themselves with Rokuhara Ren before anyone else does. Chapter 23, Uninvited Guests. The sun shone warmly in the clear blue sky, illuminating the park filled with the laughter and chatter of children. The green grass became a playground for them as they ran freely, enjoying the simple joys of tag or casually drawing random patterns on the ground with sticks. In another corner of the park, there was a sandpit where a few young children were busy building sandcastles, creating their own little worlds with toy shovels and small buckets. Not far from there, the slides and swings were never empty, always adorned with cheerful shouts as the children took turns playing. Under the shade of the trees, families spread out picnic mats, enjoying the meals they had brought while chatting in a warm atmosphere. Some young couples sat side by side on park benches, engrossed in casual conversation or simply soaking in the tranquility of the afternoon. Elsewhere, a group of elderly people chatted quietly, keeping an eye on their grandchildren while occasionally smiling at the innocent antics of the children. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a gazebo slightly hidden behind cherry blossom trees became a spot for a pair of young people to relax. Ren sat with his arms folded behind his head, his eyes observing the park scene without a clear expression. Beside him, Itsuki sipped from a plastic bottle, occasionally playing with the ends of her wind-blown hair. She turned to Ren, her voice soft but filled with curiosity. Have you been busy at school lately? Ren simply shrugged, his eyes still fixed ahead. Nothing interesting. Itsuki tilted her head slightly, looking at him more intently. You really don't want to go back to the archery club? They're probably still hoping you'll rejoin. Ren chuckled softly, his tone flat but confident. Archery is fun, but I've already reached the peak. There's no challenge left there. Itsuki sighed, as if she had expected that answer. She knew Ren was always searching for something more challenging, something that made him feel alive. After a moment, she asked teasingly, how's your relationship with Maria-san? Ren finally turned to her, the corner of his lips curling into a smirk. Why? Are you jealous? Itsuki just rolled her eyes, but a faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her. I'm just curious. You're known for flirting with a lot of women, after all. Masha's fine. She's busy with student council activities, but she still finds time to secretly satisfy my urges every now and then. Instantly, the ahog on her head stood up. Itsuki knew Ren well enough to understand the hidden meaning behind his words. Don't do anything weird at school. If anyone finds out, it could be a huge problem. Besides, Maria-san is a member of the student council. Her reputation could be ruined, and her life would never be the same again. I know my limits. I'm always careful. Leaning closer, Ren whispered into Itsuki's ear in a teasing tone. Or maybe you've forgotten. We've also done things like that on school grounds. The office, the rooftop, toilet. Before Ren could finish, Itsuki had already covered his mouth with her hand. Her face turned red instantly. She quickly glanced left and right, making sure no one had overheard. Don't talk nonsense in public. Enjoying Itsuki's reaction, which was always fun to tease, Ren leaned back, letting the cool breeze brush past him. Where do you want to go after this? How about we go to the shopping mall? I want to buy a few things. Shopping. You're starting to sound like a real wife. What else am I if not your wife? A strange feeling tugged at her heart. Itsuki was indeed carrying Ren's child, but they weren't married. Living under the same roof without any formal commitment made her feel uneasy, even though she knew Ren was a responsible man. She always worried she might end up like her mother. The change in Itsuki's expression didn't escape Ren's notice. He smiled faintly before gently pinching her cheek. Don't make that grumpy face. Let's go buy some baby supplies. Itsuki was still a little frustrated, but she eventually nodded in agreement. The two of them got up from the gazebo, leaving the park still bustling with the laughter of children and the chatter of families enjoying their picnics. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Monday morning. The sunlight shone sharply on the clean streets, highlighting the spotless concrete. The usual morning hustle and bustle of the city seemed to have vanished, replaced by a more solemn and tense atmosphere. A line of black cars was neatly parked along the side of the road. Dozens of men and women in black uniforms stood at attention on both sides of the apartment entrance, their expressions serious and solemn. Among them, Sayanomiya Keiru, the representative of the History Compilation Committee, stood calmly, dressed in his usual men's suit. His demeanor appeared composed, but beside him, Amakase Tomo looked more tense than usual. Why does it have to be me? Just because I witnessed Lord Doni and Marquis Vauban's battle, so anything involving Campione means I have to be there. He grumbled inwardly. We need to be careful. Otherwise, the History Compilation Committee, which has survived for 1,000 years, will disappear from this land. Straightening his collar, Tomo reminded everyone not to act recklessly. Almost all Campioni were individuals with strange and unpredictable temperaments. For example, Marquis Vauban of Eastern Europe, an old man who had turned many humans into blocks of salt just for disturbing him. Or Luo Hao from China, a demon said to make a baby stop crying just by mentioning her name. Now, they were facing the suspected 7th Campione, Rokuhara Ren. According to reports, he lived like an ordinary person, but that might just be a disguise. They couldn't afford to be careless. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the apartment, Ren stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his uniform tie with a lazy expression. Why are there guests so early in the morning? His eyes briefly glanced out the window, catching sight of the line of black cars neatly parked along the road and the dozens of men and women in black uniforms standing stiffly in front of his apartment building. However, instead of feeling pressured or rushed, he ignored them and casually strolled to the kitchen. He had no intention of greeting them anytime soon. At the dining table, Itsuki sat quietly, eating her breakfast as usual, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Unlike Ren, who already knew the identities of the uninvited guests, Itsuki always believed the world operated based on science and natural laws. For her, there was no such thing as magic, gods, or the supernatural. Ren knew that, and he had no interest in changing her perspective. At least, not for now. Chapter 24, Conflict Outside the Apartment. Just finished breakfast, Ren, who was helping Itsuki wash the dishes, suddenly stopped moving his hands. Seeing this, Itsuki turned to him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Ren didn't answer immediately. He remained silent for a moment, as if sensing something invisible to the naked eye. Then, a small laugh escaped his lips. Something interesting just happened. Not understanding what he meant, Itsuki simply thought her husband was in a good mood. Well then, behave more politely, don't flirt with girls randomly. Itsuki continued washing the dishes. Of course. Ren smiled faintly, but his thoughts were not entirely in the room. Just now, he felt a resonance that only Campiones could sense. A new king had been born. So, in the end, Kusanagi Gado's destiny hasn't changed. He still became a Campione, only the order has changed. Ren recalled his previous feelings. In the game of fate, Gado was one of the main figures, an existence destined by the world to reach the top. No matter how other variables changed, he would still attain his title as a Campione. Ren had once tried to alter the course. He attempted to steal the Prometheus grimoire, the object that set Gado on his path as a Campione. However, his attempt failed. It seems fate is not on my side. After all, Gado is a protagonist superior to Q's Masachika. Ren felt amused. In terms of fate, he and Masachika were equals. Proof of this was that he had taken Maria Mikhailovna Kujou from Masachika. Of course, his methods were despicable and unethical. But Ren didn't care about the methods he used. As long as the result was satisfying, he didn't mind the process. Returning to the main topic. When facing a protagonist higher in the hierarchy like Gado, no matter how much effort he put in, fate would still try to steer him towards the predetermined path. This was a rule of the world often seen in Chinese novels. No matter how great the fate of a mob character, they could only watch as the protagonist reached the pinnacle of life. However, Ren was not a mob character. He had already achieved the position of a Campione. With his current position, he could challenge that fate. Now, he was on equal footing with Gado. If Ren wanted, he could take Gado's potential harem without any backlash from fate. For example, Maria Yuri, the History Compilation Committee would hand Yuri over to him as long as Ren asked. Among Gado's harem, except for Erika Blandelli, the other women don't interest me much. Unfortunately, I'm afraid Erika has already offered herself to Gado and done indecent things. Remembering how proactive Erika was in seducing Gado, Ren dismissed the idea of getting Erika. As mentioned before, he didn't like used women. Men who like MILFs might not agree with Ren's philosophy, considering it racism, but he didn't care about others' opinions of him. There's still plenty of time. Let's watch TV. I can walk by myself. Rejection denied. You're so dominant, hubby. After washing the dishes, Ren picked up Itsuki in a princess carry. Then, they sat on the sofa, watching TV while Ren's hands occasionally wandered over Itsuki's body. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The atmosphere in front of the apartment grew increasingly tense. Sayanomiya Keiru and Amakase Tomo remained standing calmly, though they were starting to feel uneasy inside. 30 minutes had passed, yet Rokuhara Ren still hadn't shown himself. A female mage beside Keiru finally couldn't hold back and whispered, Amikasu, Rokuhara-sama hasn't appeared yet. Does he not realize we're here? That's impossible. Campiones can sense the mana in mages' bodies. I think the king is just delayed by something. Toma's speculation was correct. At that moment, Ren was busy having sex with Itsuki in the living room. As expected of Amikasu. His experience interacting with Lord Doni is invaluable. Kaoru thought to herself. Compared to Toma, who had direct experience with Campiones, she only knew of their existence from written reports. There was no other choice. The number of Campiones was only in the single digits, and only one was from Asia. The rest lived in the West. In history, Japan had never produced a single Campione. Thus, Ren's emergence as the seventh Campione had marked a new chapter in history. What the country's leaders didn't know was that Japan now had not just one Campione, but two. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The scene of dozens of men in black suits standing in front of the apartment with a firm attitude naturally attracted attention. Some passers-by glanced at them with curiosity, but no one approached or asked questions. In Japan, people were too busy with their own lives. It was better to stay silent and not get involved in unnecessary matters. Among the mages present, some showed expressions of disdain as they watched ordinary humans pass by. To some mages, ordinary humans were just primitive creatures who failed to evolve. However, their arrogant thoughts were soon interrupted by a fashionable woman trying to enter the apartment. She wore sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, as if trying to hide her identity. A member of the History Compilation Committee immediately stopped her before she could go further. Sorry, the apartment is temporarily closed to outsiders. There's an important person inside, he said in a formal tone. What? I just want to visit my pregnant younger sister and her husband. This apartment is big. It's impossible for me to disturb the important person you're talking about, right? The woman looked confused by the excessive actions of the people in front of her. Sorry, we can't allow anyone to enter at this time. The man in black who blocked her remained standing like a wall. His face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a single word she said. This is ridiculous. My family lives upstairs. I have the right to enter. The woman frowned. This is an order. Please come back later. The man said, his voice cold. Their attitude is really annoying. Even high-ranking officials aren't this arrogant, right? The woman felt frustrated. Do you know who I am? I don't know, and I don't care who you are. The man's arrogant attitude, looking down on her, made Ichika even more displeased. Fine. If they want to act like this, let's see their reaction after they find out who I am. Without saying a word, Ichika reached for her sunglasses and slowly removed them, revealing a pair of beautiful deep blue eyes. Then, she pulled down her mask, revealing a pretty face often seen on TV and magazine covers. As a final touch, she removed the hat covering her head, letting her short pink hair fall slightly messy, with one long strand on the right side that was her trademark. She was of average height, but her body was well endowed, especially her chest, which was quite prominent under her casual clothes. Some members of the History Compilation Committee who had been arrogant earlier immediately fell silent. Their eyes widened, mouth slightly open, while others swallowed hard. The members of the History Compilation Committee present had read information about Ren. They had memorized the names and appearances of those close to him to avoid offending the other party. Who would have thought that the random woman they encountered was actually the sister-in-law of the newly ascended king? Chapter 25, I am Campione. Seeing their reactions, Ichika puffed out her chest proudly, flashing a confident smile. Hee hee, you're surprised, aren't you? Didn't expect an international actress like me to be here, huh? Ichika thought they were stunned because of her reputation as a famous star who had made it into Hollywood films. However, what she didn't realize was that they weren't shocked because of her celebrity status. They were shocked because the woman in front of them was the sister-in-law of the Campione they were waiting for. Kaoru immediately stepped forward, his face cold as he glared at one of his subordinates who had been arguing with Ichika earlier. Were you the one who blocked Nakano-sama earlier? I didn't know she was. No excuses. Your salary will be cut for 3 months. Kaoru interrupted with a cold tone. Understood. The subordinate could only resign himself to the punishment. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ichika asked, concerned. In her opinion, it was just a trivial matter and didn't warrant such a punishment. Kaoru turned to her, and together with Toma and the other members of the committee, they bowed deeply to her. We sincerely apologize for our rudeness, Nakano-sama. Huh. Ichika blinked, her confident expression quickly turning awkward. Are they my fanatical fans? They even used the honorific, sama. They're acting as if I'm some kind of noble or something. Ding ding ding. Before Ichika could tell them to stand up, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the screen, she answered it with a playful smile. Hello, Rokuhara-kun, it's unusual for you to call me first. Could it be that you miss Wani-san? That's not allowed, you already have Itsuki, so you shouldn't be thinking bad thoughts about Wani-san. Ichika didn't miss the chance to tease Ren, which made Itsuki, who was beside her, jealous. Ichika-san, let that tomboyish woman and that four-eyed guy come with you. On the other end, Ren's voice came with a snort. Ah. But they're waiting for someone important. That's me. You're not joking, are you? Ichika knew Ren liked to joke around, and she didn't want to be the butt of a joke in front of a group of people who looked like bodyguards for someone important. Just tell them. If they refuse, let them be. Feeling that Ren wasn't joking, Ichika could only agree. All right, I'll relay your message. As soon as the call ended, Ichika shrugged and looked at Kaoru and Toma. So, my brother-in-law said you can come in with me. However, before she could explain further, Kaoru and Toma immediately exchanged glances. They had clearly heard the entire conversation. Without a second thought, Kaoru bowed his head. Please allow us to meet Rokuhara-sama. We can't miss this opportunity. Toma also nodded. Ah. Aren't you waiting for someone important? Ichika looked at them in confusion. Yes. And that person is indeed Rokuhara-sama. Kaoru nodded seriously, not showing any signs of lying. Rokuhara-sama. Ichika glanced toward the apartment, then back at them. My brother-in-law, that playboy jerk. The important person they're waiting for is him. Isn't he just a regular high school student? Could he actually be the heir of a wealthy family living a normal life? Before Ichika could let her imagination run wild, Kaoru politely opened the apartment door and gestured for her to enter first. Well, I'll find out soon enough. Still not fully understanding the situation, Ichika stepped into the apartment under the respectful gazes of the other members of the History Compilation Committee. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren sat casually in the middle of the living room sofa. To his left, Ichika looked at him curiously, while to his right, Itsuki sat with a questioning expression. Across from them, Kaoru and Toma sat stiffly, clearly showing unusual nervousness. Ren looked at his two guests with a small smile. I must admit, the government moves pretty fast. How did you find me? There were CCTV cameras at the construction site. I see. Kaoru's explanation matched his speculation. At the time, Ren had been in a hurry to leave after defeating the heretic god. Still unfamiliar with his divine authority, he hadn't had the chance to erase his tracks. Ren's silence prompted Toma to get straight to the point. Rokuhara-sama, we from the History Compilation Committee have come to pledge our loyalty to you. Oh. Ren raised an eyebrow, while beside him, Itsuki and Ichika exchanged confused glances. In addition, the Emperor has acknowledged your existence and bestowed upon you the status of Imperial Prince. What? Hearing Toma's words, Itsuki and Ichika almost exclaimed in unison. They didn't fully understand what was being discussed, but they knew one thing, the status of a prince in Japan wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Itsuki, still trying to process the information, unconsciously hugged Ren's arm, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at her husband. Husband, can you explain what's really going on? Rokuhara-kun. Don't tell me this is some kind of over-the-top joke. Ichika wore a skeptical expression. From the beginning, Ren had no intention of hiding his power from the women beside him. He just hadn't found the right time to reveal everything. Now, with the History Compilation Committee already aware of his identity, and Ichika and Itsuki sitting beside him, Ren felt there was no reason to delay any longer. I am Campione. This reminded him of the scene where Tony Stark said, I am Iron Man, in front of reporters and cameras broadcasting live. Campione. Ichika and Itsuki exchanged glances, clearly confused by the foreign term Ren had just mentioned. Campione are tyrants, for they slay all the gods in the heavens and seize their divine authorities. Campione are kings, for they wield the divine authorities taken from the gods they've slain, using them to rule over humanity on earth. Campione are devil kings. No mortal in this world can stand against them. As Ren finished his explanation, the room fell into silence. Ichika and Itsuki were still trying to process Ren's words, while Kaoru and Toma remained silent. There were no smiles on their faces, only serious expressions as if confirming Ren's statements. Then. Buffed. Ah. Ichika burst into loud laughter, her body slightly hunched forward as she held her stomach. Rokuhara-kun, you're such a chinibu, aren't you? Your imagination is truly wild. Seriously, if you hadn't said that with such a straight face, I might have believed you. Itsuki, sitting next to Ren, covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back her laughter. However, her slightly trembling shoulders clearly showed that she also found this ridiculous. I know my husband likes to tease others, but this time it's a bit too much. Clearly, she didn't believe such an absurd story. As a physics teacher, she believed only in science and the truths of the world. Supernatural beings were nothing more than superstitions to her. On the other hand, Kaoru and Toma remained silent, their faces showing no signs that this was a joke. Of course, Ichika and Itsuki didn't realize just how serious the situation was. Chapter 26, Ichika and Itsuki learn the truth of the world. Ichika and Itsuki's disbelief was still within Ren's calculations. If they had believed everything so easily, that would have made him suspicious instead. Facts speak louder than words. Therefore, the best way was to show them directly. Ren took a deep breath, then activated his divine authority, Sun Conqueror. The magical energy within his body surged like an endless ocean, filling the room with an invisible pressure. I, who sees the light of the sun, the archer who brings down the sky god. Appear, bow of solar majesty. Zheng. Instantly, golden light gathered in Ren's hands, forming the majestic shape of a longbow. The bowstring glowed brightly, while an arrow of golden light appeared as if born from the sun itself. Silence. Ichika, who had initially wanted to laugh at Ren again, suddenly froze. Her blue eyes widened, and her breath caught. Beside her, Itsuki covered her mouth with both hands, her body trembling slightly. Her blue eyes were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Kaoru and Toma, who were more experienced in the supernatural world, turned even paler. They felt dread sensing the magical energy radiating from Ren. Now I understand why Grand Knights and Grand Mage, who are the pinnacle of power humans can achieve, still can't compare to Campione. It's truly on a different level. Meeting a Campione for the first time, Kaoru revised his narrow perspective. On the other hand, Ichika finally managed to move again. She raised her hand and pointed at Ren with a confused expression. Wait a minute. This is a magic trick, right? You're using holograms or something. Even faced with the evidence before her, Ichika found it hard to believe that all the talk about Campione was real. Do you think I had time to set up holograms here? There could be new technology one don't know about. It seems I need to show more concrete proof for you to believe. Seeing Ichika still insisting, though her voice was losing confidence, Ren let out a short sigh. As Ren's actions unfolded, Toma's expression changed drastically. His previously tense face now turned panicked. He quickly stepped forward, trying to stop him. King, please wait. I beg you, calm your anger. If you use your divine authority in the middle of the city, the damage will be catastrophic. Countless lives could be lost. Kaoru also immediately stood up from his seat and bowed deeply. For the sake of countless human lives, we implore you, King, to reconsider. Ichika froze in place. As a professional actress, she was used to seeing all kinds of expressions, both genuine and fabricated. But, this time, she could swear these two were completely serious. There was no deceit in their expressions. Hubby, don't act rashly because of Ichika's words. Put your weapon away, okay? I believe you. Ichika turned to Itsuki with a shocked expression. Huh. Hey, Itsuki, you believe this nonsense too? Unlike her, who was still skeptical, Itsuki seemed much calmer, though there was clearly surprise in her eyes. I can't deny the truth before my eyes, Ichika. It was a simple answer, but also absolute. Ichika couldn't argue with it. Even if she was foolish, the divine aura radiating from the bow and arrow couldn't be faked. Seeing the situation had calmed down, Ren finally lowered his bow. All right, since you say so. As he spoke, the bow and arrow in his hands dissipated into fragments of light, vanishing as if they had never existed. Phew. Toma let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, Kaoru sat back down on the sofa, his mind racing as he tried to guess the identity of the heretic god Ren had slain. A bow and arrow, in Japanese mythology, there were only a few gods known to use such weapons. Fujin. No, he's more known as the god of wind. If he had appeared, the battle would have involved a massive storm. Saratahiko. Impossible. Although he's a god of war and guidance, he's not famous for using a bow. Takamikazuchi. He's the god of thunder and war. If he had been killed, there should have been signs of lightning in the battle. But based on the CCTV footage, there was nothing like that. Kaoru frowned. None of these guesses fit. What confused him even more was the lack of resistance from the heretic god in the CCTV footage. Usually, when a heretic god appears, massive destruction is inevitable, even for a Campione. However, in the footage they analyzed, Ren seemed to kill the heretic god far too easily, it couldn't even be called a battle but a one-sided slaughter. On the other hand, Ichika was still trying to process everything. Her eyes shifted between Ren, Kaoru, and Toma before she finally let out a soft sigh. It's hard to believe. So the gods from legends are real. Ichika finally spoke, though her tone sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Even if her common sense couldn't accept it, she had no choice but to believe the reality before her. Toma, seeing the confusion on Ichika and Itsuki's faces, took the initiative to explain further. The world is far more complex than you think. There are various entities whose existence surpasses the understanding of ordinary humans. Yokai, ghosts, evil spirits, monsters, aliens, heretic gods, Campione, and many other supernatural beings. They all exist in this world, though hidden from the public eye. Ichika and Itsuki exchanged glances. All of this sounded like something out of a fairy tale or a movie. But the evidence was right in front of them. Then why have we never experienced any supernatural events? Itsuki voiced the doubt in her heart. Kaoru, who was more experienced in the mystical world, answered in a calm tone. That's all thanks to the efforts of the divine enforcers. They are the official organization responsible for maintaining peace and order in society. Their job is to ensure ordinary humans aren't exposed to supernatural threats that could disrupt daily life. In fact, every year, thousands of people die in mysterious incidents. However, most of them are actually victims of supernatural beings. Even if some survive, their memories are erased to maintain the secrecy of this world. Ichika frowned. She felt something was off about that method. Why not reveal the truth? If everyone knew this world was dangerous, wouldn't they be more careful? She protested. Kaoru fell silent for a moment, unsure how to answer. However, Ren took over. With a relaxed tone, he looked at Ichika with a faint smile. Ichika-san, do you think if everyone knew about the supernatural world, they would be able to protect themselves? No, the opposite would happen. If ordinary humans knew this world was filled with supernatural beings stronger than them, most would react with fear. That fear would turn into panic, and panic would breed chaos. Pausing for a moment, Ren gave the two girls time to digest this information. You know how humans react to things they can't control, right? They would try to fight it in the wrong ways. Some might seek protection, but others. Cults, mass paranoia, and the worst, some would try to exploit the situation for personal gain. If you think the world is bad now, believe me, revealing the truth would only make it worse. Ichika fell silent. Ren's words made sense, even if she didn't like them. Chapter 27, I refuse. Meanwhile, Itsuki unconsciously pulled her husband's arm and hugged him tightly to her chest. Her attentive eyes looked at Ren with deep concern. Hubby. If you're a Campione, that means you do dangerous things, right? Ichika, who had been skeptical from the start, now looked at Ren with a serious expression. I don't want you doing dangerous things. I also don't want my younger sister to become a widow and a single mother raising a child alone. However, although her words sounded like a joke, her tone carried genuine worry. Ren remained calm and looked at both of them with a serious expression. When someone becomes a Campione, their peaceful, everyday life disappears forever. That power gives Campione the most overwhelming strength, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of the world and enjoy all the pleasures that come with this identity. Even if they sleep on a golden bed every day, drink the most expensive wine as if it were water, and are surrounded by the most beautiful women every night, no one dares to oppose their commands. Pausing for a moment, Ren looked into Itsuki's teary eyes before saying firmly, Campione are the strongest group of people in the world, and also the most dangerous group of people in the world. Sighing, Ren reached out to gently pat Itsuki's head. I've already become one of them, and there's no turning back for me now. But one thing you must know. For the sake of gaining the power to protect you, I'm willing to bear this heavy fate. Itsuki's eyes trembled upon hearing those words, and without hesitation, she hugged her husband even tighter. Hubby. I believe in you. Kaoru and Toma exchanged glances before looking away, pretending to be busy counting the dust in the air. They didn't want to disturb this romantic moment. On the other hand, Ichika snorted softly, but deep down, she felt a little envious of Itsuki. This man is even more outstanding than Futaro. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After the touching moment ended, Ren shifted his gaze to the two uninvited guests who had been silent, merely witnessing his private conversation with his wife and sister-in-law. So, you didn't come here just to watch my family melodrama, did you? Kaoru stepped forward respectfully, slightly bowing. King, we have come as representatives of the History Compilation Committee. And? Ren looked at him with a flat expression. Kaoru continued in a serious tone, the committee wishes to pledge our loyalty to you, King. Ichika frowned upon hearing the term king while Itsuki looked at Ren with admiration. Ren had anticipated this from the beginning. Mage associations pledge loyalty to Campione solely to seek protection. For this purpose, they can provide human or material support. Ren is a Campione, he won't do everything alone, and people don't want to see a human-shaped nuclear bomb like him wandering around. If he agrees to the History Compilation Committee offer, it means he also takes responsibility for their protection. If a heretic god threatens their territory, or if another Campione attacks, then Ren must act as their shield. The History Compilation Committee is a group of petty people. I don't want to be manipulated like Kusanagi Gado. Recalling the plot he knew, Ren had no good impression of the History Compilation Committee. They are a pragmatic group that only cares about their own interests. After becoming a Campione and gaining the power to dominate the world, Gado was manipulated by Erika and the Italian Mage Association. It's understandable if Gado wanted to return to his normal life, but after returning home, he was forced by a letter to go back to Italy to prove his power to the Italian Mage Association. How foolish, he's so obedient like a slave. What's even more disgusting is that the History Compilation Committee tried every means to control Gado. On the surface, they were loyal to Gado, but in reality, they played him and even let him clean up their mess without paying any price. This is truly a model of true loyalty. Ignoring Kaoru and Toma, who were waiting in tension, Ren belittled Gado in his heart. The methods used by the official History Compilation Committee are nothing more than a few tricks. They use verbal benefits to win people's hearts and minds and gain control. Aside from sacrificing women, the actual benefits are nothing special. This is an organization that refuses to submit to others. Perhaps Susanoo in the netherworld gives them the courage to act. However, that old man himself is just a coward who is so afraid of Campione that he hides in the netherworld. Ren somewhat understood the arrogance of the History Compilation Committee, which didn't take Campione as seriously as the Mage Association. After all, Susanoo is their true backer. Gado remained under the control of the History Compilation Committee because of his status as a hot-blooded high school student who is easily swayed by emotions. But do they still think I'm that idiot Gado? Although we're both high school students, Gado was just an ordinary person before becoming a Campione, unlike me, who has seen the dark side of humanity since childhood. As a Campione, Gado lived a completely useless life. Not to mention becoming a cruel devil king like Marquis Vauban, but doing whatever I want is also one of my life principles. I refuse. Ren showed not the slightest hesitation in rejecting their offer. King, please reconsider. Before Keiru could finish a single sentence, the atmosphere in the room drastically changed. Boom. An oppressive and terrifying aura enveloped Keiru and Toma without them realizing it. It wasn't a psychological feeling, but a real one. Breathing rapidly, the two felt as if they were trapped in a closed room and gradually couldn't breathe. However, what truly shook them wasn't just the pressure, it was Ren's next words. Don't overestimate yourselves. Even though the History Compilation Committee has Susanoo behind you, I'm not afraid of a coward who doesn't dare show his face. He's only good at using tricks to seal Sun Wukong. Leave, I don't want to see the History Compilation Committee again. Ren made a strong and dominating statement. Keiru and Toma widened their eyes. He knows. Rokuhara Ren, a new Campione, knew about their organization's greatest secret. About how Susanoo, one of the heretic gods, acted from behind the shadows of the History Compilation Committee, and about the sealed Sun Wukong. A newly born Campione shouldn't know this. So, how did this young man find out? Keiru looked at the young man once more. Ren's gaze remained calm, but behind that calmness, there was something terrifying. With a face that still tried to remain composed, he slightly bowed his head. We understand, King. We apologize for the disturbance. Though still trembling, Toma followed Keiru's lead and saluted before the two turned and left the apartment. Chapter 28, Scolded by Ichika and Itsuki. Ichika continued to gaze at Ren with an expression full of interest. Her lips curved, and she nudged the young man's arm with a mischievous look. Wow, Ren-kun is so dominant. I didn't know you had that side to you. After witnessing how Keiru and Toma, people from the organization overseeing the mystical world, trembled in front of Ren, Ichika could no longer see the young man who had impregnated her younger brother as an ordinary person. Ren-kun isn't just a high school student. He's a supreme ruler, a figure even feared by those who live in the shadows of the mystical world. Itsuki is really good at choosing men. Sigh. After this, I'm worried I'll never find an extraordinary man like Ren-kun in the future. Ichika sighed inwardly. On the other hand, Itsuki couldn't hide her anxiety. She tightly gripped her husband's arm and looked at him with concern. Hubby, are you sure nothing bad will happen to you after rejecting them? She hadn't fully grasped the concept of a Campione's power, but rejecting a national organization like the History Compilation Committee sounded like a dangerous move. Sensing her worry, Ren smiled faintly and gently patted Itsuki's head, trying to calm her down. That's impossible. Only heretic gods can oppose Campione, and vice versa. The History Compilation Committee wouldn't dare make me their enemy. My existence is crucial if a heretic god appears in Japan or nearby countries. Itsuki let out a sigh of relief. Her hand, which had been tightly gripping Ren's arm, slowly loosened. Thank goodness. I don't want you to clash with the country. So that's it. They offered their loyalty to you because they want Ren-kun to handle problems they can't deal with, right? Ichika's tone sounded displeased. From her perspective, the History Compilation Committee was just trying to use Ren as a tool. However, before Ren could respond, Itsuki suddenly furrowed her brows and looked at him with a demanding gaze. By the way, if those people hadn't come, how long were you planning to keep it a secret that you're a Campione? Huh? Did you forget? We agreed there would be no secrets between us. Itsuki stared at him seriously, waiting for Ren's response. Their relationship was already taboo in the eyes of society. If it weren't for Ren's sincerity gradually melting her heart, Itsuki wouldn't have agreed to this relationship. That's why trust was the foundation of their relationship. It could be seen that Ren didn't hide his affair with Masha, and Itsuki accepted it. After all, she herself couldn't satisfy him in bed. And now, Itsuki realized that Ren had been hiding something huge from her. I wasn't hiding anything from you, Itsuki. Actually, I only became a Campione yesterday. Otherwise, why would the History Compilation Committee only come now? Yesterday. Itsuki's eyes widened. This wasn't the answer she had anticipated. Previously, she thought Ren had been a Campione for months, or even years. So, what happened yesterday? Itsuki bit her lower lip, then looked at Ren with a worried expression. Alright, we're all family. There's no need to keep secrets. Ren sighed, then glanced at Ichika, who was also staring at him intently, clearly not wanting to miss any details. He finally came clean, telling them everything. From his innate supernatural ability, the insight gaze he suddenly gained, the magical artifacts he found, the Onmyoji talisman, Brahmastra, and a strand of Sun Wukong's hair, to his decision to deliberately wander around all night in search of a heretic god. Except for the fact that he was a transmigrator from another world, he told them everything. When he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. So, Renkuin, on your own initiative, you deliberately sought out a heretic god to fight, while still being an ordinary human. Ichika looked at him with an expression between awe and horror. I don't know whether to praise you for being brave or call you crazy. One small mistake, and Itsuki would have become a widow. Her tone sounded reproachful but also couldn't hide her shock. Hubby. Meanwhile, Itsuki glared at her husband angrily, tears welling up in her eyes. Why did you act so recklessly? What if you had failed? Do you want our child to be born without ever seeing their father? Ren looked at her silently, then gently pulled Itsuki into his embrace. I'm sorry, Itsuki. His hand lovingly stroked his, not yet married, wife's long hair. I did all of that for our little family. This world is full of dangers. I don't want a day to come when you suddenly become victims, and I can only stand by helplessly. Idiot. Itsuki's body stiffened slightly, but she slowly exhaled. Her anger and anxiety melted away, replaced by a warm feeling enveloping her heart. She loved Ren even more, even though he was a scumbag who enjoyed playing with women. Ichika, who had been watching the scene, finally clicked her tongue softly and leaned back on the sofa. Ugh. Please, don't flaunt your affection in front of a single woman. She joked, placing a hand on her chest with a pretend pained expression. It hurts my fragile heart. The tense atmosphere that had enveloped the room gradually dissipated, replaced by a lighter warmth. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When he arrived at the school gate, Ren noticed the presence of creatures he had never seen before. So many ghosts wandering around this school. Ren narrowed his eyes, observing the faint shadows floating in the corners of the building, in the hallways, and even in the schoolyard. Some seemed to just stand still, staring blankly into the distance. Others moved slowly, repeating certain actions as if trapped in their final memories. Considering there have been several cases of students committing suicide due to bullying, it makes sense. Ren ignored them. Before becoming a Campione, he might have lived in anxiety, afraid of becoming a target of supernatural beings. But with his awakened spiritual vision, these creatures were nothing more than insects he could crush at any time. He wasn't like Yotsuba Miko, who could only see supernatural beings but had no way to fight them. Simply emitting a magical aura, the ghosts immediately backed away, as if sensing the threat of purification. Without paying them further attention, Ren stepped into the school building, changing his shoes at the locker. As he walked through the crowded hallway, an incident caught his attention. A silver-haired girl ran past him in a hurry, followed by a young man who seemed to be trying to catch up to her. Alya, wait. Don't run away. Kyusa's panicked voice echoed behind her. Still running, Alya only glanced back briefly, then quickened her pace. As Kyus passed by, he still managed to wave. Good morning, Ren. Ren nodded slightly in response, then watched their backs as they moved further away. Their relationship is so close. Why don't they just date? He didn't feel guilty about taking Kyusa's childhood crush, Masha. After all, life is a competition, whoever moves first wins. Ignoring them, Ren leisurely walked toward his classroom, 2B. Chapter 29, Witanagemote. At the same time in Greenwich. Located in southeast London, England, on the south bank of the River Thames, the Greenwich Observatory was established by the royal family in 1675, and in 1884 it was decided that the longitude passing through this place was the prime meridian. Later, the function of the observatory was gradually abandoned and purchased by a group of people from the mystical world, who established the world's largest intelligence agency, Witanagemote. Witanagemote was originally just a club formed by a group of people with hidden motives, but as time passed and more people joined, the original club evolved into the Witanagemote of today. This is where intelligence secrets from all over the world are gathered, and the most important ones are undoubtedly related to Campione or heretic gods. An emergency meeting was held here today. I gathered all of you here today, and I believe you all already know some of the secrets. In the conference room, a white-skinned girl with long platinum blonde hair, around 20 years old, sat near the parliamentary round table and spoke to a group of elders below in a soft and slow tone. Princess Alice, also known as the Sage Princess, was the chairperson of this meeting. It is said that when facing rampant Campione, she can remain calm both in expression and heart. Princess Alice, we already know why you called us. An elderly man with gray hair sat in a plush chair. Wearing reading glasses, he leaned closer to the document in front of him and observed the words within with his misty eyes. Besides him, there were many others reading the same document. After a while, some shook their heads and sighed, while others looked surprised and doubtful due to the news in the report. I assume everyone has read the information by now. What do you think? Alice raised her head high and spoke with an elegant demeanor. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, discussions broke out quickly. This is absurd. In the past decade, only one Campione was born. But now, within a day's difference, two appeared at once. Japan and Italy. Two vastly different places, yet this phenomenon occurred almost simultaneously. Isn't the frequency of heretic god appearances increasing? And what's even crazier, the 8th Campione is also Japanese. 2 Campione from the same country. That means if they clash over Japan as their territory, the situation could become extremely terrifying. No one can stop them if they fight each other. The 7th Campione, Rokuhara Ren. The 8th Campione, Kusanagi Gadu. According to intelligence reports, Kusanagi Gadu killed the Persian god of war, Varithragna, and the Mediterranean king of gods, Melkart, using the Prometheus grimoire given by Lucretia Zola. But what's more concerning is Rokuhara Ren. We don't know which heretic god he killed to become a Campione. The scholars within Witanagemote discussed the issue, even though they knew little about Rokuhara Ren. Everyone was extremely cautious in their attitude toward the devil kings. Witanagemote has not been protected by any Campione since its establishment. On one hand, this has to do with the fact that they hide it very deeply, and on the other hand, it's due to the ambiguous relationship between Alice and the Black Prince Alec. The result of the meeting was that they could only wait until the two devil kings interacted. Whether Japan would become a battlefield, only time would tell. Even if the scholars at Witanagemote wanted to stop it, they were powerless. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After school. At the gate of Ohananomizu High School, a girl stood with a calm expression, occasionally glancing inside the school as if waiting for someone. The girl had blonde hair partially tied to the side with a blue hairpin. Her eyes were clear blue, her gaze cold yet elegant. She wore the uniform of Shichian Academy, an elite private school that only accepts children from wealthy and noble families. A long-sleeved black top with a white shirt underneath, a fashionable short skirt, and a brown jacket tied at her waist gave off a relaxed yet classy vibe. Black calf-high socks and white shoes completed her look. It didn't take long for the students of Ohananomizu High School to notice her presence. She's not a student here, right? Obviously not. Look at her uniform. That's Shichian Academy's uniform. Seriously? Isn't that the school for rich kids? Yeah, I've heard. Only children of big businessmen and nobles can get in there. Some students immediately slowed their steps, glancing at the girl with growing curiosity. Damn, if she's from Shichian, she must be from a super rich family. Oh my, she's pretty too, but why is she here? Maybe she has a boyfriend at our school. Huh? Don't joke. There's no way a Shichian Academy student would date an ordinary person. The students began whispering, forming various wild speculations. Or maybe she's challenging someone. In anime, rich girls like her usually look down on ordinary people. You watch too much anime. But if it's true, who is she waiting for? Their gazes remained fixed on the girl, waiting for whoever would appear and answer their curiosity. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When the school bell rang, the students of Ohananomizu High School hurriedly left their classrooms. However, unlike usual, Ren did not go home immediately. Originally, he planned to spend time with Masha and do something fun. However, his plan failed as Masha immediately headed to the student council office to finish her tasks. With no other choice, Ren decided to go to the library. Upon entering the quiet room, his eyes were drawn to a group of students sitting at one of the tables. A bespectacled young man seemed busy explaining something to two girls who were quite famous in the school. Furuhashi Fumino, known as the Sleeping Beauty of the literary forest, was a genius in literature and art. However, despite her talent in writing, she aspired to be an astronomer despite her weak math skills. Next to her sat Ogata Rizu, who had the nickname Clockwork Thumbelina. Since childhood, she was a genius in math and science but wanted to major in psychology despite her difficulty in understanding human emotions. The bespectacled man teaching them was Yuiga Nariyuki, a student known for his hard work. Unlike the two genius girls, he had no natural talent but managed to reach the top 5 through sheer effort. Ren only glanced briefly before shifting his gaze. Furuhashi Fumino and Ogata Rizu were indeed heroines, but they didn't catch his interest. What a pity, Fumino's chest is too flat, even though her face is quite pretty and her hair is long. As for Rizu, she has short hair and is expressionless. Nah, they're not worthy of joining my harem. Ren thought narcissistically. Ignoring them, Ren picked up some mythology books and began reading. As a Campione, he felt it was very inappropriate to meet a heretic god but not know how to insult his opponent. On the other hand, at the study group table, Fumino frowned while glancing at a student engrossed in reading a book in the corner of the library. What's wrong, Furuhashi? Asked Nariyuki, noticing the change in his friend's expression. Fumino sighed softly, still staring at the young man. I don't know. I feel like I'm being mocked. Beside her, Rizu, who had been quiet, adjusted her glasses at the bridge of her nose. I feel the same way. As if someone is judging us, and not in a good way. You must be imagining things. Nariyuki said with an awkward smile. Let's get back to studying. Fumino and Rizu exchanged glances before nodding, though the strange feeling lingered in their hearts. Meanwhile, Ren, who overheard their conversation, smiled faintly. Heroines' instincts are indeed sharp. However, since he had no intention of interacting further with them, Ren returned to focusing on his reading. Chapter 30, Hayasaka AI. The Hayasaka family was once one of the most prominent families in Japan. They had a long history in the world of business and politics, with significant influence across various sectors. However, everything changed when they lost a power struggle to the Shinomiya family, the family at the pinnacle of the corporate world. Unwilling to let the Hayasaka lineage disappear entirely, the Shinomiya family absorbed them into their inner circle. The exceptional Hayasaka bloodline became a valuable asset to the main family. Hayasaka AI. The girl had a quarter of Irish blood from her great-grandmother, passed down through her father. Her striking beauty came from this extraordinary genetic blend. However, beyond her appearance, Hayasaka had received elite training since childhood. By the age of 7, she had officially become the personal maid of Shinomiya Kagaya, the illegitimate daughter of the head of the Shinomiya family. Yet, behind her status as a maid, there was a secret known only to a select few. Hayasaka was not just a maid, she was a spy. Kagaya's eldest brother, Shinomiya Oko, who was known as the heir apparent of the family, had placed her by her sister's side to monitor her every move. Her task was simple, yet painful, to betray someone she had come to regard as a sister. Every week, without fail, she had to send detailed reports about Kagaya's life and activities. For years, Hayasaka carried out her duties without much protest. She hid her guilt behind a fake smile and a professional demeanor. However, yesterday, for the first time, Oko gave her an order that truly disgusted her. Seduce Rokuhara Ren by any means necessary, including offering your body. Hayasaka's eyes widened when she heard the order. For a moment, she thought she had misheard. However, Oko's cold expression confirmed that he was not joking. As a spy, Hayasaka knew the boundaries of her duties. Gathering information, manipulating situations, even infiltrating security systems were all part of the job. But this crossed the line. Who exactly was Rokuhara Ren that Oko was willing to lower the dignity of the Shinomiya family just to gain his attention? With access to the Shinomiya family's information network, Hayasaka immediately began investigating him. However, the results were far from satisfying. Rokuhara Ren was just an ordinary high school student. It didn't make sense. If Ren was just a regular kid, then why was the Shinomiya family so eager to establish a connection with him? Why would Oko even order her to use her body if necessary? Hayasaka's curiosity grew. She knew that in a family as powerful as the Shinomiyas, no action was taken without a reason. But what shocked her even more, when the main family found out that Hayasaka was investigating Ren, instead of getting angry or punishing her, the head of the Shinomiya family, Ganon, granted her full access to information about the mystical world. Ghosts, yokai, evil spirits, even aliens and gods, they were all real. The world she had always thought of as rational and logical was hiding secrets far greater than she had ever imagined. However, out of all the information she read, one thing left her completely speechless. At the top of the human hierarchy were beings known as Campione. They were not mere humans. They were monsters in human form, those who had slain gods and stolen their powers. At that moment, Hayasaka felt small and insignificant. The world was far larger and more dangerous than she had ever imagined. With her intelligence, Hayasaka quickly understood the real reason why the Shinomiya family was willing to sacrifice her. They wanted to gain the support of a new Campione. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After waiting for an hour in front of the gates of Ohananomizu High School. Why hasn't he come out yet? Her eyes swept across the schoolyard, which was now mostly empty. School had ended, most students had already left the building, and only a few remained busy with club activities. She knew for sure that Ren wasn't part of any club. Sigh. Hayasaka let out a soft sigh. She had already attracted enough attention just by standing here in her Shichian Academy uniform. I stand out, don't I? What kind of girl wears an elite school uniform in front of a regular school without any obvious reason? Some students glanced at her curiously, some whispered among themselves, and others stared in awe, perhaps imagining the wealthy family background they didn't know about. Hayasaka ignored them. What's more important now is, how do I approach Rokuhara Ren? A normal approach won't work. Campione can't be measured by ordinary human standards. If I'm too obvious, he might immediately suspect me. I need to figure out which persona is most suitable for this situation. Hayasaka thought about it seriously. The schoolgirl version. A fashionable high school girl, a bit rebellious, with a tendency to break the rules. This was the version she used most often in everyday interactions, relaxed, cheerful, and seemingly like a normal girl. But Rokuhara Ren isn't the type to care about trends or school social life. He might not be interested. The Hayasaka-chan version. A mischievous girl, a man-eater, who could easily lead her targets like deer lured by bait. This persona was suitable for places like Roppongi or Azabu, where foolish rich men could be played like children. No, that probably won't work. Those foolish rich men are nothing compared to Campione. Hayasaka quickly dismissed the idea. Should I go for a softer version? Or the opposite, more aggressive? Or, should I try to be myself? Hayasaka sighed, feeling annoyed with herself. Why do I have to go through the trouble of seducing a guy? I'm not a prostitute. But there's no other choice. If I don't comply, I'm afraid the Shinomiya family will truly destroy my family. Like it or not, this was her mission. And Hayasaka had never failed in carrying out her orders. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. 15 minutes later. Finally, Hayasaka saw the person she had been waiting for. Rokuhara Ren walked leisurely toward the school gate. As Ren was about to pass her, Hayasaka took a step forward and blocked his path. Rokuhara-sama, could you spare a moment of your time? Ren stopped. His gaze met Hayasaka's eyes. He didn't seem surprised or suspicious. Instead, a small smile appeared on his face. Why not? He replied casually. Without further ado, they walked to a nearby cafe under the envious gazes of the male students. Now, what does the Shinomiya family want from an ordinary high school student like me? Could they know that I'm a Campione? That's possible. With their financial resources, it's not impossible for them to know about the mystical world. Interesting. Glancing at Hayasaka, who looked tense beside him, Ren became even more convinced that the other party feared him. Chapter 31, Hayasaka AI's Confession. Deep within a cave beneath Mount Fuji, an old man stood in the center of a ritual circle. The faint red light of ancient candles illuminated his gaunt figure, with disheveled white hair sticking out in all directions like dry twigs. A loose black robe draped his body, giving him an eerie appearance, as if darkness itself crept along with his every movement. Thin-framed glasses with red lenses covered his eyes, hiding a gaze full of deceit and ancient wisdom. The man was Ashiya Duman, a legendary onmyoji who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. In the past, he had fought against Abe no Saimai, his rival of the century. However, unlike ordinary humans who succumb to mortality, Duman had managed to evade death and continue to exist into the modern era. He was even older than Marquis Vauban, the oldest living Campione at the time. Despite his long life, Duman could not match a Campione in terms of pure power. He was merely a mystic practitioner, not a godslayer. His prolonged existence in the world was not due to greater strength, but because he understood the rules that bound this world. In this world, the number of Campione was limited. If too many Campione appeared, the king of the end would descend to eradicate them all. However, this limitation did not apply to mystic practitioners like him. For centuries, Duman had chosen to develop longevity techniques. Shwa. The ritual circle beneath his feet glowed brighter. Mystic symbols from various eras shone in blood-red hues. The ley line beneath Mount Fuji began to rumble, releasing spiritual energy that surged wildly across the land. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks formed. Not cracks in the ground, but cracks in the ley line. A crooked smile appeared on Duman's wrinkled face. He stretched his arms upward, savoring the flow of spiritual power surging from within the earth. Then, he laughed. A soft chuckle that turned into a burst of madness. Kahahaha. From now on, Japan will not know peace. Saimai. Your failure to kill me was your greatest mistake. Let's see how those hypocritical mystic practitioners protect the ordinary people. With this single ritual, calamity had begun. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In a small, not too crowded cafe, Hayasaka AI sat across from Rokuhara Ren. The atmosphere was quite comfortable, with the faint aroma of coffee blending with the sweet scent of freshly baked pastries. A waiter approached, and without much thought, the two of them ordered parfaits. Ren gazed at the girl in front of him with a neutral expression, while Hayasaka rested her chin on her hand, her lips forming a sweet smile. Then, she opened the conversation in a cheerful tone, as if this were a normal interaction between a girl and a boy she liked. Rokuhara-sama, thank you for taking the time to be with me. Hayasaka said with a shy smile. Rokuhara-sama. You called me that earlier too. Ren raised an eyebrow. Hayasaka twirled the end of her hair with her finger. Of course. I have to show respect. You're an extraordinary man, so it's only natural that I treat you politely. So, is there something you wanted to talk about? Ren asked, getting straight to the point. Hayasaka pretended to hesitate for a moment, biting her lower lip. Then, with cheeks that seemed slightly flushed, she averted her gaze downward. Actually, this is a bit embarrassing. Ren waited without interrupting. Hayasaka took a deep breath, then looked at him with sparkling eyes. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you, Rokuhara-sama. She said with a voice full of enthusiasm and a slight emotional tremor. Ren's expression remained calm, though his eyes narrowed slightly. I see. Hayasaka nodded quickly. Yes. I know this is sudden, but I really couldn't hold back my feelings any longer. Ren stared at the girl in front of him, trying to gauge whether this was a joke or not. Unfortunately, her acting was flawless. So, you're asking me out? He asked casually. Hayasaka blushed and lowered her head, her fingers playing with the edge of her glass. Yes. If Rokuhara-sama doesn't mind. Ren looked at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Then, how about we go to a love hotel after this? For a moment, Hayasaka's body tensed. However, she quickly put on a shy expression and bit her lip. But, Rokuhara-sama doesn't even know my name yet. Isn't that too reckless? Ren kept a straight face, then stood up. Then, forget it. Don't ever show yourself in front of me again. Hayasaka's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Ren to act so harshly just because she refused. Was he really serious about going to a love hotel? Panicking, Hayasaka quickly stood up and grabbed Ren's hand, stopping him from leaving. She lowered her head, her face slightly red. In a soft voice, she whispered, if that's what Rokuhara-sama wants, I'll go. Originally, she had only wanted to tease him, but now she was slightly taken aback. Ren thought the girl would back off easily, but she was determined to see her mission through to the end. After staring at her for a few seconds, Ren finally chuckled softly and sat back down. You're too serious. Picking up his spoon, he went back to enjoying his parfait. Now, introduce yourself, and explain why you're approaching me. Hayasaka's face tensed again. She knew this wouldn't be easy, but now there was no turning back. After this brief interaction, Hayasaka realized something. It was impossible to deceive the other party with her acting as she usually did with Shirogane Miyuki, the boy Shinomiya Kagaya liked. Comparing Ren to Miyuki. There was no comparison at all. Sigh. Hayasaka took a slow breath, then dropped her schoolgirl persona. The innocent gaze and shy smile she had used earlier disappeared, replaced by a calm and professional expression. However, she still maintained her respectful attitude toward Ren. My name is Hayasaka Ai. I was sent by the Shinomiya family to approach you, Rokuhara-sama. Hayasaka's tone became more formal. Go on. Ren said while enjoying his parfait spoon by spoon. The Shinomiya family wishes to offer their loyalty to you. Hayasaka stated bluntly. Oh. Ren finally glanced at her. However, there was no change in his expression. He simply chewed slowly, then looked back at his parfait, as if he had heard something trivial. If someone else were in his position, they would likely be thrilled to receive the loyalty of the Shinomiya family, one of the 4 largest conglomerates in Japan. Their assets were worth hundreds of billions of yen. However, Ren. He seemed indifferent. In his eyes, the offer was no different from someone offering a restaurant discount card. Hayasaka observed his demeanor carefully. This conclusion is correct. Each Campione has unique qualities that set them apart from ordinary people. So this is a Campione, a king, the supreme ruler, the devil king. Faced with wealth that ordinary people could never amass in a lifetime, Ren didn't show the slightest bit of interest. If this were Shirogane Miyuki, he would probably be in shock right now. Unable to help herself, Hayasaka began to admire Ren from the bottom of her heart. Putting down his spoon, Ren looked at Hayasaka casually. Call the head of the Shinomiya family. Hayasaka blinked. What for, Rokuhara-sama? Instantly, anxiety arose in her heart. Had she unknowingly offended him? Was he going to report her failure to Ganon? Ren didn't answer directly. Instead, he simply stared at her in silence, then said in a flat tone, don't make me repeat myself twice. There was an implicit warning in his words. Hayasaka clenched her phone tightly. She had no other choice. Quickly, she dialed the number she had memorized by heart. After a few rings, the deep voice of an old man came through the phone speaker. Hayasaka. How did it go? It was the voice of Shinomiya Ganon, the head of the Shinomiya family, a man even Kagaya respected. Gulp. Hayasaka swallowed hard. Now, everything depended on Ren's response. Chapter 32, Give me Hayasaka Ai. Ganon-sama, Rokuhara-sama wishes to speak with you. For a moment, there was no response. On the other end of the phone, Ganon Shinomiya froze upon hearing Hayasaka's words. Damn it. Could it be that not only has the mission failed, but the Shinomiya family's conspiracy has angered the king? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If true, the Shinomiya family would face an unprecedented crisis, they could vanish overnight. But as the head of the family, he couldn't afford to panic. Quickly, he steadied his breathing and spoke in a respectful tone. It is an honor to speak with you, King. I apologize for not being able to meet you in person. Meanwhile, Hayasaka stared at his phone in disbelief. In all his life, this was the first time he had heard Ganon speak in such a submissive position. Across the table, Ren remained relaxed. I don't like beating around the bush. Shinomiya Ganon, you wish to offer your loyalty, correct? His voice was calm, but there was an invisible pressure in his words. Ganon held his breath. Don't misunderstand. I don't look down on families from the secular world. Previously, the Historical Compilation Committee also approached me with the same intention as you. But I rejected their loyalty. Do you know why? Ren asked with a faint smile. Please enlighten me, King. Ganon asked nervously. It's simple. The Historical Compilation Committee is a group of hypocrites. Pausing briefly, Ren savored the last bite of his parfait. You see, many nations and organizations wish to serve Campione and receive their protection. After all, there are too many wolves and too little meat, and whoever can cling to the Campiones thigh the fastest will reap the most benefits. Ganon remained silent, listening intently. Hayasaka gazed at Ren with thoughtful eyes. Unfortunately, the historical compilation committee overestimates itself. Aside from empty promises like loyalty, they offer no real benefits. Instead, they want to manipulate me into handling their problems. If it weren't for Susanoo backing their organization, I would have already leveled their headquarters. Ren sighed lightly. Susanoo. A surprised exclamation came from the two listeners. However, their focus was different. Ganon was shocked because he hadn't known that the legendary god of Takamagara was the true supporter of the historical compilation committee. Meanwhile, Hayasaka was stunned. The name Susanoo no Mikoto, one of the most powerful and famous gods in Japanese mythology, actually existed. If this were before, I would have considered this discussion absurd. Hayasaka thought, suppressing her shock. There was a brief pause before Ganon's voice came through the speaker again. This time, his tone was much more serious. As proof of my family's commitment, I am willing to hand over half of the Shinomiya family's shares to the king. From today onward, we pledge our full support and will become your followers. The room fell silent. Hayasaka could even hear her own heartbeat. Half of the Shinomiya family shares? Hayasaka couldn't contain her inner reaction. She had underestimated the value of a Campione's favor. If it weren't for her exceptional self-control, she would have exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of other customers in the cafe. Ren raised an eyebrow, looking at the phone on the table with an intrigued expression. That's quite a bold move, Ganon. Half of the Shinomiya family shares? That wasn't just a large sum of money, it also meant relinquishing the influence and power built over decades. For a family as influential as theirs, this was a drastic change, from an independent dynasty with high status to a group openly declaring loyalty to a single individual. However, Ren's response was unexpected. I don't need half of the Shinomiya family shares. Ganon held his breath. As long as you can fulfill 2 of my demands, I will accept the Shinomiya family as part of my faction. Ganon's heart skipped a beat. Even his wealth couldn't sway Ren's heart. If money wasn't enough, then what did this young Campione want? Still, it was better to hear him out before jumping to conclusions. What are the 2 demands, King? Relax, I'm not unreasonable. These are even easier than handing over the Shinomiya family shares. First, I want an unlimited black card. From now on, all expenses I incur will be covered by the Shinomiya family. That's easy. I agree. Ganon sighed in relief. Of course, unlimited wasn't truly without limits. However, given the Shinomiya family's wealth, even if Ren spent extravagantly every day, it would take a very long time to bankrupt them. As for the second, Ren narrowed his eyes, then grinned. I want Hayasaka AI. Huh. As soon as her name was mentioned, Hayasaka turned to Ren with a questioning expression. Wait, is he in love with me? Or, does he want my body? She wasn't narcissistic, but she was aware of her beauty. Many men had confessed to her, drawn by her charm. But Ren, he didn't seem lustful toward her. Meanwhile, Ganon didn't hesitate. Of course, if the king desires her, I will hand her over. As Hayasaka had expected. Even after years of serving the Shinomiya family, she was still a servant. If her master wanted to give her to someone else, she had no right to refuse. However, Ren's next words made her even more uncomfortable. Listen to me first. Ren's eyes met Hayasaka's. There was a playful smile on his face, but his gaze was like that of a predator. If you give Hayasaka AI to me, I don't want her working for anyone else. She must become my secretary and live by my side. In short, her life belongs to me. Instantly, Hayasaka's body trembled. This feels like a deal with the devil. Very well, I will hand her over. I will personally explain this to her family. From today onward, Hayasaka belongs to the king. Ganon didn't even blink and immediately agreed, as if afraid Ren would retract his words. Hayasaka clenched her fists on her lap, feeling a disappointment and sadness that was hard to put into words. So this is what it feels like to be sold. But she couldn't argue. Her family depended on the Shinomiya family, and now, the Shinomiya family depended on Ren. In a single day, her life had completely changed. The conversation ended. Ganon had accepted Ren's terms without hesitation. The unlimited black card would be delivered tomorrow, and as an additional benefit, he was granted permission to use Rokuhara Ren's name as a deterrent. From today onward, nothing could stop the Shinomiya family's business expansion, even the other 3 conglomerates would think twice before obstructing them. Hayasaka stared at her now dark phone screen. The conversation that had just taken place felt like a real-life nightmare. Meanwhile, Ren stood up from his seat. Let's go. Where? Hayasaka's gaze was dull as she looked at him. Ren glanced at her, then smiled faintly. A love hotel. I understand. No surprise, no protest. Hayasaka had anticipated this happening sooner or later. After all, from now on, she belonged to Ren, no longer a servant of Shinomiya Kagaya, but this man's property. So, she stood up, straightened her uniform skirt, and followed Ren to the cashier. After paying the bill, they left the cafe, walking side by side toward the Love Hotel. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The Love Hotel room was designed with dim lighting, creating a soft, intimate atmosphere. On the ceiling, faint pink LED lights illuminated the room, while the walls were adorned with elegant textured wallpaper. The bed was large, with maroon satin sheets, surrounded by thin curtains that could be closed for added privacy. A large mirror was attached to the wall, creating the illusion of a more spacious room. Near the bed, a control panel was available to adjust the lights, music, and even the room temperature with a single touch. A large TV screen was mounted on the wall opposite the bed, displaying a variety of entertainment options. Ren sat on the bed, leaning back against the pillows. He took out his phone and sent a message to Itsuki, informing her that he wouldn't be coming home tonight. It didn't take long for a reply to come. Itsuki, all right. Ichika is staying over tonight. Ren read the message without much reaction. However, before he could reply, the sound of the bathroom door opening caught his attention. Hayasaka stepped out. Her body was still damp, wrapped only in a white towel that reached her thighs. Her skin was slightly flushed from the hot steam of the shower, and her damp blonde hair clung to her shoulders. "I've finished showering." Her voice sounded slightly nervous. Ren shifted his gaze to her, observing her for a moment before standing up from the bed. Without rushing to enjoy the girl in front of him, he simply walked past her and headed to the bathroom. As the door closed behind Ren, Hayasaka let out a soft sigh. Her hands reflexively gripped the towel wrapped around her body tightly. Thump, thump, thump. Sitting on the bed, Hayasaka could hear her heart pounding loudly. Her hands unconsciously clenched the sheets, trying to distract herself from her nervousness. "My first experience isn't anything like I imagined." She sighed, lowering her head. Since childhood, she knew her life wasn't her own. Born into a family of servants serving the Shinomiya family, her fate had been decided from the start. However, in her imagination, at least this night should have happened in a more romantic way. A dinner at a fancy restaurant, accompanied by the soft flicker of candlelight. A slow dance to the melody of classical music, then spending the night with the men she loved. Not like this. But, do I even have the right to complain? The sound of running water from the bathroom could still be heard. Hayasaka bit her lip, staring at her reflection in the large mirror across the bed. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Ren stepped out, wearing a bathrobe. He walked leisurely, then sat beside Hayasaka on the edge of the bed. Hayasaka looked uneasy, her hands clasped tightly on her lap, and her eyes slightly avoiding Ren's gaze. A faint blush still adorned her cheeks, contrasting with her usually calm expression. "Have you had any experience?" "And no. This is my first time." "Then let me lead. You just need to go with the flow." "You Hayasaka knew Ren wasn't an amateur like her. It was mentioned in reports that the men had already impregnated 2 women. Ren looked at her with calm yet firm eyes. "Then let's start with a kiss." Without giving her a chance to respond, Ren leaned in and gently cupped her chin. Hayasaka's breath hitched, her eyes widening as their lips met. Her face heated up, her mind going blank for a moment. She had prepared for this, but still, feeling someone's lips on hers was a new experience. However, what surprised her more was how she didn't feel the urge to resist. On the contrary, the warm sensation enveloping her made her body stiffen for just a moment, before slowly softening. So this is what a kiss feels like. Ren wasn't in a hurry. His pressure was gentle, not forceful, as if giving her time to adjust. His tongue slowly swept across her lips, waiting for permission to go further. Hayasaka hesitated for a moment, but then, whether due to the atmosphere or an impulse she didn't understand, she slightly parted her lips. Ren immediately took the opportunity. With skilled movements, he deepened their kiss, creating a more intimate connection. Their lips moved in harmony, merging in a rhythm that grew warmer. The sensation was foreign to Hayasaka, but not unpleasant. Instead, she felt immersed in the atmosphere created by the men before her. She went with the flow, as Ren had said earlier. When they finally parted, Hayasaka was breathless, her face completely flushed. A thin bridge of saliva formed between their lips before eventually breaking. Ha! 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 Her breathing was still ragged, her mind blank for a moment, lost in the lingering sensation of the kiss. Ren touched her cheek, gently lifting her chin, making her look directly into his eyes. "Ai, it's time for the main course." His voice was low and deep. Hayasaka swallowed hard, her heart beating faster than ever. In a near whisper, she finally spoke, "Please, this is my first time. At least, use a condom." Ren raised an eyebrow, then smirked. "A condom? What's that?" "I don't know." Before Hayasaka could say more, her body was easily pushed onto the bed. Her eyes widened for a moment, but then slowly lost focus, her body trembling slightly as she felt Ren's touch grow deeper. Ah. The dim light cast faint shadows on the wall, depicting two figures gradually merging. Ragged breaths filled the air, accompanied by stifled moans that sounded intermittent. Time seemed to slow. The pristine white sheets were gradually stained with a faint red hue, a sign of something that could never be undone. Hayasaka closed her eyes, biting her lip, feeling a wave of mixed emotions, pain, warmth, and something she couldn't explain. Meanwhile, outside the window, the night continued, with no one knowing what was happening inside that room. Chapter 33, A Simple Request from Hayasaka AI. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting thin golden streaks across the floor. The room was quiet, with only the sound of steady, gentle breathing breaking the silence. Hayasaka rubbed her eyes lazily before turning over. Sleep still clouded her mind, but as she tried to sit up, a sharp pain shot through her lower body. Ugh. Instantly, her consciousness fully returned. Memories from the previous night flooded her mind mercilessly. The heat of his touch, his hurried breaths, and the soft sounds that echoed in the room, it all came back so vividly that her face flushed red. Oh my god. I really did it. Carefully, Hayasaka glanced to the side of the bed, where the men who had turned her from a girl into a woman still slept peacefully. She bit her lip as the memories of how she had been treated last night haunted her. Her cheeks grew even redder as she recalled just how intense the experience had been. Didn't books say men can only last 5 to 10 minutes? This bastard tortured me until 2 a.m. Could it be because a Campione's constitution surpasses that of a normal person even in that aspect? Her eyes narrowed sharply at Ren, who was still sound asleep, as if cursing his inhumanity. Meanwhile, the man who was the source of her complaints remained peacefully asleep, seemingly unaware of the suffering he had left behind. Ren opened his eyes, immediately sensing a faint wave of hostility. His natural reflexes as a Campione caused him to unconsciously release his aura. Buzz. The space around him vibrated instantly, like ripples spreading across the surface of calm water. The once warm air suddenly turned icy, as if winter had descended into the room. On the other side of the bed, Hayasaka froze. Her heart pounded so loudly it echoed in her ears, and her body felt locked in place by an invisible pressure. Every sense screamed in panic, like prey suddenly finding itself before an apex predator. Cold. She felt as though she were sinking into an endless ocean of ice. Her breath caught, and her chest tightened. A pure, indescribable fear, one that defied logic, enveloped her. Huh. Then, as if realizing something, Ren retracted his aura. In an instant, the pressure vanished, and the world returned to normal. The warm air of the room enveloped Hayasaka once more, but her body still trembled, unable to forget the hellish sensation she had just experienced. Her eyes welled up, not from the urge to cry, but because her body couldn't withstand the effects of the overwhelming power that had just enveloped her. If she were just an ordinary girl without training, she might have fainted, or worse. Ren reached out and gently pulled Hayasaka into his embrace, offering some warmth to her still shivering body. Are you feeling better? He asked apologetically. Taking a deep breath, Hayasaka tried to steady her emotions before finally speaking in a low voice. I'm just Rokuhara-sama's maid. It's up to you how you treat me. No matter how strange your requests are, I can only obey and accept them. Still holding Hayasaka tightly, Ren didn't let go. His hands began to move dishonestly as he whispered in her ear. In that case, you can make a reasonable request of me. Remember, the premise must be reasonable. If it's too troublesome, I'll refuse. Hearing Ren's words, Hayasaka held back her tears. Her pitiful and weak expression from earlier instantly transformed into a devilish smile, full of cunning. Moreover, Hayasaka didn't act shy like most girls. Instead, she naturally revealed her proud figure to him. Really? I can make any request as long as it's reasonable. She asked, her tone suddenly cheerful. That's what I said, but you need to keep the premise in mind. Ren replied with a smile. As expected, AI set a trap for me, but the girl's little selfishness doesn't bother me at all. After all, we'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. It's important to nurture our feelings for each other. He thought to himself. Did he feel guilty for forcing Hayasaka to sleep with him? Not at all. Ren had won the girl through his own strength, even if his methods were despicable. After all, he could proudly declare himself a scumbag. For example, the most famous scumbags, the celestial dragons from the world of One Piece, who had committed countless inhumane acts. Did Ren truly hate the celestial dragons? Yes, but not really. Much like his past life, many people hated the arrogant children of the wealthy, but they didn't actually hate those children, they hated not being part of that world. Who wouldn't want to live a life of luxury, free from burdens, surrounded by wealth and comfort? Ren, born into the family of the 9 dragons in Indonesia, had seen the envy people held for his lavish lifestyle. I want to be able to drop formalities with you when we're alone. That's it. Are you sure? Hayasaka's request was surprisingly simple, which caught Ren off guard. Yeah, it's exhausting to be formal all the time. All right, I'll allow it. As soon as she heard that, Hayasaka's expression changed. Without hesitation, she lowered her head and bit Ren's shoulder hard. Are you mad? The bite felt like an ant's pinch, and Ren let Hayasaka continue biting him. Humph. Hayasaka released her bite and complained, damn, I can't even leave a mark. What are you made of? Well, a Campione's bones are nearly unbreakable. They're even harder than steel. Ren chuckled. Frustrated, Hayasaka glared at him. More importantly, you really came inside me. What if I get pregnant? The chances of that are slim. Slim? What do you mean? Campione can be considered a different species from humans. It's difficult for a god's lair to have offspring with an ordinary human. Even I'm not sure if it's possible. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about my lineage ending. Before becoming a Campione, 2 of my women were already pregnant. That's hard to believe. You're just making excuses, aren't you? Suit yourself if you don't believe me. But you can try for yourself later. Who wants to try? Don't make it sound like I want a child from you. Honestly, Hayasaka was still skeptical of Ren. But it did ease her mind a little. She didn't want to get pregnant too early. By the way, you should start being careful now. Ren's sudden serious tone made Hayasaka turn to him. Did something happen? She asked with concern. Yesterday, the concentration of spiritual energy in the sky and earth increased several times over. Spiritual energy. I don't know the cause, but it will trigger many evil spirits and ghosts to evolve and grow stronger. The number of victims from supernatural attacks will increase. Additionally, more people will awaken their spiritual eyes compared to before. Hayasaka fell silent for a moment, processing the information Ren had just shared. The world is becoming more dangerous. I need to warn Kaguya-sama and the president not to wander around at night. Her heart grew anxious as she thought of Kaguya, the woman she had served for years. As her assistant and personal maid, Kaguya's safety was her top priority. If the situation truly worsened, she had to ensure Kaguya wouldn't be affected. Hayasaka was still lost in thought when Ren suddenly pulled her closer. His eyes gleamed with something indescribable, and before she could protest, he whispered in her ear. It's still early. There's time before school. Let's continue. Hayasaka jolted. Wait, you still want to do it after all that? Are you even human? Sorry, I'm a Campione. Ren replied casually, gently pushing her back onto the bed. I'll be gentle, please. Hayasaka wanted to protest, but the warmth of Ren's body and the faint scent lingering from his bath clouded her mind. His fingers skillfully traced the curves of her body, erasing any lingering doubts in her thoughts. In an instant, the room was once again filled with intimacy, the gently swaying curtains the only witness to the morning that had just begun. Chapter 34, Hikigaya Hachiman. Leaving the Love Hotel, Ren strolled leisurely along the still deserted sidewalk. The morning air was still chilly, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of dew that was beginning to evaporate. His steps were steady as he walked towards his apartment, his mind still filled with the various events that had occurred last night. Arriving at his apartment door, Ren opened it cautiously, making sure not to make any noise that could wake anyone up. As he stepped inside, his eyes immediately fell on Itsuki's room. The door was slightly ajar, revealing 2 figures still asleep in bed, Itsuki and Ichika. They were sleeping with their arms wrapped around each other, the blanket covering their bodies up to their shoulders. Their faces looked peaceful in their sleep, their breaths even. Ren only glanced for a moment before stepping into the bathroom without making a sound. Cold water flowed over his body as he showered quickly. After making sure he was refreshed, he put on his school uniform with efficient movements. Not wanting to disturb the morning tranquility, he chose to leave without breakfast. On his way to the station, Ren stopped by a convenience store. Without much thought, he grabbed a pack of sandwiches from the refrigerated shelf and a carton of milk from the refrigerator. After paying at the cashier, Ren returned to the street, continuing his journey while enjoying his breakfast. The first bite of the sandwich tasted ordinary, but enough to fill his stomach. The carton of milk in his hand was cold, slightly condensed due to the warmer morning air temperature. The sky was beginning to brighten, the sunlight slowly illuminating the city that was starting to get busy. Traffic was still light, but the sidewalks were starting to fill with workers and students rushing to start their day. As the train station came into view in the distance, Ren finished the last bite of his sandwich, then took a sip of the milk in one gulp. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ren's steps remained steady as he left the station, his mind filled with one name, Kusanagi Gado. I wonder when Gado will return to Japan. He's already fought against Doni, the Italian Campione known for his crazy fighting style, and won. That alone is enough to prove how unfair Divine Authority 10 incarnations is, even with the limitations of each incarnation. Since gaining the Divine Authority, Ren hasn't had the chance to truly test it. So far, no one has been strong enough to make him serious. However, fighting someone like Gado, it would be different. Campione against Campione, doesn't that sound interesting? Although I'm not his match, I want to know if I can make him serious. If I want to grow, I need to get used to my Divine Authority. Ren clenched his fist, feeling the magical energy flowing within his body, something that set him apart from ordinary humans. Suddenly, a clap landed on his back. Oi, why are you spacing out? Ren turned and found Fuji Natsuo walking beside him with a relaxed expression. The young man, also a scumbag, was not much different from him in terms of behavior. Just wanting to fight someone. Ren answered ambiguously. Natsuo raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing it so easily. Fight. Well, that sounds like you. But more importantly, who was the female student from Shuchiin Academy who waited for you for an hour yesterday? How do you know? The whole school knows. The news was uploaded to the school forum by someone anonymous. There's even a photo showing you and the girl entering the Love Hotel. Hearing that, the corner of Ren's mouth twitched. Really, there are people who have so much free time to do such useless things. This is Japan. This country doesn't lack stalkers. So, is the news true? Natsuo said reasonably. Ren glanced at him before casually holding up his phone. It's true. See the proof. Natsuo was curious. However, as his eyes caught sight of Ren's phone screen, he immediately widened his eyes. Holy shit. There, displayed were uncensored photos of Hayasaka's naked body, with various embarrassing positions that even prostitutes would be ashamed to do. Not just one, but several, taken from different angles during their intimate session. Natsuo fell silent for a few seconds before turning to Ren with an aspirational expression. Bro. You really have a weird hobby. Ren just grinned, putting his phone away. Not as bad as you, who slept with your step-younger sister and step-older sister. Instead of being angry, Natsuo just laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. You scumbag. Ha ha ha. Ren joined in the laughter, and in an instant, the atmosphere between them became light, as if their obscenities were ordinary jokes. They both lacked standard morals, so instead of judging, they enjoyed each other's depravity. Natsuo dared to speak openly because there was no one around them. At least, that's what he observed. However, Ren glanced at the wall behind them. Through heavenly eyes, he clearly saw Hikigaya Hachiman, a man with a lazy expression and dead eyes, standing silently there, unintentionally overhearing their conversation. Hikigaya Hachiman, huh? A loner who always looked at the world with excessive cynicism. He was the type who preferred to stay alone in the corner of the classroom, reading novels or thinking about philosophical monologues that only he cared about. If it were anyone else, Ren wouldn't hesitate to silence him permanently. With the support of the Shinomiya family, eliminating someone without a trace was easy. Even if the police investigated, they would be confronted with a confusing pile of administrative reports, witnesses who suddenly disappeared, or worse, they would become part of the next missing persons list. However, this is Hikigaya Hachiman. The man had no friends. There was no one he would share stories with. What's more, he was the type who preferred to bury everything in his personal monologues rather than spill other people's secrets. There's no point in dirtying my hands for someone like you. I guess I'll have to look for a chance to have a private chat with him. With that thought, Ren ignored Hachiman's presence and returned his focus to his conversation with Natsuo. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Behind the wall, Hachiman stood silently, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of conversation did I just hear? Of course, he knew Rokuhara Ren. Not personally, but as a classmate. Ren didn't seem special, but somehow he was always surrounded by beautiful girls. Honestly, Hachiman always thought that the guy was just a nice guy type who somehow attracted women. But after hearing the lewd conversation between Ren and Natsuo, he realized that Ren was a first-class scumbag. They're actually talking about their relationships with women in such a lewd way. And that bastard Rokuhara even has photos of them. Hachiman felt himself experiencing enlightenment and horror at the same time. He had always mocked the youthful lives of others, but this time, he had to admit that there was a level of depravity he couldn't touch. What kind of person does that without shame? Ah, right. The bastard who always wins in love life, that's him. Hachiman sighed inwardly, then carefully moved away from the spot. One thing was certain. He would never try to offend Ren. Chapter 35, Threatening Hikigaya Hachiman. After all, school is a microcosm of society. Social hierarchies form naturally, distinguishing students based on their popularity, personality, and family status. Among the girls in Class 2B, Miura Yumiko occupies the highest position in the social food chain. The girl with wavy blonde hair exudes the aura of a queen. Along with her cheerful best friend, Yugahama Yui, and Ebona Hina, a girl with an overly wild imagination, the three of them form the dominant social circle among the girls. On the boys' side, Hayama Hayato is the gravitational center of the group. With his handsome face, athleticism, and friendly demeanor, he is someone almost everyone likes, at least, on the surface. Together with his gang, Uka, Yamato, and Tobe, they occupy the top of the class's social hierarchy. For ordinary students, offending any one of them is a fatal mistake. The consequences? Social ostracism or even bullying. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When Ren stepped into the classroom, the usually lively atmosphere suddenly felt different. The previously noisy chatter quieted down a bit, and several pairs of eyes immediately turned toward him. It wasn't because he was someone extraordinary in the class, on the contrary, he was just an ordinary student. However, this morning, his name had become the subject of gossip. That's him, right? Yeah, the one who was seen with a girl from Shichian Academy yesterday. Seriously? That elite school? Could she be his girlfriend? Whispers could be heard in various corners of the room. Curious, envious, and even some disdainful glances mixed together. Shichian Academy is a school for the elite. The fact that an ordinary student like Ren was seen with one of its students, especially a girl, was enough to draw attention. Among them, some were intrigued to find out more, while others began to feel displeased. Among the students witnessing this phenomenon, Tobe was one of the most disturbed. From the start, he had always been somewhat blunt and sociable, but beneath that, he was also prone to envy toward people who attracted attention. And today, that attention was directed at Rokuhara Ren, someone who had never stood out before. Tobe immediately gathered with Hayato, Uka, and Yamato. As soon as he saw the opportunity, he launched into a sarcastic comment with a mocking tone. Hey, did you guys hear about Rokuhara? I heard he went to a love hotel with a girl from Shichian. Uka raised an eyebrow. Huh? Seriously? A girl from Shichian? No way. Yamato chimed in. Now that I think about it, that's kind of weird, right? A rich, elite girl from Shichian would go with him. Unless. Tobe continued in a lower tone, as if revealing a major scandal. Unless he threatened her. Uka and Yamato immediately fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. Tobe smiled smugly at their expressions. He felt his theory was quite plausible. How could a rich girl from an elite school willingly go to a love hotel with Ren unless there was coercion? I heard he used threats, you know. Maybe he has photos or secrets about her. Or maybe he has connections in the underworld who threatened her. That's insane, if it's true, that's just too much. Yamato muttered, starting to be swayed. However, from the side, Hayato frowned. He had been listening to their conversation but hadn't intervened immediately. Now, he felt the need to stop Tobe before this gossip spread further. Tobe, don't just talk nonsense. Hayato said in a warning tone. Tobe turned to him with an expression as if he didn't see the problem. Relax, Hayato. I'm just spreading info that might be true. But you don't have any proof. Hayato emphasized. Spreading rumors isn't a good thing. Tobe laughed as if he didn't feel guilty at all. Come on, Hayato. This isn't a rumor, it's analysis. Just use logic, why would a rich girl like that be with an ordinary guy? There's something behind it, and I'm just trying to figure it out. Seeing Tobe getting more and more excited about badmouthing Ren, Hayato could only sigh. He knew forcing Tobe to stop would only make him more persistent. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, Ren sat casually in his seat, seemingly unbothered. Sitting right in front of him, Masachika turned to look at him. Hey, Ren. Aren't you going to stop him? That's going too far. Masachika asked with a curious expression. Ren, who had been silent while playing with his phone, finally glanced briefly at Tobe, who was still busy slandering him. I'm not interested in wasting my time on a clown. Masachika paused for a moment, then chuckled. A clown, That's a good metaphor. However, his curiosity remained. He looked at Ren with keen interest. By the way, is the rumor on the school forum true? You've seen the photo, right? There's no point in me denying it. It's true. Last night, I spent a passionate night with that girl. Of course, the reason isn't what that clown is saying. Hearing such a frank admission, Masachika whistled softly while looking at Ren as if he had just won the lottery. You're really an extraordinary guy. I can't imagine anyone saying that with such a calm face. Hearing Ren's candid admission, Masachika whistled softly while looking at him in admiration. At that moment, Hachiman entered the classroom. As usual, his presence didn't attract anyone's attention, and he didn't expect anyone to care. However, Ren turned toward him. Standing up from his seat, Ren said to Masachika, I have some business to take care of. Masachika raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further. Good luck. Ren walked straight toward Hachiman, who had just sat down in his seat. When Hachiman saw Ren approaching, his expression immediately stiffened. However, he remained calm and asked in a flat tone, Do you need something from me? Ren didn't answer directly. Without any nonsense, he simply said in a flat tone, Follow me. Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out of the classroom, as if he already knew for sure that Hachiman would follow. Hachiman snorted inwardly. What an arrogant bastard. Yet, even though he hadn't had the chance to respond, his feet moved to follow Ren. He let out a soft sigh while muttering complaints, I didn't even say yes. But in the end, he obediently followed Ren out of the classroom. The two walked through the hallway without speaking, eventually arriving at a quiet corner of the building, a place rarely passed by other students. Eavesdropping isn't a commendable behavior, Hikigaya-kun. Ren's voice broke the silence. Ah. I don't know what you mean. Hachiman tried to play dumb. However, Ren just chuckled softly, then glanced slightly at him. No need to lie. I know you overheard my conversation with Natsuo. Fine, I admit it. So. What are you going to do to me? Threaten me? He asked in a flat tone, though Hachiman couldn't hide a slight unease in his voice. It's nice talking to smart people. It saves a lot of time. Ren stepped closer, staring at Hachiman with serious eyes. Listen carefully. If you dare tell anyone what you heard. He paused for a moment, letting the atmosphere grow more tense before continuing in a lower voice. The Hikigaya family will lose a member named Hachiman. Hachiman's blood instantly ran cold. His eye twitched, cold sweat dripping down his temple. You're joking, right? He let out a small laugh, though it felt very forced. I guess not. Seeing Ren's serious expression, he knew this wasn't just a joke. Damn it. I swear, I won't say anything. I'll take this secret to the grave. Hachiman really didn't want to risk his life over some lewd gossip between two perverted guys. After getting the answer he wanted, Ren patted Hachiman's shoulder with a friendly smile, as if the threat had never happened. Good. I like people who know how to keep secrets. Without waiting for a response, Ren turned and walked away, leaving Hachiman still trying to calm his racing heart. After a moment, Hachiman let out a long sigh. Damn, I really met the devil. With slightly unsteady steps, he returned to the classroom, hoping never to get involved with someone like Rokuhara Ren again. Chapter 36, Transfer Student. In one of the tightly closed toilet stalls, the sound of irregular breathing filled the cramped space. The silence outside seemed to make every gasp more audible, echoing off the narrow walls of the stall. Gulp. This is bitter. Masha leaned against the stall door, her eyes blinking slightly as she struggled to swallow something. Her face showed an expression of determination. With the back of her hand, she wiped the corner of her lips where a thick liquid had gathered. You're too energetic, Ren-kun. She said in a soft voice, her tone half complaining but still tinged with resignation. In front of her, Ren simply chuckled lightly. With a gentle motion, he patted her head, his fingers casually brushing through her slightly disheveled hair. Thank you, Masha. You've helped me lighten my burden. Huh. Masha let out a soft snort, glaring at Ren with a pout but not truly angry. Skillfully, she buttoned up her open uniform, making sure everything looked normal before glancing at the stall door. Meanwhile, Ren pulled up his pants and tightened his belt with a satisfied expression. Next time, don't make me do something like that so casually. Masha said, her tone half annoyed, half resigned. Her hand moved to gently touch her stomach. What if something happens to our baby? Wrapping his arm around Masha's waist, Ren pulled her into a warm embrace. You'll be an amazing mother. He whispered softly into her ear. Leaning against his chest, Masha said softly, I'll raise our child so they don't grow up to be a scoundrel like their father. Hearing that, Ren casually slapped her but as a light punishment. Who are you calling a scoundrel, huh? Kia. Masha let out a surprised yelp, quickly covering her mouth to ensure no one knew she was in the boys' toilet. However, before she could retaliate, Ren released his embrace and said, I'll go out first to make sure the coast is clear. Don't come out until I say so. Masha nodded, letting Ren exit first. She waited in silence, listening to his light footsteps outside the stall. A few seconds passed before Ren's voice was heard again. It's clear. Come out quickly. Stepping out calmly, Masha straightened her skirt without underwear underneath, acting as if nothing had happened. She then headed to class first, followed by Ren later. In the hallway, Masha almost bumped into her younger sister, Alya. Alya-chan, where are you going? Class is about to start. Masha asked, trying to act normal. Toilet. Alya replied briefly, without a hint of doubt. Alya noticed something strange near her sister's face. Without thinking much, she reached out and picked it off. Hair. Looking at the thin strand on her fingers, she asked in confusion, why is there a strand of hair on your cheek, Masha? Masha's body tensed slightly, but only for a moment before she quickly composed herself. Her sister's innocent expression was enough to calm her nerves. Ah, maybe it got there when I was fixing my hair. Sorry, Alya-chan. That's not just any hair, it's Renkuin's pubic hair. A slight sense of guilt arose in her heart. Masha didn't like lying to her younger sister. Alya nodded without further questions. Then, she casually discarded the hair and glanced at the clock in the hallway. I'm going to the toilet. Class is about to start. Masha smiled and nodded as her sister turned and left. Once Alya disappeared behind the toilet door, she let out a long sigh and patted her ample chest, trying to calm her slightly racing heart. Gosh. I need to be more careful next time. She blamed herself for not checking her appearance before leaving earlier. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At Ohananomizu High School, there are 5 young, single female teachers who are extremely popular among the students. They are known not only for their intelligence and dedication to teaching but also for their distinct charms. The first is Nakano Itsuki, the physics teacher, known for her seriousness. Although she appears strict, she is actually quite caring toward her students. Next is Tachibana Hina, the energetic English teacher who is known for being friendly with the students. Then there's Karisa Mafuyu, the history teacher, famous for her cold demeanor, earning her the nickname Ice Queen among the students. The fourth is Hiratsuka Shizuka, the Japanese language teacher, known for her strictness, free-spirited nature, and her habit of smoking, which she often hides from the principal. Her white lab coat can't hide the mature and authoritative aura she exudes, though students often tease her for still being single at her age. Lastly, there's Managawa Kane, the music teacher, who always wears a gentle smile and makes anyone feel at ease when talking to her. Compared to the other teachers, she has a more relaxed approach, making many male students dream of getting closer to her. Currently, in Class 2B, Hiratsuka stood at the podium wearing her white lab coat over her teaching uniform, which consisted of a white shirt, black vest, and a neatly tied dark blue tie. I have an announcement. Our class will be getting a transfer student. For a moment, Class 2B fell silent before erupting into a mix of reactions. A transfer student at the end of the semester? Isn't that a bit late? One student remarked in surprise. Wait, is it a boy or a girl? A male student interjected with hopeful curiosity. If it's a girl, is she cute? If it's a boy, is he handsome? A female student shot back, sparking a wave of discussion among the others. The excitement in the class grew as their curiosity about the mysterious newcomer intensified. However, before their chatter could grow louder, Hiratsuka shot them a sharp glare. Quiet. Her intimidating aura immediately silenced the entire class. No one dared to argue, and even the usual chatterboxes swallowed their words and sat up straight. After ensuring the room was quiet, Hiratsuka glanced toward the classroom door. Hey Asaka, come in. The door slid open, and a girl stepped in with confidence. Her well-maintained golden blonde hair, slightly modified uniform to make it more fashionable, and her charismatic demeanor instantly caught everyone's attention. Please write your name on the board and introduce yourself. Hiratsuka instructed in a flat tone. Without hesitation, the girl picked up a piece of chalk and wrote her name in neat, slightly curvy handwriting, showcasing a unique aspect of her personality. Then, she turned to face the class and smiled faintly. My name is Hayasaka AI. Nice to meet you all. Once again, the classroom erupted into chaos. Hey, isn't she the girl from Shichian Academy? A male student whispered to his friend. Yeah, Hayasaka-san. She's the one who went to the Love Hotel with Rokuhara-san yesterday. Another replied in shock. The gazes of several students reflexively shifted to a corner of the classroom, where Ren was leaning back with one hand propping up his chin. He only glanced briefly at Hayasaka before turning his attention back to his desk, as if her arrival was nothing surprising. The whispers grew louder. Almost everyone in the class had seen the photo circulating on the school forum, a slightly blurry image, but one that clearly showed Ren and Hayasaka entering a love hotel together. Their imaginations ran wild, forming various conspiracy theories about the relationship between the two. Are they dating? Or maybe Hayasaka-san was forced. No way. Just look at how she carries herself. She's clearly not the type to be forced. Then, are they just friends with benefits? The question had just been uttered, and before other whispers could develop further, Hayasaka calmly spoke, her words only pouring fuel on the fire. By the way, I belong to the guy over there. So, sorry, but I can't respond to any other guy's feelings. She said, raising her hand and pointing to the corner of the classroom, directly at Ren. The class fell silent for a moment. Then. Wait. The shock was so great that almost all the students reacted simultaneously. The male students who had been admiring Hayasaka's beauty immediately looked heartbroken. Some of them even placed their hands on their chests, as if feeling a deep emotional wound. What the heck? Hayasaka-san is already taken. I didn't even get a chance to confess my feelings. Meanwhile, the female students were more interested in Ren and Hayasaka's relationship. Are they seriously dating? I didn't expect Rokuhara-kun to have this kind of taste. But isn't this romantic? She didn't hesitate to announce it in front of the whole class. On the other hand, some were skeptical. Could this just be a prank? Hayasaka-san is from Shichian Academy, and she suddenly transferred here. Could it be, she transferred because of Rokuhara? While the class was drowning in chaos, speculation, and hysteria, the only person who seemed unbothered was Ren himself. At the front of the class, Hiratsuka pressed her temples in frustration. Another troublesome student. Ignoring the reactions of the other students, Hiratsuka regained her professionalism and tapped the desk to restore order. All right, that's enough drama. Hayasaka, take your seat. Hayasaka nodded and walked casually to an empty seat. Hiratsuka picked up the chalk and began writing on the board. Let's start the lesson, she said firmly, cutting off any remaining whispers. However, one thing was clear, today was going to be a very long day for everyone in Class 2B. Chapter 37, The Conflict Between Hayasaka AI and Miura Yumiko. When the lunch bell rang, Hayasaka hadn't even stood up before a group of students immediately swarmed around her. Curious gazes rained down on her from all directions. Hayasaka-san. What did you mean by your introduction earlier? Are you really dating Rokuhara-san? What's school life like at Shuchiin Academy? Why did you transfer to Ohananomizu High School? Yesterday, we saw you entering the hotel where Rokuhara-kun is staying. What happened there? And one question came from a girl who admired Hayasaka's beauty. Hayasaka-san, your skin is so smooth, and your hair looks so soft. Do you do any special treatments? Hayasaka, who had anticipated being swarmed like this, simply smiled faintly. My, so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Of course, the most important one. Are you and Rokuhara-san really dating? Exclaimed a male student. Hayasaka glanced over at Ren, who was leaving the classroom with Masachika. Well, that's a secret, she said in a teasing tone. Don't tease us like that, Hayasaka-san. Protested one of the female students. But you said earlier that you belong to him. Doesn't that mean you're really dating? Is it true that you went to a hotel together? Upon hearing the question, some students coughed awkwardly, while others held their breath, waiting for her answer. It's true. Without hesitation, Hayasaka admitted it. Kia. The entire class erupted into chaos. The female students, who had been curious from the start, were now even more excited. How long have you two known each other? How did you start dating? Did Rokuhara-san confess his feelings first? Do you two go out often? While the girls bombarded Hayasaka with a barrage of questions, the male students fell silent in disappointment. Seriously, she's already taken. Whispered one of them in a desperate tone. Ugh, no chance of pursuing Hayasaka-san. Lamented another. What's so great about Rokuhara anyway? Some of them cursed inwardly. Amid the commotion, Hayasaka simply smiled calmly. With her fashionable high school girl persona, she easily blended in and answered questions in her signature style, sometimes teasing, sometimes leaving them curious, but always maintaining her aura as an attractive girl. On the other side of the classroom, someone was not pleased with this situation. Miura Yumiko, a blonde-haired girl with a dominant aura, sat with her arms crossed and a displeased expression. From the start, she had always been the center of attention in this class, and she disliked it when someone better than her stole the spotlight. Near her, her two close friends, Yugahama Yui and Ebina Hina, seemed interested in the topic of Ren and Hayasaka's relationship. Yumiko, do you think they're really dating? Asked Yugahama curiously. Well. Hayasaka-san seems really confident. They seem like a good match, don't they? Added Ebina with a smile. However, Yumiko's response was far from what they expected. With a haughty expression, she crossed her legs and said sharply, a woman who goes to a love hotel with a man is a slut. A sudden silence fell over their corner of the room. Yugahama and Ebina fell silent, not expecting Yumiko to make such a harsh statement. Yugahama, who was usually cheerful, looked uneasy, while Ebina, though often joked about vulgar topics, didn't laugh this time. Yumiko, isn't that a bit too much? Yugahama said softly. Ebina just glanced at her with an unreadable expression but didn't respond immediately. Meanwhile, Hayasaka, who heard the comment, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yumiko with a faint smile. The atmosphere around them shifted. The girls who had been surrounding Hayasaka gradually fell silent. They clearly felt offended by Yumiko's statement, but no one dared to refute her. After all, Yumiko was one of the top-tier girls in the class, someone with significant influence among them. Other female students might fear Yumiko, but Hayasaka did not. Sorry, I don't think I've met you yet. May I know your name? Her tone sounded friendly, but there was something hidden beneath it. Yumiko maintained her haughty expression as if the world revolved around her. Miura Yumiko. I'm just speaking the truth. Hayasaka, completely unbothered by the provocation, seemed even more intrigued. Miura-san, I'm curious, do you have a boyfriend? She asked innocently. Yumiko frowned. No. As if she had found something interesting, Hayasaka smiled wider. Ah, no wonder you'd say something like that. Turns out you're still single and have no romantic experience. Instantly, Yumiko's expression changed. You don't understand but act like a love expert. Hayasaka continued without giving her a chance to interrupt. Judging others good and bad, even though you know nothing about it. Yumiko's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe someone had just belittled her in front of everyone. Her lips parted, ready to retort, but before she could utter a word, Hayasaka didn't give her a chance to respond. By the way, according to surveys, many girls lose their virginity during high school with their boyfriends. So, are you saying all of them are sluts? Who do you think you are to judge so many people without knowing anything? The classroom fell silent. As a former Shichian Academy student, Hayasaka's background couldn't be taken lightly. In fact, she might be the student with the highest status in Class 2B. So, when she clashed with Yumiko, almost all the female students in the class immediately sided with her. For a long time, many of them had been fed up with Yumiko's queen-like attitude, always acting as if they were beneath her. However, due to her strong influence, they had never dared to oppose her. Now, with Hayasaka's presence as a more influential supporter, they were no longer afraid. In fact, they saw this as an opportunity to express their long-suppressed dissatisfaction. Miura-san, you're being too much. Just because someone goes to a hotel with a guy doesn't mean she's a slut. You don't even have any relationship experience, so why act like you know everything? Do you think just because you're popular in this class, you can judge others as you please? All of you. Yumiko's body trembled under the barrage of sharp words directed at her. Her face turned red, not just from embarrassment but also from anger mixed with helplessness. She had never been in a situation like this before, where people who usually submitted to her were now attacking her mercilessly. Before the situation could escalate further, someone finally stepped in. All right, let's stop here. The calm but firm voice belonged to Hayama Hayato, the class representative of 2B. With his signature gentle smile, he stood between them, calming the increasingly heated atmosphere. We shouldn't be fighting like this. Attacking each other will only make things worse. We're classmates, let's get along. Although many of them still wanted to vent their frustrations, Hayato's presence was enough to stop the tide of anger. After all, he was a respected figure in Class 2B. However, the damage had already been done. With her face still red and her eyes teary, Yumiko couldn't take it anymore. She bit her lip, then turned and ran out of the classroom without saying a word. Yumiko. Yugahama and Ebina immediately chased after her, leaving behind a tense classroom atmosphere. After an awkward silence, Hayato finally turned to Hayasaka. With his usual gentle smile, he said, Hayasaka-san, please forgive Yumiko. She didn't mean any harm, she just sometimes says harsh things without thinking. Don't worry, I won't hold a grudge over something so trivial. Besides, I'm used to the arrogance of noble kids at Shichian Academy. They're arrogant because they have something to back it up, whether it's family wealth, connections, or extraordinary achievements. Pausing for a moment, Hayasaka glanced at the door where Yumiko had run out. But I don't understand where Miura-san's arrogance comes from. She's just an ordinary high school girl, right? Why does she act more conceited than most Shichian Academy students? I don't get it. Hayato opened his mouth as if to defend Yumiko, but no words came out. After all, what Hayasaka said was true. Yumiko was used to acting arrogantly in front of ordinary people. However, if she displayed her arrogance in front of people with more influential backgrounds than her, her actions would seem utterly foolish. In the end, Hayato could only sigh. If possible, please don't make too big a deal out of this, Hayasaka-san. Hayasaka simply smiled faintly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other hand, Ren was completely unaware of the conflict between Hayasaka and Yumiko. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In his eyes, Yumiko was just a country girl who thought she was the center of the universe. She was used to acting as if everyone should bow to her. But once she entered society, she would learn that she was just an insignificant person. At the moment, Ren was in the cafeteria with Masachika. With trays of lunch in hand, the two walked to an empty seat and sat down. Masachika stirred his soup with a spoon, then glanced at Ren. So, did you really bring a girl from Shichian Academy to a hotel yesterday? That's what the school forum says, right? Ren replied, eating his curry without denying it. Aren't you going to clarify? What for? Your boldness is truly remarkable, Ren. Seeing Ren's indifference to the rumors about himself, Masachika couldn't help but admire him a little. Mind if I join you? An elegant female voice interrupted the conversation between the two boys. Chapter 38, The Legendary Figure. May I join you? An elegant woman's voice interrupted the conversation between Ren and Masachika. Both turned towards the source of the voice, finding a beautiful girl standing gracefully. She had a captivating figure, reflecting soft beauty with a touch of classy elegance. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded gracefully down to her waist. Her petite yet proportional body, though lacking the sensual allure of Aya or Masha, exuded elegance in her firm posture and graceful movements, a subtle indication of her noble heritage. Suiyuki. The student council's public relations officer, renowned for her refined social skills and dignified demeanor. Nicknamed the Noble Princess by her peers, she was one of the most respected girls at Ohananomitsu High School. Beside her, Masha smiled softly. Seeing this, Masachika sighed quietly. His younger sister was putting on her perfect girl persona again. He glanced at Ren, subtly seeking his opinion. Of course, the fact that he and Yuki were siblings remained a secret. Shrugging, Ren didn't mind. The cafeteria is a public space. I have no right to stop anyone. Thank you, Masachika-kun, Rokuhara-kun. After saying this, Yuki sat down next to her brother, while Masha took a seat beside Ren. The presence of two beautiful girls at the same table naturally drew attention. Not just because of their looks, but also due to their status as student council members. Several male students who had once confessed their feelings to Masha and been rejected now looked at Ren with envy. Noticing that Ren's plate only had meat, Masha let out a small sigh before taking some vegetables from her own plate and placing them on Ren's. You shouldn't be picky about food, Rokuhara-kun. You need vitamins too. Ugh. Ren stared at the green vegetables on his plate with a displeased expression. I'm not a kid. He grumbled, but still picked up his chopsticks and reluctantly started eating the vegetables. Yuki, sitting across from him, watched the interaction with an amused gaze. Maria-san, you really are like a mother to Rokuhara-kun. Is that so? Masha simply smiled in response. She couldn't tell Yuki that she would soon become a mother, could she? Meanwhile, beside Yuki, Masachika suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. A strange feeling emerged within him, as if something precious had been taken away. He brushed off the feeling with a slight shake of his head and returned his focus to his meal. How strange, why do I feel this way? He thought to himself. As the lunch atmosphere remained relaxed, Yuki set down her chopsticks and smiled slightly before starting a conversation. By the way, there's a transfer student in Rokuhara-kun and Maria-san's class, right? I've seen her photo. She looks a lot like Mayumi-san. If you compare the two, Hayasaka-san does resemble Mayumi. Masachika said after a moment of thought. Masha turned to Masachika, showing a bit of interest. Mayumi-san. Mayumi Nanoa. She was quite famous in middle school, especially during the student council elections. Back then, I was the vice president, and Yuki was the president. One of the candidates running against us was Mayumi-san as vice president, alongside Taniyama Sayaka, who ran for president. Masachika briefly explained. Yuki nodded slightly, reminiscing about those times. However, her attention soon shifted to Ren, who seemed uninterested in the topic. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, Rokuhara-kun, I want to ask you something. Is the rumor on the school forum true? Ren raised an eyebrow slightly but continued eating calmly. Seeing his silence, Yuki continued in a soft yet serious tone, I just want to remind you that a student's duty is to study. You should maintain healthy relationships. Don't let anything interfere with your future. Masachika, sitting beside her, stifled a small laugh, while Masha simply smiled faintly, waiting for Ren's reaction. Instead of being bothered, Ren just let out a soft snort. In a relaxed tone, he replied, unless the rumor is exaggerated, my relationship with AI isn't something that outsiders can understand. So rather than advising me, it'd be better to advise that student before one day he gets stabbed with a kitchen knife by one of his women. Ren gestured with his chin towards another table in the cafeteria. Following his direction, Masachika, Yuki, and Masha saw men sitting surrounded by three beautiful women. The three girls seemed to be vying for his attention, while the men casually accepted all their affection without showing any intention of choosing one. Ito Makoto, huh? His reputation isn't great. I heard he likes to switch women often. Masachika frowned. Yuki sighed and nodded in agreement. I've also seen him with different women every time I meet him. If he keeps this up, something bad will happen to him sooner or later. Ito-kun once confessed to me, but I turned him down. Masha revealed surprising news. Seriously? When did that happen? Masachika asked, concerned. A few months ago. My instincts immediately told me he wasn't a good guy, so I didn't hesitate to reject him. Of course, Masha would have rejected Makoto's confession anyway, as she already had the men she liked. Honestly, it's fine if a man wants to form a harem. After all, polygamy is legal in Japan now. But if he really wants it, he should be honest from the start. Pausing for a moment, Ren glanced briefly at Makoto, who was still surrounded by the three girls. Instead of openly saying he wants a harem, he's secretly cheating with multiple women. If a woman doesn't want to accept the concept of a harem, just find another woman who does. Unfortunately, he's not doing that. Sooner or later, he'll face karma for playing with women's feelings. Masachika nodded in agreement. You're right, Ren. If you want to live like that, at least do it honestly. Speaking of harems, do you know who the most respected alumnus of this school is in that regard? Of course I know, everyone knows that legendary figure. Eiju Rentaro, right. There was a tone of respect in his voice. Ren had to admit Rentaro was a role model for men. Hearing the name, Yuki immediately smiled. Ah, the man who had 100 girlfriends during his school days and then married all of them after graduation. With enthusiastic fervor, Masachika leaned forward. Eiju-senpai was no ordinary man. He had every type of woman in his harem, classmates, tsunderes, kuderis, shy girls, maids, milfs, foodies, ojisamas, and more. I'm just curious. By marrying 100 women at once, did Eiju-senpai's kidneys really not fail? Masha asked curiously. Actually, I'm curious too. With 100 wives, how does he still survive? Yuki chuckled at the question. Among the women in Asia Senpai's harem, there was a genius scientist. It's no problem to make kidney-enhancing medicine. That makes sense. Masachika agreed with Ren. The absurd conversation continued with jokes and small laughs among them. The four of them enjoyed their lunch in a harmonious atmosphere. However, behind the warmth, Masachika was completely unaware of one thing: the woman sitting across from him wasn't just an ordinary classmate. She was his childhood friend, someone he had once liked. Even worse, the man sitting beside her, who was now casually enjoying his meal, was the one who had cuckolded him without him realizing it. Chapter 39, No Cure for Regret. Ding dong. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's activities. Closing his book and standing up from his seat, Ren glanced at Masachika, who was preparing to leave. "Cues, want to grab some ramen?" Masachika, who was putting his books into his bag, looked up and smiled slightly. "Sorry, Ren. Yuki asked me to help clean up the storage room." Shrugging, Ren didn't mind much. "Alright, let's go another time." As Masachika walked away with Alya, Ren turned to another desk. "AI, let's go." Upon hearing his voice, Hayasaka immediately brightened up. "Okay, Ren-sama," she replied in a sweet tone, before confidently grabbing Ren's arm and hugging it tightly. Once they passed the school gate and moved away from the crowd, Hayasaka's cheerful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a much more serious and professional demeanor. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a black card, handing it to Ren. "This is the unlimited card promised by Ganon-sama." Accepting the card with a calm expression, Ren glanced at it briefly before slipping it into his jacket pocket. "The Shinomiya family's efficiency is quite good. By the way, how did your young mistress react when she found out you quit being her maid and transferred to another school?" As soon as the topic was brought up, Hayasaka let out a long sigh, her eyes showing a hint of exhaustion. As I expected, she strongly opposed it. After all, our relationship was no longer just that of master and servant. We were more like sisters. Kaguya-sama even called her father and argued with him, something she normally wouldn't dare to do. Ren wasn't surprised to hear that. He knew very well how protective Kaguya was of those close to her. But Ganon-sama's decision was final. "No matter how much Kaguya-sama opposed, I was still sent to become your personal maid," Hayasaka said indifferently, with no hint of disappointment in her tone. She had already accepted her fate of belonging to Ren. After all, she had already given her purity to him. There was no turning back now, or else her sacrifice would have been in vain, right? "So, your relationship with her has worsened because of this?" Ren asked casually. Hayasaka nodded slowly. "For now, yes. Kaguya-sama is sulking, she doesn't like sudden goodbyes. By the way, where should I stay? Should I rent an apartment next to yours?" she asked seriously. "No need. Starting today, you'll be staying at my apartment. Itsuki is pregnant, and her due date is approaching. She needs extra help. I don't want to trouble Yotsuba-san or the other Nakano sisters, so you'll help take care of her." Hearing that name, Hayasaka fell silent for a moment. She had read up on Ren's information beforehand, so she knew that Nakano Itsuki wasn't just their homeroom teacher but also Ren's first woman. "Alright, then, as you wish, Ren-sama." Without raising any objections, she took out her phone and called someone. After receiving confirmation from the person on the other end of the line, Hayasaka put her phone back in her pocket and looked at Ren with a flat expression. "It's done. I can move in today." Ren nodded, then continued walking. "Good. Let's go." Hayasaka followed him without much talk, her steps light beside the man. However, after walking for a while, she began to notice something. This wasn't the route to the apartment. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she turned to Ren. "Where are we going?" she asked suspiciously. They couldn't be heading to a hotel again, could they? However, considering Ren's inhuman stamina, Hayasaka worried that might be the case. Unfortunately, her guess was wrong this time. Ren glanced at her briefly, then smiled faintly. A car dealership. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the past, the name Kasumigakaka Yutaha was known as a talented girl at Ohanamitsu High School. She had everything: a brilliant mind, a beautiful face, and extraordinary writing talent. At school, she was the top student admired by many. Teachers praised her, classmates envied her, and juniors looked up to her as a role model. However, her greatest talent lay in writing. Under the pen name Kasumi Yutako, she published her first novel, Love Metronome, with the renowned publisher Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko. The novel was a massive success, selling over 500,000 copies and making her one of Japan's most promising young writers. At that time, Yutaha felt like the world revolved around her. But everything changed when she chose her career over her love life. Yutaha decided to leave the project she was working on with the men she loved, Aki Tomoya, and joined the Circle Rouge en Rouge, founded by Kosaka Akane. With high confidence, she believed this was a step toward a brighter future. However, that decision marked the beginning of her downfall. The Rouge en Rouge project didn't go as planned. What was supposed to be a stepping stone became a stumbling block. Although Akane was a prominent figure in the ACG industry, the high expectations placed on them were not met. In the creative industry, failure doesn't offer many second chances. After several consecutive project failures, Rouge en Rouge eventually went bankrupt. And as if karma was truly haunting her, at the same time, another problem struck: her father became a gambler. At first, Yutaha only heard that her father had started spending a lot of time at pachinko parlors. She didn't think much of it, as long as he was still working and not causing trouble. But everything changed when her father started asking for money. "Yutaha, can you lend me some money? Just for this month?" Naively, Yutaha believed him. She gave him a sum of money, hoping he would use it wisely. However, a gambler who has lost his sanity will never stop. After being helped once, the men started coming back again and again, always with different excuses. When Yutaha finally refused, her father lashed out with hurtful words. "I'm your father. You don't want to help your own family. What's the point of having a child if they can't be relied on?" But Yutaha stood firm in her decision. She stopped giving. What happened next, however, was a nightmare. Her father secretly stole her bankbook, withdrew all the remaining balance, and spent it all at the gambling den. And even more horrifying, the man also borrowed a large sum of money from loan sharks, using Yutaha's name as collateral. After spending everything, he disappeared, leaving his daughter with an enormous debt. At that point, Yutaha's writing inspiration completely vanished. Every time she tried to write, her mind couldn't come up with ideas due to the mental pressure. Editors rejected every manuscript she submitted, saying the stories were too flat and boring. Eventually, her publishing contract wasn't renewed. With no other choice, Yutaha was forced to drop out of college and started taking odd jobs to survive. Part-time jobs came and went: restaurant waitress, convenience store cashier, cafe staff, and even jobs she didn't want to remember. But the debt left by her father was too large. No matter how hard she worked, the amount seemed insurmountable. Finally, thanks to her beautiful face and a bit of luck, she got a job as a car consultant at one of Tokyo's leading car dealerships. It wasn't her dream job, but at least it gave her enough money to get by. Now, at 22 years old, Yutaha stood in the spacious and elegant showroom. She wore a professional uniform that made her look even more graceful, but there was no pride left in her heart. This was all just routine. Every day, she faced wealthy customers who came to the dealership, mostly old men with potbellies who were more interested in her than the cars being sold. She had to keep smiling, answer politely, and pretend not to notice their lecherous gazes. In the quiet staff break room, Yutaha stared at her phone screen. The wedding invitation was displayed clearly on the screen. Aki Tomoya and Kato Megumi. Her hands trembled, and her breath caught. So, this is how it ends. Slowly, she bit her lower lip. Something felt like it was stabbing her chest. It hurt. It was suffocating. Tomoya is getting married to Megumi. Of course. I should have known this would happen. After everything I did, after my foolish decisions in the past, this is my punishment. However, knowing something and actually facing it were two very different things. I was the one who left him. I was the one who chose Rouge en Rouge. I was the one who thought I could become something greater without him. I was the one who ruined everything. So why? Why does it hurt so much? Yutaha clenched her fists on the table, her nails digging into her palms. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the wound in her heart. Tomoya, you're happy now, right? There, with Megumi. Megumi, who's gentle. Megumi, who's always by your side. Megumi, who never left you like I did. Yutaha lowered her head, her long black hair hiding the expression on her face. And me. She laughed bitterly in her heart. Me. I'm just an ordinary woman now. No longer a genius writer. No longer a star. Not even a respectable woman anymore. A mistress. The word spun in her mind like a thorn that kept stabbing. I hate that man. I hate his touch. I hate his voice. I hate myself. But I can't run away. Yutaha closed her eyes, recalling that night, the night everything changed forever. At first, she thought it was just a normal business dinner. Her manager acted friendly, saying he wanted to get to know her better as his new subordinate. She believed him, and that was her stupidest mistake. 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses. Yutaha couldn't remember how much she drank that night. Then she woke up in a hotel room, naked and in pain. At that moment, Yutaha knew what had happened. But the fat man just sat on the sofa, smoking casually, before looking at her with a disgusting smile. You want to report me? Go ahead. But you know, I have enough connections to make sure you'll never be hired anywhere. Yutaha stayed silent. She had no money, a mountain of debt, and nowhere to run. And so, she was trapped. Every night, when the fat man touched her, she wanted to vomit. Every morning, when Yutaha saw her reflection in the mirror, she wanted to cry. What has happened to me? What have I done with my life? Yutaha bit her lip, holding back something that wanted to burst from her chest. Her hand slowly reached out, her fingers trembling as they touched the phone screen. Aki Tomoya and Kato Megumi. With a quick motion, she closed the invitation. Her eyes felt hot, but no tears came out. Sadly, there is no cure for regret. Chapter 40, Buying a Car. In the dimly lit warehouse, the air still felt heavy with lingering silence. The portly manager adjusted his clothes with a satisfied smile on his face. With a casual motion, he tightened his belt and then patted his stomach as if savoring the fruits of something gratifying. In the corner of the room, Yutaha lay weakly with her legs spread wide, her arms dangling limply to the sides, like a helpless frog lying powerless. Her eyes were slightly open, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Her breath was ragged, her body seemingly drained of energy, as if she had gone through something that had sapped all her strength. This is always enjoyable, no matter how many times. We can do it again tonight, said the portly manager with a tone full of satisfaction. However, Yutaha did not respond. Her body only moved slightly, as if trying to gather the strength that had been completely drained. Feeling that enough had been done for now, the portly manager stepped out of the warehouse, letting the door creak before closing, leaving behind a heavy silence. How long will this continue? A moment later, Yutaha took a deep breath and reached into her bag. With mechanical movements, she took out a tissue, wiped the white fluid from her groin, and then swallowed a contraceptive pill that was all too familiar on her tongue. Why do men love stockings so much? As her hand touched her stockings, Yutaha remembered that her stockings were no longer wearable, torn. Without expression, she completely removed them and took out a new pair from her bag. With slow movements, she slid the thin fabric over her long, beautiful legs, letting it gently wrap around her skin. Although no one was watching her in this place, she still made sure her stockings were neat, without any annoying wrinkles. After that, she began to put on the rest of her clothes, covering her body that shouldn't have needed to be covered repeatedly. The buttons that she usually fastened meticulously were now done carelessly, while her slightly disheveled hair was only tidied with her fingers. Finally, after making sure there was nothing suspicious about her appearance, she took a deep breath and stepped out. She still had to work, as usual, as if nothing had happened. On her way to the sales area, Yutaha's steps remained graceful, although behind her calm expression, there was something heavy in her heart. Along the hallway, faint whispers could be heard around her, conversations deliberately softened but still clear enough to reach her ears. She really has no shame. Well, if you want to live comfortably, there's always a price. Do you think she enjoys all that? Humph, she looks like a flower on a high mountain that can't be picked just like that, but she uses her beauty to seduce the manager. So hypocritical. Small laughs followed among them, full of sarcasm and mockery. However, Yutaha showed no reaction. She was used to being gossiped about every time she passed her colleagues. After all, her affair with the manager was an open secret. If it weren't for this job offering high pay and the manager's strong connections, a graduate of Shuchiin Academy, part of a world untouchable by ordinary people like her, she would have quit long ago. In fact, she might have even sued the other party. However, reality was not on her side. Yutaha was just someone trapped in a situation that gave her no choice. The debt left by her father still haunted her, ensnaring her in a difficult-to-break cycle. At least, there was something she could gain from each encounter, enough to slowly reduce the burden that bound her. Huffed. With a small sigh, Yutaha lifted her chin slightly higher and stepped forward, ignoring the stares directed at her. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the sales area, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of conversations and explanations from car consultants to their customers. However, amidst the hustle and bustle, a pair of high school students seemed to be ignored. Not a single consultant approached them, as if their presence was insignificant. Perhaps the consultants thought they were just students browsing around with no intention to buy. After all, in their world, young people rarely became serious customers. If only they were wearing Shuchiin Academy uniforms, the employees' attitudes would have been entirely different. Observing the situation from a distance, Yutaha decided to step in. With professional steps, she approached them, a business smile adorning her face. Welcome to our showroom. Is there a specific type of car you're looking for? She greeted in a friendly tone. The pair of high school students turned to her. The boy, with short light brown hair and bangs covering his forehead and the space between his eyes, looked at Yutaha calmly, while the girl beside him, a blonde, stood with a submissive posture like a maid escorting her master. They were none other than Rokuhara Ren and Hayasaka Ai. Oh, Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Ren didn't show any surprise. As someone accustomed to meeting many heroines, seeing Kasumigakaka Yutaha here wasn't something shocking to him. However, in his heart, he realized that the timeline of Sikano had already passed. That explained why he hadn't found Kato Megumi at Ohananomizu High School, the school where most protagonists and heroines gathered. Casually, Ren replied, I just want to look around first before deciding. Yutaha nodded, accepting the answer without objection. Of course, allow me to assist. I'll introduce some models that might interest you. Without wasting time, she began explaining the specifications of the cars in front of them, maintaining her professional demeanor. The other consultants only glanced briefly before returning to their work, thinking Yutaha was just wasting time with two high school students who clearly couldn't afford such expensive cars. However, Yutaha remained professional. In a calm voice, she explained various car models in the showroom, occasionally offering recommendations based on specifications and user needs. For about 10 minutes, Ren and Hayasaka walked around the showroom, browsing various car models without haste. Ren noticed a few luxury sedans, while Hayasaka remained silent beside him, following like a loyal maid. Finally, Ren stopped in front of a black Onyx Bentley flying spur with elegant chrome accents. He observed its details for a moment before speaking. "I'll take this one." Yutaha was slightly surprised. "Sorry, you're choosing this model?" Ren nodded without hesitation. Although she remained professional, Yutaha felt the need to confirm. "Sir, the price of this Bentley flying spur is 37.5 million yen. Are you sure you want to purchase this unit?" Yutaha watched their reactions. However, the price she just mentioned didn't even make Ren or Hayasaka blink. Casually, Ren pulled out a black card from his pocket. "Use this. Please handle the procedures." Yutaha stared at the card with slight astonishment. That black card wasn't something just anyone could possess. She had seen it once before, when a young lady from the Sansonin family bought a car at this dealership some time ago. Instantly, her mind was filled with questions. Is this real? Or just a fake card for show? However, she quickly dismissed her doubts. It was unlikely someone would be foolish enough to try to scam a car dealership with a fake unlimited card. If they dared to use it, the card was most likely genuine. Maintaining her professionalism, Yutaha let out a light sigh, then said politely, "All right, please follow me to the desk to complete the payment." She then guided Ren and Hayasaka to the administrative section to finalize the purchase procedures. Yutaha fell silent as she watched the transaction completed so effortlessly. An amount of money that seemed almost impossible for her to accumulate in a lifetime had now changed hands in just a few minutes. The world of the rich is truly hard to comprehend, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the showroom, a staff member hurriedly ran to the manager's office. It didn't take long before the chubby man appeared with a wide smile, his small eyes squinting with calculation. "Honored customer, welcome," he said in a tone full of respect, his steps quick as he approached Ren. "It's an honor for us to serve you today." His attitude was full of flattery, even excessively so. However, behind that ingratiating expression, his hand subtly moved behind him, seeking an opportunity to grope Yutaha's buttocks as she stood beside him. Yutaha tensed for a moment. However, she could only hold back her complaints in silence, swallowing the disgust that gnawed at her heart. Of course, this indecent act didn't escape Ren's perception. As a Campione, his senses had surpassed those of ordinary humans, he was aware of every detail happening around him. TSK. So after failing to become Aki Tomoya's lover, Kasumigakaka Yutaha has fallen this far, huh? Seeing Yutaha's expression remaining silent, without any resistance, Ren chose to ignore it. If the woman herself showed no intention to fight back or refuse, then there was no reason for him to intervene. After all the purchase procedures were completed, Ren walked leisurely to his new car. He opened the front door and sat comfortably in the passenger seat, while Hayasaka calmly took the driver's position. Soon after, the engine started, the soft hum characteristic of a Bentley filling the air, and the vehicle smoothly drove onto the highway. The manager patted Yutaha's shoulder with a satisfied expression. His small eyes gleamed with meaning. "You did very well today, Kasumigakaka," he said in a sweet, forced tone. "As a reward, I'll give you a big bonus." Yutaha slightly lowered her head, bowing politely. "Thank you, manager." However, as she was about to return to her work, the manager leaned closer, whispering right into her ear. "I'll treat you well tonight." His voice was low and suggestive. Yutaha bit her lip. Her clenched fingers trembled slightly, but no words of protest came from her lips. Chapter 41, Hayasaka meets the Nakano sisters. After taking off his shoes at the entrance, Ren casually stepped into the apartment. "I'm home." His calm, familiar voice echoed through the living room. On the sofa, a short pink-haired girl in casual clothes immediately stood up and trotted over to him. Her bright eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Welcome back, Rokuhara-san." Yotsuba greeted him with a wide smile before her gaze suddenly fell on the figure standing behind Ren. Instantly, her expression turned to one of surprise. "Eh? Hayasaka-san." Just like before, Hayasaka maintained her composure. There was no trace of the cheerful Jairu persona she displayed at school. This time, she was showing her true personality. "Good evening, Yusuji-sensei." She gave a slight bow, showing perfect respect. However, Yotsuba could only blink, still trying to make sense of the situation. How could she not recognize her? Although she didn't remember every student at Shichien Academy, Hayasaka was one of the more prominent ones. As a physical education teacher there, Yotsuba knew her because of Hayasaka's sociable personality. "What's going on? Why is Hayasaka-san here?" Yotsuba looked at Ren with a suspicious gaze. Ren wasn't bothered by the suspicious look. We can talk about it later. AI, you can use the empty guest room. Let Yotsuba-san show you the way. Understood, Ren-sama. Hayasaka replied without hesitation. Yotsuba felt even more confused. Ren-sama. Since when did Hayasaka-san start calling Rokuhara-san that? And how do they even know each other? However, seeing that Ren didn't seem willing to explain further, Yotsuba decided not to dwell on it for now. Sorry for the trouble, Yusuji-sensei. Could you show me to the guest room? Hayasaka spoke politely, as if there was nothing unusual about the situation. All right, follow me. Turning around, Yotsuba led the way down the spacious apartment hallway, with Hayasaka following lightly behind. When they reached the guest room, Yotsuba opened the door. This is the only guest room left. The other one is being used by Ichika, my sister. Hayasaka glanced around the room. It was quite spacious, with a queen-sized bed, a large wardrobe, and a window overlooking the city. Thank you, Yusuji-sensei. Yotsuba stared at her back for a few seconds before finally asking cautiously. Hayasaka-san, what exactly is your relationship with Rokuhara-san? Hayasaka paused for a moment before turning around. I am his personal maid. Yotsuba fell silent upon hearing this unexpected answer. She didn't know whether to believe it or not. But seeing how Hayasaka spoke, calmly, confidently, and without any signs of lying, she felt that the answer wasn't just a joke. I really don't understand the situation. Oh well, Rokuhara-san will probably explain it later. There's no way he won't give Itsuki some kind of explanation. Still unable to process everything, Yotsuba stopped making wild assumptions. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Living room. In the room, there were 3 women and 1 man. Ren sat casually on the sofa after changing into a plain black t-shirt and training pants. Beside him, Itsuki, now in the final month of her pregnancy, looked at him with a serious expression. Meanwhile, on the opposite sofa, Ichika sat comfortably next to Yotsuba, leaning back elegantly. Unlike her 2 sisters, her expression was full of mischief. On the other side, Hayasaka sat alone on the sofa, maintaining a polite and calm posture, though it was clear she wasn't entirely accustomed to the atmosphere of the apartment yet. Ren glanced at Ichika, who seemed to be watching a TV drama. You're still here, Ichika-san. Ichika turned to him with a teasing grin. Era is when Isan's presence not welcome here. Renkuin should be grateful, there are plenty of men who would pay just to be with me. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those men. Ren replied, uninterested in playing along. Fufufu. Ichika crossed her long legs, her eyes narrowing mischievously. Rather than talking about me, let's hear the defendant's reason for bringing another woman home while Itsuki is pregnant. Ren could see the corner of her lips curling, enjoying the chaos she was creating. There was no doubt that Ichika had a dark personality. Although her tone sounded like she was joking, the words she chose were deliberately ambiguous. It was as if Ren was a scumbag who casually brought another woman home while his couple was heavily pregnant. Although, if thought about it, wasn't that true? Hubby, why did you bring a female student from Shichiin Academy to our home? Itsuki asked earnestly. There was no anger in her voice, only a hint of curiosity. From the way she looked at him, Ren could guess that Itsuki already had some speculation in her mind. However, she still needed direct confirmation from him. Not one to beat around the bush, Ren got straight to the point. In simple terms, the Shinomiya family has pledged their loyalty to me. As part of that agreement, they've given Hayasaka AI to me as both an assistant and my personal maid. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Ichika and Itsuki exchanged glances, while Yotsuba blinked several times, as if trying to make sure she hadn't misheard. Less than 10 minutes later, after a few brief questions and answers, Ichika and Itsuki finally fully understood the situation. Hayasaka AI, the former personal maid of the Shinomiya family's young lady, had now been handed over to Ren as part of the family's loyalty to him. Even a consortium as large as the Shinomiya family is willing to give half of their shares to Renkuin. It seems I've still underestimated the meaning of Campione. Ichika said with a smile. Fufufu. By the way, my agency is under the Shinomiya family's umbrella. Doesn't that technically make you my boss, Renkuin? Of course. Should I cut your salary? Era, how can a boss threaten his employee like this? Ichika pretended to look shocked before letting out a small laugh. Ren wouldn't abuse his power over her, right? My husband is amazing. I'm lucky to be his first woman. While Ichika continued to tease Ren, Itsuki felt a sense of pride in her heart. Setting aside the fact that Ren was a playboy, he was extraordinary in every aspect. Not only did he possess unimaginable power, but he was also capable of securing the loyalty of a major Japanese consortium. As the woman carrying his child, Itsuki felt relieved. At the very least, the father of her child was a reliable man. On the other hand, only Yotsuba felt left out. From the beginning of this conversation, she couldn't follow at all. Campione? The mystical world? Half of the Shinomiya family shares? What was really going on? Her confused gaze shifted from one person to another, but no one seemed to care to explain it to her. Ichika and Itsuki were too shocked by the news to remember that Yotsuba was completely in the dark. AI is a very capable maid. From now on, she'll help take care of Itsuki. Hearing Ren praise Hayasaka, Itsuki herself seemed surprised. I don't need a maid, hubby. I can still take care of myself. Itsuki, you're pregnant. Your due date is approaching. You need to focus on your health and our baby. Itsuki couldn't argue and obediently accepted Ren's arrangements, as he was the head of their small family. At that moment, Hayasaka stepped forward. Her expression was calm, her voice full of firmness and professionalism. Starting today, I will serve you, Itsuki-sama. Itsuki was taken aback. Ah. There's no need to call me that. I am a maid, it's my duty. Hayasaka interjected softly, leaving no room for refusal. She gave a slight bow, showing her respect, leaving behind all traces of the gyro persona she displayed at school. From now on, all your needs, whether it's food, clothing, or daily comfort, will be my responsibility. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know. Ichika chuckled, enjoying Itsuki's flustered reaction. Fufu. Itsuki, you should accept it. Ren-kun is doing this because he cares about you. Sigh. Alright, I'll be in your care from now on, Hayasaka-san. It's my duty, Itsuki-sama. Finally, Itsuki accepted Hayasaka as her maid. Yotsuba, who had been watching the scene, could only feel more left out. What on earth is going on with everyone around me? Someone, please explain. Chapter 42, A Morning Full of Passion. The next morning. Ren slowly opened his eyes as he felt movement on the bed. The sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains softly illuminated the room. His vision was slightly blurry, but he could make out the naked silhouette of Hayasaka bending over at the edge of the bed, her back facing him. Her messy blonde hair cascaded down her back, revealing her smooth skin. She was picking up her panties from the floor, her hips swaying slightly unconsciously. Now having lost her innocence, Hayasaka exuded pheromones like a lustful woman asking to be fucked by a man. Her breathing was still a little labored, her skin looked flushed, and her every movement seemed to invite touch. Even after a night together, her body still gives off signals that make a man's instincts rise. As if sensing the intense gaze on her back, Hayasaka turned around. Her blue eyes widened slightly upon seeing Ren awake and silently watching her. Her cheeks flushed, and she reflexively covered her chest with her hands. Don't stare like that. Why are you embarrassed, AI? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've even touched it. Hearing those vulgar words, Hayasaka's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Her body grew warmer, feeling aroused as well. But still. I feel shy being looked at while dressing. Ren smirked, enjoying the rare sight of Hayasaka, who was usually calm and composed, now flustered and blushing. It only made him want to tease her more. Without warning, he pulled Hayasaka into his embrace from behind, their bodies pressing tightly together. The warmth of her skin clung to his bare chest. This is your fault, AI. He whispered in her ear, his voice deep and seductive. You're too adorable, so I can't help myself. His fingers casually caressed her waist, causing her body to tense up instantly. You know, morning is when a man's libido is at its peak. He continued, his voice growing lower. AI, you have to take responsibility. Hayasaka gasped as she felt something hard and hot pressing against her butt, pulsating as if demanding attention. Her body trembled. The sensation brought back memories of the previous night, making her cheeks even redder. But with great effort, she swallowed and tried to refuse. And no, my body feels sticky from last night. I need to shower first. However, that excuse wasn't enough to stop Ren. In an instant, he bent down and, without warning, lifted Hayasaka in a princess carry. Kia! A surprised scream escaped her lips as her body floated in the air. Reflexively, she wrapped her arms around his neck for support. Then, let's shower together. Ren said as if it were the most natural thing. Ren-sama, what if Itsuki-sama sees us? Hayasaka squirmed slightly, but Ren's grip was too strong. Ren chuckled softly. Relax, Itsuki is still fast asleep. So AI, it's fine if you make a little noise, right? Hayasaka's eyes widened at his ambiguous words. Her cheeks burned even hotter, and she knew there was no point in resisting this man. She could feel Ren's strong muscles beneath his skin, telling her that escape wasn't an option. Finally, resigned, she buried her face in Ren's chest, hiding her embarrassed expression. In the bathroom, things not suitable for children unfolded. Warm water flowed gently, enveloping their bodies in a faint warmth. Thin steam filled the small space, creating an intimate and almost intoxicating atmosphere. Gentle, meaningful movements intertwined between them, as if every touch was a language only they understood. The silence was accompanied only by the sound of flowing water and increasingly heavy breaths. Skin touching skin, fingers tracing every curve with unhurried tenderness. In that small space, time seemed to slow, allowing them to melt into a warmth that came not just from the flowing water, but also from the fire slowly igniting between them. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the morning, the atmosphere in the apartment felt more orderly than usual. Compared to the women who worked at the maid cafe, who merely dressed cutely and served customers with sweet smiles, Hayasaka was a maid in the truest sense, a maid who had undergone professional training and possessed above-average skills. From doing laundry to cleaning every corner of the house, from cooking to ensuring all her master's needs were met, she handled everything with remarkable efficiency. When breakfast was served, Itsuki, who was usually quite picky about food, couldn't hide her surprise. Hesitating slightly, she took her first bite, and her eyes widened. In the elevator descending to the ground floor, Ren and Hayasaka were now wearing their school uniforms. A brief silence ensued until Hayasaka's phone screen lit up, displaying a new message. Swiftly, she opened the message, and in an instant, her expression shifted slightly before she turned to Ren. Ren-sama, the person you asked me to keep an eye on, Kusanagi Gado, returned to Japan last night. Ren, who had been leaning casually against the elevator wall, now straightened up. His brown eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing the news he had long been waiting for. I see. Gado is back. Immediately, he made a decision without hesitation. AI, let's skip school. I want to meet him as soon as possible. Ren couldn't wait to face Gado, even though he knew his chances of winning were slim. But that was precisely why he felt excited. Isn't that what makes it fun? A faint smile played on his lips. Challenging things always intrigued him the most. After all, that had always been his motto, which was why he was so passionate about extreme sports and obsessed with seeking thrills. Hayasaka looked at him, slightly surprised by how quickly he made such an impulsive decision. However, she knew him well enough to understand that opposing him would be futile. Seeing the rare cheerful expression on Ren's face, Hayasaka finally couldn't help but ask. Ren-sama. I've gathered information about Kusanagi Gado as you instructed, but... She hesitated for a moment, not understanding why Ren was so obsessed with Gado. Was Ren gay? Of course not. Hayasaka had learned that through her own body, which had been touched by him. All the data I found only shows that he's an ordinary high school student. There's nothing remarkable about him. What makes him so special? Gado is a Campione. Just like me. As those words left Ren's lips, Hayasaka was shocked, not expecting there to be another Campione in Japan besides Ren. However, as far as she knew, Japan hadn't produced a Campione in several thousand years. And now, in such a short span of time, two Campiones had suddenly emerged in this country. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the two of them stepped out into the underground parking area. Rows of cars were neatly lined up, but their attention was focused on only one, the vehicle they had just purchased yesterday. Ren casually took the front passenger seat, while Hayasaka sat in the driver's seat. With a deft movement, she started the engine, the soft hum of the high-quality vehicle echoing through the parking lot. As he fastened his seatbelt, Ren muttered softly, speaking to himself, I hope Gada hasn't left for school yet. Without further delay, Hayasaka pressed the gas pedal, driving the car out of the parking area and heading toward the Kusanagi family's home. Chapter 43, The Eighth Campione. Once, the Kusanagi family home was a bookstore. This two-story wooden building had stood since before World War II. Though old, the house had undergone 3 renovations and expansions, making it a fairly comfortable place to live. Although the bookstore had long since closed, traces of its existence remained. The wooden shelves that once held merchandise were still standing strong, now storing personal collections and various books that failed to sell during the final days of the business. The attic had also been turned into a storage space, filled with piles of old books that had yet to be cleared out. On the second floor of this house, there were several bedrooms, one of which was occupied by a young man still lying in bed. Morning light filtered through the slightly open blue and white curtains, illuminating the simple yet tidy room. Inside the room, there was a medium-sized bed with a geometrically patterned blanket. A study desk sat in the corner, with a few books and school supplies on top. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with novels and other reading materials neatly arranged. A small television was placed on a low table in the corner, next to a shelf filled with magazines and old books. Home. On the bed, a young man stretched his body, slowly opening his eyes after a deep night's sleep. His face couldn't be called handsome, but it wasn't ugly either. He looked ordinary, like your typical high school student. There was nothing striking about his appearance. He exuded the aura of a harmless, average guy. However, behind this unassuming demeanor, this young man was someone who had shaken the mystical world. Although he had only recently become a Campione, he had already faced 2 other Campione, defeating the Sword King Doni and even forcing Marquis Vauban to retreat. Compared to the 7th Campione, who had been born just a day earlier, his name was far more well-known, especially in Italy. He was the 8th Campione, a seemingly ordinary high school student. He was Kusanagi Gado. Gado grabbed the alarm clock on the table and panicked when he saw the time. Crap. In a hurry, he immediately got out of bed, quickly removing his pajamas and changing into his school uniform. In his panic, he didn't notice the blanket behind him moving, as if something was hiding beneath it. Without thinking twice, Gado stepped in front of the mirror, hastily fixing his messy hair. His hand reached for the blazer in the closet and quickly put it on. However, his movement suddenly stopped. In the mirror's reflection, he saw something that shouldn't be there. A girl was lying on his bed, completely naked. Instantly, Gado's blood rushed, his face turning red in shock that was hard to control. His breath hitched, his eyes widening as he realized who the figure was. The girl's golden blonde hair spilled over the pillow, its shine so bright it seemed to emit its own light. Her beauty was extraordinary, surpassing any girl Gado had ever seen in his life. Her facial features were smooth like a sculpture, her lips slightly parted in peaceful sleep, adding an allure that was hard to ignore. But more than anything, what shocked Gado the most was the fact that this girl wasn't a stranger to him. Erika Blandelli. There was no way he wouldn't recognize her. Erika wasn't just someone he had met in Italy, she was also someone who had sworn loyalty as his knight. And now, she was here, sleeping in his bed, in a state that made his heart race faster than ever before. Gado remained standing with his back to the bed, his heart pounding. He swallowed hard, trying to ignore the fact that there was a naked girl behind him. However, a soft and languid voice soon broke the silence. "Hey, Gado. I want a cappuccino." Erika's tone sounded coquettish, as if there was nothing unusual about the situation. Gado tensed. He restrained himself from turning around immediately. "Why are you here?" he asked in a strained voice, still facing forward. Instead of answering, Erika stretched lazily. She rested her head on her arm, enjoying the moment. "Hurry up. I don't like my cappuccino cold." Her coquettish tone remained, as if Gado had asked something unimportant. Gado tried to control the frustration mixed with embarrassment. "Fufufu." Erika chuckled softly at his reaction. Instead of panicking or feeling embarrassed, she found Gado's awkward expression to be morning entertainment. Slamming the closet door shut, Gado finally gave in. He closed his eyes tightly before turning around. However, as soon as he opened his eyes again, his face immediately turned red. In front of him, Erika was still casually sitting on the bed, not a single thread covering her body. Her blonde hair cascaded wildly over her shoulders, her fair skin glowing under the morning light. Gado couldn't take it anymore. "Just put on your clothes first," he shouted loudly, his face flushed. Erika just smirked, clearly enjoying the overreaction of the 8th Campione, who was still too innocent to handle her teasing. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the dining room, the aroma of tea and toast filled the air. A maid deftly served breakfast on the table, ensuring everything was neatly arranged. Gado sat next to Erika, who looked relaxed as she elegantly sipped her cappuccino. Across from them, a young girl bit into a strawberry jam sandwich, her green eyes sharply staring at Gado with a suspicious expression. The girl was Kusanagi Shizuka, Gado's younger sister. Her brown hair was tied with pink ribbons on both sides, giving her a cute appearance. Her uniform consisted of a short-sleeved white blouse with dark blue accents, paired with a green ribbon tie adorning the front. Shizuka put her sandwich down on the plate, then took a sip of warm tea before speaking. "So when you two first met, you didn't get along at all?" "Right." Gado answered with a composed expression, though his eyes were closed. "And you didn't know Erika-san was coming to Japan?" "Right. And you're not happy about all this?" "My words are correct, aren't they?" "Right." 3 consecutive right answers from her brother were hardly convincing, especially with how Erika was now clinging tightly to his arm, as if they were a pair of love-struck lovers. Shizuka stared at her brother in disbelief. "It doesn't look like that at all." Gado tried hard to convince his sister, but Shizuka's skeptical gaze only grew sharper. "It's true. Believe me, Shizuka." Shizuka narrowed her eyes, still doubting her brother's explanation. "I didn't know either, but her attitude toward me suddenly changed drastically." Of course, Gado couldn't tell the real reason. Hiding the fact that he was a Campione was the only way to protect his sister's normal life. Changed drastically. That's right, changed drastically. Gado nodded seriously, feeling increasingly desperate under his sister's suspicious gaze. However, Erika just smiled sweetly, enjoying the situation. "Your words are rude, Gado. I just accepted your feelings of love. That's all. When did I ever confess my love to you?" "You did, didn't you? We slept in the same bed at Lucretia's house, and the next day we shared a passionate paseo." Erika's face flushed, as if reminiscing about that beautiful moment, then she acted shyly in front of Gado. Gado almost choked. "Paseo." Shizuka turned to the maid standing calmly near the table, Ariana Hayama Arialdi, asking for an explanation. "In Japanese, it means a kiss." Ariana answered with an easy-to-understand explanation. "Oh." Once she understood the meaning of the word, Shizuka's eyes turned back to her brother with an even sharper expression. "Don't make her misunderstand. That happened because we were fighting a god." Shizuka raised an eyebrow. "A god?" Realizing his mistake, Gado quickly changed his expression to a forced laugh. Never mind. Ha ha ha. She wouldn't believe me even if I told her the truth. He thought resignedly in his heart. Erika leaned closer to Gado's face and stared directly at him. But it's true we kissed, right? No. You always twist the facts. Gado retorted with a blush on his cheeks, his gaze unconsciously dropping to Erika's cleavage beneath her nightgown. Then, he quickly turned his face away. I told you, put on your clothes. I already did. Or maybe you're interested in what's inside. It's only for Gado. Erika actively teased Gado, ignoring Ariana and Shizuka, who were still in the same room. Gulp. Hearing that, Gado swallowed hard. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. After all, he was a normal teenage boy. Calm down, this must be a trap. Control yourself. But maybe I'll just take a little peek. However, just as Gado was about to sneak a glance at Erika's body, Shizuka's face suddenly appeared, blocking his view. Oniai-chan. Can we talk on the balcony for a moment? Shizuka, our house doesn't have a balcony. Don't argue. Facing his sister's aggressive attitude, Gado was about to give in, but his body suddenly tensed as he sensed a terrifying magical energy. This feeling, it's like Doni and Marquis Vauban. He thought warily. Not just him, Erika, who had been enjoying the sibling drama, now wore a serious expression. Gado. There's another king in front of your house. She said seriously, interrupting them. Gado shifted his gaze toward the door, the discomfort growing stronger within him. Sorry, Shizuka, let's discuss this later. An acquaintance has arrived, I need to meet them. Without waiting for Shizuka's reply, Gado and Erika hurried toward the front door. Chapter 44, Rokuhara Ren and Kusanagi Gado meet. As soon as Gado stepped outside, Erika walked elegantly by his side. In front of his house stood a pair of high school students who seemed to be waiting for their arrival. A black car was parked behind them, adding to the impression that they were no ordinary passers-by. Gado glanced briefly at the young woman. Her face was beautiful, possessing a certain charm, but in his eyes, Erika's beauty still far surpassed hers. However, his attention quickly shifted to the handsome young man standing beside her. His careless gaze, confident expression, and, most importantly, his aura was so strong that it immediately put Gado on guard. From the young man's body, he could sense a magical energy on par with his own and the other Campiones. In other words, this young man was also a Campione. Realizing this possibility, Gado's alertness skyrocketed. Every Campione had their own eccentric personality, and his previous experiences had taught him that not all of them were people he could talk to peacefully. If this young man was like Doni and wanted to fight here, then his house could be destroyed in an instant. Who are you? Why did you come to my house? Gado asked cautiously. The young man looked at him for a moment before smiling casually, as if aware of the turmoil brewing within Gado. No need to be on guard, Kusanagi Gado. I just wanted to say hello. As fellow Campiones, I wanted to know where you stand. Where I stand. Gado frowned slightly at his words. By the way, I'm Rokuhara Ren. Just call me Ren. Kusanagi Gado. You can call me Gado too. Seeing Ren extend his hand in a relaxed manner, Gado hesitated for a moment before finally shaking it. Unlike the impulsive Doni, Ren seemed calmer and more reasonable. At least for now, Gado could breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he wouldn't have to face a sudden battle. What do you mean by where I stand? He asked, confused. Didn't Marquis Vauban already tell you? Among kings like us, there are only 3 possible relationships, ignoring each other, a non-aggression pact, or eternal enemies who fight to the end. Ren continued, his tone calm but filled with deep meaning. Gado, you've already fought 2 other Campiones from different countries. The ruler of Italy, Salvatore Doni, and the ruler of Eastern Europe, Marquis Vauban. At the mention of those 2 names, Gado's expression shifted slightly. His experiences with them were anything but pleasant. And now, there are 2 Campiones living in the same region in Japan. It's impossible for there not to be conflicts of interest in the future. So, I want to know, what kind of relationship will we have? Ren's tone didn't carry an open challenge, but the implication was clear. He wasn't in a rush to challenge Gado, but he still wanted to clarify his position. Gado sighed and scratched his head in frustration. Can't we just live peacefully? I don't want to deal with things like this. I just want to live a normal life. Slightly disappointed in Gado, Ren explained the implications of being a Campione to him. When someone becomes a Campione, their fate is closely tied to battles and death. Campiones are not invincible, and the only opponents who qualify as their equals are heretic gods and other Campiones. So, essentially, there are only 2 paths a Campione can take. One is to keep winning and keep moving forward. The other is to be killed. If you're lucky, your body will be buried in the ground to be admired by future generations. Just from Gado's response, Ren had already gained enough understanding of the men before him. He still had the mindset of an ordinary person. Even after becoming a Campione, Gado retained the thinking of a commoner who feared being dragged into major conflicts. No wonder the History Compilation Committee was able to manipulate him in the original work. If other Campiones were rulers who governed their territories with an iron fist, Gado instead allowed himself to be played by organizations weaker than him. He showed none of the majesty of a king like the other Campiones. Gado fell silent, unsure how to respond to Ren. Honestly, he never wanted this position. If it weren't for the circumstances forcing him, he would never have killed a heretic god and become a Campione. His peaceful life had long since disappeared. Erika, standing beside him, noticed her king's confusion. With a graceful step that reflected the dignity of a knight, she stepped forward and bowed her head slightly before speaking. I am Erika Blandelli, a great knight of the Bronze Black Cross, as well as the servant of King Kusanagi Gado. My apologies for interrupting the conversation between two kings. Her voice sounded polite, but it still carried confidence even in front of a Campione. However, for Ren, the introduction wasn't what caught his attention. What stood out more was the fact that Erika was still wearing her nightgown, without any undergarments. With every movement, her beautiful breasts swayed, confirming that beneath the thin fabric, nothing was restraining their natural form. Seeing this, Ren patted Gado's shoulder casually, a small grin etched on his face. We have similar tastes, don't we? He said meaningfully. What do you mean? Gado looked at him in confusion. Don't you see the similarity between my maid and your knight? Ren said with a faint smile. Huh. Gado reflexively glanced at Hayasaka, who stood gracefully by Ren's side, then back at Erika standing beside him. He looked back and forth a few times until the similarity became clear. Blonde hair and Western women. Both had a unique charm that drew anyone's attention. However, compared to Erika, who was fully Italian, Hayasaka was a mix of Japanese and Irish. With softer facial features and a more reserved demeanor, she fit Gado's aesthetic more than Erika. Of course, Gado would never say this in front of Erika. I don't have any weird fetishes like that. Gado denied Ren's statement, his face slightly red from the accusation. Oh. So you're not interested in blonde-haired, foreign-blooded women? Ren continued teasing him. That's not it. Gado tried to explain, but the more he spoke, the more it sounded like a made-up excuse. Why is he cornering me like this? I never even thought about such things. He panicked internally. As the two kings chatted, the two women by their sides also made their own assessments in their hearts. Looking at Gado, Hayasaka felt slightly disappointed. So he's a Campione like Ren-sama. He doesn't look like a god-slayer, more like an ordinary student who happened to get caught up in the mystical world. From his expression and way of speaking, Gado seemed to lack the charisma a Campione should possess. Although Ren was a scumbag playboy, he still had an aura that showed the majesty of a king. Honestly, if I just glanced at him on the street without knowing his identity, I wouldn't even notice him, let alone give him a second look. Still, Hayasaka didn't immediately judge him as inferior. She knew that every Campione was an abnormal being capable of killing heretic gods. Perhaps, beneath Gado's ordinary demeanor, there was something she hadn't seen yet. On the other hand, Erika observed Ren with full vigilance. This man reminds me of Lord Doni in some ways. Compared to the terrifying Marquis Vauban, Ren had a more relaxed confidence, similar to Doni, though there were clear differences in their personalities. At the very least, Lord Ren isn't showing hostility toward Gado. Of course, even if a fight did break out, Gado would definitely win. Erika didn't feel the slightest doubt in her loyalty to Gado. Perhaps Ren naturally had a stronger charm compared to her king, but she would never betray the one she had chosen. After all, I didn't choose Gado because he was the best, but because he was the one I wanted. With that thought, Erika smiled lightly, standing firmly by Gado's side without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 45, Money Solves Problems. Seeing Gado being played like a fiddle by Ren, Erika knew she had to step in. If not, Gado wouldn't even realize he was being manipulated. With graceful steps, she moved slightly forward, positioning herself between the two Campiones. Bowing her head politely, she spoke in a formal tone. Apologies for my rudeness, Lord Ren. What kind of relationship are you seeking with my king? Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gado put on a serious expression. Clearly, he wanted peace between them. His daily life was already troublesome enough without having to worry about battles against other Campiones. Ren smiled faintly, his gaze filled with meaning. Honestly, I don't want to fight Gado to the death. So, the relationship I want is either ignoring each other or a non-aggression pact. For a moment, silence fell. Gado looked at Ren with hope, and upon hearing that answer, his face lit up with joy. Really? That's what I want too. Without a second thought, he extended his hand, and Ren casually shook it. The two kings shook hands, as if sealing their agreement. Then, let's exchange contact numbers. If the History Compilation Committee and Erika could manipulate Gado, why couldn't Ren? That's why he wanted to exchange contacts so he could reach out to him anytime. Ding. Gado quickly took out his phone and exchanged contacts with Ren. However, when he saw the time on his phone screen, his eyes widened. Oh no, I'm late. He turned to run toward school, but a hand patted his shoulder, stopping him. Wait a moment, Gado. Before you go, there's one more thing to discuss. What now? I really have to go. I want to challenge you to a duel, Gado. Instantly, Gado was stunned by Ren's request, while Erika and Hayasaka, who were still listening to the conversation, showed surprised expressions. Huh. I've never used my divine authority against anyone. You've already fought 2 Campiones, so I'm curious what it's like to fight another king. Of course, I don't intend to fight to the death, just a light duel. No. Gado immediately refused without a second thought. Erika sighed softly. She had already guessed this. After all, her king was always like this. Why? Ren asked. Because I don't like fighting. Besides, I have to go to school now. You should hurry too, or you'll be late. Gado said firmly. Standing beside Ren, Hayasaka could only stare at Gado speechlessly. He's a Campione, but he's worried about school. Of all the things a godslayer could say, I never imagined one of them would be telling another Campione not to be late for school. Doesn't this guy realize he's already reached the pinnacle of life that 99% of humans will never achieve? Ren looked at him with interest before smiling again. Sure you won't change your mind? I don't have time and I don't want to fight. Gado insisted. Ren let out a slow breath. Really stubborn, huh? He had already expected that answer. Unlike Doni, who preferred forcing his opponents to fight without giving them a choice, Ren wasn't the type to do things the rough way, at least, not in a situation like this. So, he decided to use a more subtle method. How about I offer you 1 million yen if you agree to duel me? What? Gado froze in place. 1 million yen. For an ordinary high school student like him, that amount was too big to ignore. In fact, he could live comfortably for several months with that much money without worrying about expenses. After all, his family wasn't wealthy. Damn, this is too tempting. No, I shouldn't accept it. But that's a huge amount. On the other hand, Erika hid a small smile behind her hand as she saw her king's resolve wavering. So he can be tempted with just 1 million yen. She had already guessed that Gado wasn't the type to be greedy for power, but seeing him tempted by a bit of money was still quite amusing. However, instead of stopping him, Erika chose to remain silent. Better not tell Gado that the Bronze Black Cross could give him that much money anytime he asks. The Bronze Black Cross's finances might not compare to the Shinomiya family's total assets of 200 trillion yen, but they were still the rulers of Italy's underworld. They controlled several prominent mafia families, had vast influence, and wealth that couldn't be underestimated. If it's just 1 million yen, that's not a big amount. In fact, if she really wanted to, Erika could give that amount to Gado herself without batting an eye. However, she deliberately said nothing. If this can persuade him to fight, then it's good. Erika had witnessed firsthand how Gado defeated Salvatore Doni, the mad sword master of Italy, as well as Marquis Vauban, the oldest Campione with centuries of experience. Both kings had terrifying power, but Gado still won. So, there was no reason for her to worry. Although Ren was also a Campione, he was the newest one like Gado. Compared to Gado, who had already proven himself in several battles, Ren was still like a blank slate, untested in battles between kings. The only thing Erika was curious about was what kind of divine authority the 7th Campione possessed. What kind of heretic god did he kill, and how powerful is his divine authority? Of the 8 Campiones in this era, Ren's power remained the greatest mystery. There were no records of major battles or incidents involving his divine authority. Noticing the hesitation starting to show on Gado's face, Ren didn't miss the chance to press further. He knew his opponent wasn't someone who enjoyed fighting, but he also wasn't someone who could easily ignore a tempting offer. 2 million yen. Ren said casually. Gulp. Gado swallowed but still refused. 3 million yen. Ren continued, his tone still light. No. I'm not the type to be bought with money. Gado tried to calm himself, but his mind was already haunted by the increasing numbers. 4 million yen. Clenching his fists, he tried hard not to show his weakness. Ren, seeing this, just smiled faintly. How about it? Still not interested. Gado averted his gaze, but Ren didn't stop. 5 million yen. 6 million yen. 7 million yen. Stop, stop. Gado gritted his teeth. But when the number 8 million yen came out of Ren's mouth, he finally gave in. Enough. I agree. He exclaimed, admitting defeat. But after school. He added quickly, trying to save face. However, Ren clearly didn't want to wait. Why not now? You can skip school, right? I can't. Gado immediately refused without thinking. Come on, Gado. What job can give you 8 million yen in a few hours except illegal ones? Skipping school once won't hurt you. Money isn't everything, but with money, everything becomes easier. That was one of Ren's philosophies in his previous life. As long as money could solve the problem, he didn't mind using it to achieve his goals. If I think about it, skipping school once won't make me fail, right? Clearly, Gado had been swayed by Ren's words. I understand. I'll come. Gado finally gave in reluctantly. Lord Ren, may I have a moment to change clothes? As a knight, I don't want to miss the chance to witness a duel between two kings. Go ahead, I don't mind waiting a bit. Receiving Ren's permission, Erika smiled softly and bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Ren. Without wasting time, she hurried back into the house. Meanwhile, Ren and Gado got into the car, sitting in the back while Hayasaka prepared to drive, ready to go at any moment. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Erika proved that she was different from most women who took a long time to get ready. In less than 10 minutes, the door opened again, and she stepped out confidently like a lioness. She now wore a red sleeveless top that fit her body perfectly, accentuating her flawless curves. The short white skirt she wore swayed lightly as she walked, giving off an elegant yet alluring vibe. Her flowing blonde hair further enhanced her charm. After getting into the car, Erika sat next to Gado and turned to Ren. Sorry for making you wait, Lord Ren. Ren glanced at her briefly before smiling. No problem. Hayasaka, let's go. Understood, Ren-sama. Without hesitation, Hayasaka stepped on the gas, taking them to the location Ren had chosen for the duel. Chapter 46, The Shinomiya Family Meeting. In a luxurious car gliding smoothly through the streets of Tokyo, Shinomiya Kagaya sat quietly, gazing at her faint reflection in the window. Her Shichian Academy uniform was still immaculate, without a single crease out of place. The black and red ribbon that usually tied her hair remained perfectly in place. From the outside, she appeared as calm as ever, graceful and unshakable, like a true princess. However, her mind was in turmoil. Father called me, during school hours. This was something that had never happened before. Even during important family ceremonies, Shinomiya Ganon, the head of the Shinomiya family and her biological father, had never specifically summoned her during her school activities. Not that she expected any special attention from him. As an illegitimate daughter, Kagaya held no strong position within the family. Her existence was acknowledged merely as a formality. Her older brothers, born from the legitimate wife, held full rights to the Shinomiya name. As for her, she was just a sideline daughter in the family's political games. That was why this sudden summons felt so strange. Kagaya-sama. The driver's voice broke her reverie. The elderly man glanced through the rearview mirror, hesitating for a moment before speaking. We'll arrive at the main residence in 5 minutes. Is there anything you'd like me to relay to the servants beforehand? Kagaya shook her head gently. No need. Her cold voice echoed inside the car. Though her heart was filled with uncertainty, she showed no sign of weakness. As a Shinomiya, she had to remain composed, no matter what. After all, this is still my family's home. I won't show weakness in front of them. The car continued along the private road leading to the Shinomiya family's main residence, a sprawling complex that resembled a feudal palace more than the home of a corporate conglomerate. As the massive iron gates slowly opened, Kagaya took a deep breath. Today, for the first time in her life, her father had summoned her directly. And she didn't know whether that was a good or bad sign. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Her footsteps echoed through the wide marble corridor, the red velvet carpet beneath her feet a symbol of status. But to Kagaya, it was nothing more than empty decoration. Servants passing by immediately stopped, bowing their heads respectfully as she walked past. This was a form of etiquette they had learned well, but Kagaya didn't even glance at them. What was the point of respect without power? She had more important things to think about. Hayasaka. Since childhood, Hayasaka had always been by her side, as a maid, as a companion, as someone who understood her better than anyone else. Yet, overnight, she had been taken away without warning. She was even transferred from Shichian Academy to another school. Kagaya grumbled inwardly. Is it possible to persuade father to bring Hayasaka back? But even before the question fully formed in her mind, she already knew the answer. Ganon wasn't someone who could be swayed, especially not by an illegitimate daughter he rarely even acknowledged. If I want something, I'll have to seize it myself. As her thoughts continued to swirl, Kagaya arrived in front of a large door she had never entered before, the Shinomiya family meeting room. Why call me here? And me, an unacknowledged daughter, have never once been summoned here before. Kagaya took a deep breath. She couldn't afford to look uncertain. Knock, knock, knock. With firm yet polite knocks, she announced her presence. Father, I've arrived. Silence. Several seconds passed in quiet before a decadent voice finally sounded from within. Enter. Without hesitation, Kagaya straightened her skirt slightly and pushed the door open gracefully. In her heart, she was shocked. She had assumed this meeting would be with her father alone, but what awaited her was far beyond her expectations. Inside the room sat her 3 older brothers, Shinomiya Oko, Shinomiya Surayu, and Shinomiya Unyo, the ones who truly held influence within the family. Not only that. On the other side of the room stood a familiar couple, Hayasaka Nao and Hayasaka Masato, the parents of Hayasaka Ai. Why are they here? Kagaya kept her expression calm even as her mind raced. This situation was strange. She couldn't recall a single instance in her life where all the main family members had gathered to speak with her. And now, even the Hayasaka family was here. Stepping forward gracefully, she let the sound of her heels lightly tap against the silent marble floor. With perfect posture, she stood before her father and bowed her head respectfully. "Father, thank you for taking the time to summon me today." Ganon looked at her expressionlessly and gave a slight nod, but Kaguya was used to that. After paying her respects to her father, she turned to face her three older brothers. "Oko-ni-sama, Tsuryu-ni-sama, Onyo-ni-sama, it's a pleasure to see you all here." The three of them nodded lightly, but none of them truly responded. Onyo glanced at her briefly but quickly averted his gaze, while Tsuryu looked bored, as if he wanted to leave the room as soon as possible. Finally, she turned to the couple standing on the other side of the room, the parents of someone very important to her. "And now, Uncle Masato, it's been a while." Unlike the cold, indifferent responses from the Shinomiya family, the Hayasaka couple's reaction was much warmer. Masato smiled kindly and nodded toward Kaguya. On the other hand, now seemed more emotional. "Kaguya-chan, it's been so long. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady. How have you been? Is school life treating you well? And, is there anyone you like?" Kaguya momentarily lost her composure. She hadn't expected to be asked something like that in such a serious setting. Her red eyes glanced toward her brothers, who seemed indifferent, while her father remained seated like a stone. And now, this isn't the time for casual conversation. However, before Kaguya could respond, Masato chuckled softly. "Now, don't confuse her. This isn't the place for light-hearted talk." Now simply laughed softly but didn't argue. Her gentle gaze remained fixed on Kaguya, filled with an affection unlike anyone else in the room. To Kaguya, now was one of the few people who treated her with genuine warmth. Back when she was just a baby, it was now who had taken care of her. "I'm doing well, and now. School life is going smoothly." She ignored the question about whether there was anyone she liked. There was no way she could discuss something like that in front of the Shinomiya family. After finishing her greetings, Kaguya finally took her seat in the empty chair prepared for her. Once everyone was seated, Ganon finally spoke. "Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. The purpose of this meeting is to witness the power of the Campione that the Shinomiya family serves." Campione. Kaguya blinked slowly. The term was unfamiliar to her. She had grown up in the world of politics and economics. To her, supernatural powers were nothing more than myths or tales from storybooks. So, she was confused about what a Campione truly was. However, seeing how seriously her father spoke, it was clear this wasn't just nonsense. Could it be some kind of secret organization? Or someone with power greater than the Shinomiya family? That doesn't make sense. The Shinomiya family is one of the pillars of Japan's economy. They have connections across all layers of society, businessmen, politicians, high-ranking officials. If there's someone powerful enough to make the family serve them, what is this Campione? Kaguya maintained her calm expression, but her curiosity was growing by the minute. On the other hand, Nao and Masato's expressions were complicated. Unlike Kaguya, they were aware of the mystical world. Moreover, their daughter, Hayasaka Ai, had now become the exclusive servant of a Campione. To them, Ganon's order to hand over Hayasaka wasn't just a simple assignment. It was like handing their daughter over to a being they didn't fully understand. Of course, they weren't happy about it. But they were also powerless to refuse. Meanwhile, Tsuryu, who wasn't deeply involved in family affairs, looked confused. Unlike Oko and Onyo, who handled the family business and knew more about the mystical world, Tsuryu spent most of his time enjoying himself. Thus, upon hearing that the Shinomiya family served someone, he couldn't help but ask, "Father, is it necessary to lower ourselves like this? I can't accept this." The Shinomiya family has stood at the pinnacle of Japan's business and political world for generations. And now, we have to serve something called a Campione. No one answered immediately. Oko and Onyo remained silent, their expressions neutral. Nao and Masato also said nothing, though their faces showed unease. Meanwhile, Kaguya was still trying to process this information. So it's not just me who doesn't know about Campione. Even Tsuryu Nisama doesn't accept it. Ganon didn't respond right away. With an emotionless face, he picked up a remote and turned on the projector screen at the end of the room. Enough. Rather than arguing, it's better for all of you to see for yourselves. After that, you can decide whether you still want to question this decision. The screen lit up, showing a live broadcast. Chapter 47, Rokuhara Ren vs. Kusanagi Gata Part 1. Ayagashima is a small volcanic island located approximately 358 kilometers south of Tokyo, part of the Izo Islands. With an area of only about 5.98 square kilometers, the island has a unique topography, a large caldera within the main caldera, creating a dramatic landscape. Its history records a major eruption in the 18th century that nearly wiped out its entire population. Today, although there is a small settlement in the northern part of the island, Ayagashima's population is no more than 200 people, making it an almost uninhabited place. For non-human entities like Campione, this is an ideal location for battle. There are no skyscrapers or billion-yen infrastructures that could be destroyed in an instant. Even if the Campione's powers run wild, the only things affected would be rocky terrain and volcanic craters. Additionally, access to the island is difficult. There are only two ways to reach Ayagashima from Tokyo. First, by plane and helicopter, flying from Chofu Airport to Hakejojima, then taking a helicopter to Ayagashima. Second, by ferry, requiring a 10-hour journey from Tokyo to Hakejojima, followed by a 2 to 3 hour sea voyage to Ayagashima, with the possibility of failing to dock if the sea is rough. With a minimum travel time of 2.5 hours by plane and helicopter, it is nearly impossible for ordinary people to reach Ayagashima without thorough preparation. This ensures no civilians could be dragged into their duel. In the center of the island, Ren and Gata stood facing each other on rocky ground surrounded by 200-meter-high caldera walls. Strong winds blew in from the sea, carrying a faint sulfur scent. 500 meters away, Erika and Hayasaka stood on the edge of a hill, observing the battlefield. Knowing Hayasaka was just an ordinary person, Erika cast eagle-eye magic on her, enhancing her vision to witness the Campione duel as clearly as possible, even from a distance. Hayasaka blinked a few times, feeling her vision suddenly sharpen. She could see the details of Ren and Gata's expressions and even the fine dust lifted by the wind around them. The sensation felt surreal. So this is magic. Amazing. Hayasaka murmured in awe. First time experiencing magic on your body? Erika asked with a smile. Hayasaka nodded. Could I also learn magic? So far, she had only played the role of a maid, and although she had mastered some self-defense techniques, they were only effective against ordinary humans. But in a world filled with supernatural powers, mere martial arts were not enough against mystical practitioners. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gata scanned the surroundings, then looked at Ren with approval. I have to admit, you picked a great spot. At least we don't have to worry about destroying a city or involving civilians. Gata still vividly remembered his crazy fight with Doni in Italy, in the middle of a historic city, without the slightest consideration for the consequences. Ancient buildings collapsed, streets were destroyed, and the Italian government had to spend a fortune on repairs. That's natural. Unlike other Campioni who disregard their surroundings when fighting, I don't want to involve unrelated people. By the way. Deliberately pausing his sentence, Ren raised his finger to the sky. Dozens of military-grade drones hovered in the air, moving slowly in an orderly pattern like invisible spies monitoring every corner of the battlefield. I hope you don't mind our duel being broadcast live. Live broadcast. Don't tell me this is going on national TV. Of course not. This isn't for public consumption. Calming Gata's concerns, Ren looked at one of the drones hovering lower, its light blinking. The viewers are people from my faction. After all, I need to show them they didn't make a mistake in submitting to me. I see. Gata understood his intention. A demonstration of power. For someone in Ren's position, directly showcasing his superiority was the best way to solidify his authority. So, this is kind of a show, huh? You could say that. I need to make sure they truly believe in me. Of course, testing my divine authority is the main purpose of this duel. No matter how Gata interpreted this duel, Ren had already completed all preparations. In fact, these preparations had been made from the start. Before departing, Ren had instructed Hayasaka to report the duel to Ganon. He ordered these drones to be prepared on Ayagashima so his faction members could witness his true power firsthand. It's up to you, Ren. I don't mind this arrangement. Gata shrugged. How about we set a small rule? For the first 5 minutes, we only fight with pure strength. After that, we can use divine authority. Why set such a limit? Gata frowned, not understanding why Ren proposed such a condition. In his fights against Doni and Marquis Vauban, both sides would immediately use divine authority from the start. Ren stretched out his arms, as if presenting his entire body. The purpose of this duel isn't just to fight. I want to test my strength as a Campione. I need to know the upper limit of a Campione's raw power without relying on divine authority. Gata observed him for a moment before finally nodding. That makes sense. After all, a Campione isn't just strong because of the divine authority they possess. Their physiology alone is far beyond that of an ordinary human. All right, I agree. Thank you for indulging my selfishness. Then, let's begin. Fortunately, it was Kusanagi Gatu. If it were another Campione, Ren feared they wouldn't be willing to listen. Strong winds blew over the Ayagashima crater. Raising his hand, Ren revealed a coin glinting in the sunlight. We start when this hits the ground. No problem. With Gatu's agreement, Ren tossed the coin into the air. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Erika and Hayasaka, watching from a distance, held their breath. The coin spun in the air, reflecting golden light before finally falling to the ground. Clink. Whoosh. As soon as the faint sound was heard, Ren disappeared from his spot. With incredible speed, he shot forward like a bullet, swinging his fist straight at Gado. Bam! The impact sent a shockwave across the area. The force of Ren's attack was so great that Gado's body was sent flying 100 meters, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping. In the distance, Erika remained calm, confident in Gado. Meanwhile, Hayasaka was stunned. This was her first time witnessing a Campione fight firsthand, and just from the first clash, she could feel how overwhelming their power was. Is this the kind of power humans can possess? She thought to herself. Amid the fallen trees, Gado stood up, brushing off his slightly dirted clothes. The only effect of the attack was a slight numbness in his wrist. He raised his head, looking at Ren with a serious expression. You didn't hold back at all, huh?